and stores. This is Cleveland's #1 and most listened to sports station. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland Sports. Cleveland Sports is 92.3 The Fan. WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 Sports brought to you by Perino Builders, Remodelers, and Furniture. Need inspiration for a new build or renovation? Check out PerinoCustomHomes.com. Cavaliers making some moves before the trade deadline earlier this month, and things are going rather well. The Cavs riding a season-high 6-game winning streak. Hey, Coach Kenny Atkinson, on how it's been so far, so good.
We got something good going on. We brought in, guys that are going to help us. Now we got to confirm it, right? I'm not going to sit up here and after 4 games or whatever and say where's this juggernaut. We still have a lot to prove, but I think the early returns with our spirit and our confidence and our aggressiveness is really good.
Cavs back to work tonight. Going to be down in Charlotte, taking on the Hornets. Cavs beat up on Brooklyn last night at home, 112-84. Donovan Mitchell had 17 points. James Harden had 16. Cavs won 11 of their last 12. Reports say the Browns promoting some guys who did not win the defensive coordinator job. Word is that linebackers coach Jason Tarver is now also run game coordinator. Also, safeties coach Ephraim Bonda getting promoted to pass game coordinator. Guardians, one more day of workouts before they start Cactus League play tomorrow. Guardians begin with split squad games on Saturday. Logan Allen's going to get the start in Goodyear against the Reds. The rest of the squad heading to Phoenix, taking on the Brewers. Joey Cantillo gets the start in that game for the Guardians. This winter events in Italy update sponsored by MGM Northfield Park. Find your fun at MGM Northfield Park. United States women took home the gold in hockey on Thursday. The guys going to try to keep pace. It's the semifinals today. The United States takes on Slovakia this afternoon at 3:10. The other matchup is Canada against Finland later on this hour. Sidney Crosby will not play for Team Canada because of a lower body injury. Women's curling in the semifinals. The United States trailing Switzerland 4-3 there in the 8th. Then Sweden in front of Canada 4-2 there in the 7th. The winners play for the gold medal Sunday. The losers play for the bronze tomorrow. Now can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. Are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
It is Friday. The snow is almost gone. I saw a little on the way in, but not a whole lot. And we got kind of a little bit of gloom and doom outside today with the winds kind of coming in. Hopefully we don't see a whole lot of snow over the next couple of days, as Phelps keeps telling me we're going to see snow in the next couple of days here. But hopefully not. And what a fantastic 24 hours it's been around here for talking sports and all kinds of cool stuff going on. Obviously, the Cavaliers last night, wow, blowing away the Nets 112-84. And then who would have known that the hockey world would be looking at Cleveland Heights, and Cleveland in particular, to get gold yesterday for the United States women at the Olympics. My name is Andy Baskin. Always an honor, always a pleasure to be joined by the man that I say it's not news until he says so. It is Tom Withers. He is Tom Withers. Hello, Tom.
Hi, Andy Baskin. Good to see you.
It's good to see you.
It's been a minute.
How long? It's about a month or two or something.
Yeah. How's your hockey world been going?
It's fantastic. We're having a fantastic run, not only coaching, but watching the kids play and stuff like that. So it's good.
Sounds good.
Last run, man. It's tough to be a senior.
I bet.
It's not fun.
Yeah,
you went through this.
It's bittersweet, isn't it?
Right?
Yeah. You got to savor every moment, right? I always tell, young parents and then, those that are having kids that are getting ready to go to college, you really do have to stop and smell the roses, because it's one time around, and we only had one child, so it was tough, which is why I went back to coaching and then reffing, then to be connected with the young kids again. So
I love coaching. It's just been a great ride, and I've been around a lot of great people along the way. I can't believe I've been coaching over 30 years now.
Have you really?
Yeah, or close to 30 years, somewhere around there.
Good for you. Shout out to all the coaches out there.
And I got to be honest, shout out to the referees too, man.
Amen.
They put so much time in and so much work, and it's hard to find good referees now. And when you do find good referees, parents lay off, man.
In all sports.
Lay off.
That's so true, Andy. And I haven't had a chance to talk to Dan about it yet, but I'm going to be doing some shows with you guys in March, and I like to, at some point, devote a segment to maybe officiating as we get into March Madness and stuff, and everything that comes with that. To your point, the parental controls that need to be put in place, those guidelines, right? Just the biggest thing to me, Andy, and now that I've been officiating here for a couple of years at the high school level and recreation ball, et cetera, the respect for the authority of the position is completely lost.
It's gone across the board all the way.
It's not gone, but I hear you.
It's not what it used to be.
I know.
It's and when you say respect for it's coach, it's referee,
Right.
it's parent. Right now I see all three sides of the triangle on this
Same.
thing. I understand why parents get frustrated. Especially where we live in this world where I don't know, Dan's going to go crazy in a second, but we live in this world where parents are spending a lot of money to have their kids just be active in sports. And I'm not saying like crazy, silly money where your kid has to be on the ultimate super elite mega travel team where
Sure.
you're on the road on a plane every weekend. I'm talking about little things like signing your kid up to play for a sport and then paying for all the equipment and paying for the league fees and paying for all that stuff. And then walking into a venue, especially like baseball, this just drives me nuts. And then having to pay to watch your kid play.
Yeah.
I mean, and so you understand where the frustration comes from,
Yeah.
I think, from parents. And a lot of time when parents are upset, especially if their kid's not playing, that's why. It's not, I don't think it's genuinely about, hey, my kid's not playing, although I know it's a huge aggravator.
Yeah.
It's all the emotional effort and all the financial effort that you're putting into watching your athlete try to become something, or at least just be a part of the team.
Yeah, we need a bit of a reset across the board. I don't know what's going to change it, Andy, to be honest with you, but that's what I'm trying to do. And
I don't think there's anything going to change.
I know you and myself, and I know a bunch of these officials that I've been working with this year. That's what we're trying to do. You're like change what you can change, right? In your own little world, have an impact, have a positive impact in the best way that you can. So
yeah, I know. I mean, and the world that I'm in with the hockey officials around here in town too. They're a close knit group. They all kind of know each other, and I've never once met an official that woke up this morning and go, "Oh man, I got little Billy's game today. Oh, I can't wait to screw them out of a scholarship. That's my goal today. I'm waking up today, and I want to make sure this 7-year-old doesn't get a scholarship." I've never met an official that's ever done that.
No, it doesn't happen.
And they don't wake up, and they make mistakes. And you know what? I respect the officials that can say, you know what? Maybe I did. Like the one thing I'll never argue is if an official comes up and goes, you know what? I honestly didn't see it. I'll keep an eye out for it in the future. I didn't see it. And I have no argument. I can't argue anything.
So I brought back some captains meetings before games, which kind of went to the side, during COVID and what have you. So I'm bringing captains for both teams together. And that's what I tell them before the game. I said, hey, look, I'm going to miss some calls. You guys are going to miss some shots. How about we respect each other, respect the game, respect the whistle, and let's have some fun. And I've also gone out of my way before, like the jump ball, to go around and give a fist bump to all the kids, like, hey, make a connection with them. So anyway, let's talk about the Cavaliers.
Yeah, you want to do that?
let's do that.
One last point on officials.
Go ahead.
Anytime an official comes over and shakes a coach's hand before the game, or the coach goes over to shake an official, you've changed the entire mood of a game. Every time. If you've got an official who comes out and they don't say a word to you, or they don't say hello, and they look like they're in a bad mood,
here it goes.
This is the next hour and a half is going to be brutal.
I got you.
Now let's talk about the Cavaliers.
All right.
And what a game last night. 112-84. I mean, you look at the numbers and you look at what we were able to see, and we got Mobley back on the floor, and it's just been pure excitement. Jeff and I have been going back and forth on this because I'm initially when they made the trade, I was like, I don't know if this is going to work out, man.
You and everybody else.
And I was like, is Harden really going to pass the ball? Is this, and maybe I was looking at Harden that I just haven't seen in the last couple of years. But this has been spectacular. It has been so much fun to watch this team. He had 9 assists. That alley-oop is going to be the highlight of the regular season, at least. Hopefully we have much bigger highlights down the road. But the alley-oop to Donovan last night was just sick.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, I'm not going to make too much out of a blowout win over the Nets, who are bad, right? They've also beaten a couple of other bad teams. Now, the Denver win was huge. Don't get me wrong. 4 games in, this could not be going any better. Much like you, Andy, and I think much like a lot of people out there, I had my reservations when the trade was made, only because it was such a monumental move for this season, right? I mean, we had all held out hope that Darius Garland was going to get healthy, would be an impactful player, et cetera, et cetera.
How many days did we hear Core 4?
It didn't happen.
Every day.
It did, but that's also the organization pounding that into our heads, right?
Exactly.
That's also the organization, by the way, also trying to convince us that Evan Mobley is probably not the player that he's ever going to be, right? The unicorn, all that kind of stuff. Anyway, the bottom line here for me with Harden is that it takes the pressure off of 45. It takes a lot away from the weight of the world being on Donovan Mitchell's shoulders for every moment that he's on the floor, right?
For sure.
So, and I think from another standpoint, it gives James Harden to change the narrative about who he is, right? This gives him a chance to really change his legacy. To your point, I mean, he's been kind of branded as that selfish player, right? That player that was supposed to get it done in Brooklyn and didn't. The player that was supposed to get it done with the Clippers and didn't. The player that was supposed to be the missing piece in Philadelphia and didn't get over the top. So I think this has given him a chance to come here, clean slate, fresh start, with a team that's really got a really good culture about it, right? A coach like Kenny Atkinson that is a player-friendly coach. I think he fits in seamlessly to this point. Now, listen, when we get to Game 4 of the Pistons series and suddenly they're down, 2-1 or whatever, things may change. But right
now, it's raining threes and none of them are going in.
Right, but right now it looks really good. I love the fact that he's bought in. I was unaware of this relationship that he had with Donovan before he got here, that they connected already on a deeper level. So that means everything. And let's be honest, it's all about Mitchell. It's all about Mitchell and what they can do this year, get him to re-sign the extension, and hopefully have him here for the rest of his career.
And this is where I think Jeff and I disagree. With Harden, is it just a rental? We had this conversation earlier. I don't think it is, and here's why. You brought up the point, he doesn't want to go down as the guy that couldn't get it done in the playoffs.
That guy, right.
He now has an opportunity to change that narrative.
Right.
And the other part is he's playing for a contract. So, I mean, how do you not look at that and look at both of these scenarios and say, to me, everyone wants to come out, oh, let's just see what Harden looks like. Let's see what Harden's going to look like down the road here because it's going to peter out. Everyone had the honeymoon period. It was great. He was the greatest player in the world when he came to Philly or he was here or there. And now I think for him, it just behooves him to have that honeymoon period last as long as possible.
Yeah.
Maybe it happens. Maybe he signs a new contract and maybe then the honeymoon period ends.
I don't think a lot of people, Andy, myself included, and I've seen James play a bunch of times, he's a real selfless player. Now, I know there's times when...
that is the biggest thing I noticed, like right first game of the season with us. I was like, what?
I remember game 1, I mean, he had a beautiful assist, like one of his very first possessions, right? 4 games ago. And I remember tweeting that he's going to have some 15 assist games. And mark my word, that will be coming. There were times when we would watch him in other places where he'd be dribbling the ball on the perimeter, kind of through his legs, whatever. The bottom line with that guy, though, Andy, is that he changes the floor so dramatically, right? He takes away this idea that Evan Mobley's got to get the ball 15 feet from the basket and drive it. Evan Mobley now can plant himself down in dunk range and wait for James Harden to make a drive and get the ball to him whatever way is possible. We've also seen over the last few weeks this ascension from Jared Allen, which is just the fact is that they've decided to use him in the offense again, right? And he's been aggressive and he's gone to the hole. A couple times last night, he had back to the basket type pivot moves that you haven't seen since, Z was here. So
how many dunks did he hit? A couple dunks last night, too.
It's been so refreshing. It's great to see. I think the big challenge going forward, and we can talk about this ad nauseum over the next couple of weeks, is Kenny Atkinson figuring out how to get the rotation right. Right? And there's
and last night wasn't the night to figure out the rotation because they blew them out. They were up 41 at one point.
Well, things are going to change starting next week. The schedule is going to get a little bit tougher. You got a game with the Knicks coming up. You got a game with the Pistons coming up, which are going to be real benchmarks in my mind in terms of figuring out whether or not Harden's if this is going to fit and work.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just looking forward to seeing the whole thing. Evan, 19 minutes, 10 points, little rusty, just a little.
Yeah, no, he's fine.
It's okay though.
He's
I
healthy.
get it.
Listen, the bottom line is he was dealing with a calf. Calf leads to Achilles. Sit him out. Get him right. The All-Star break was good for everybody.
Yeah, I know when I went back just to kind of I caught the game and then I was in and out and then I went back and I'm like, I got to look at the box score in the morning. And then when I woke up and I saw Larry Nance Jr. at 12 minutes, I was like, all right. But I don't think we're going to see a whole lot for the rest of the season.
No, you're not. But then you're going to, that the trickle down from there then is okay, what happens to Merrill's minutes, right? If Dean Wade is healthy, what happens with his minutes? What about Proctor? What about Tomlin? Right? What about
Tyson,
Porter?
Tyson.
All those guys. It's gonna be interesting. The good thing for Kenny Atkinson, and this is a great thing to have, and you're a coach, you know what I mean. Having that depth and having those guys, because listen, NBA championships are not won by 1 through 5. It's
Nope.
6 through 10, right? Or 6 through 9, whatever your rotation ends up being in the playoffs. So the fact is that he has guys on that bench that he knows that he can turn to that have played significant minutes for him is a huge plus going forward.
Chris Easterling's going to join us at high noon. We'll talk some Browns with him.
I know that guy.
Aaron Schatz from ESPN and FTN Fantasy is going to talk some football with us, too. We're going to get into the Olympics. Jeff Thomas is going to give us an update today. What a day. What a day. We're going to have a lot of fun. Tom Withers is in today. I'm Andy Baskin, and we will come back. We're going to talk more about what we saw last night. What did you see? Mobley back. Cavs blow out the Nets. Are you liking what you see? Even a little bit more each and every day. Baskin and Phelps, 216-474-0092. Tom Withers is in.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin.
92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Tom Withers is in today, 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Normally we have a show that we like to watch in here because we think Natalie's excellent, and so is the Moss Man. So, but we leave that up sometimes while we're doing the show. But I would like, we have to have curling on in today, don't we? Dan, can we?
Do you want me to just put it on?
Yeah, do you just
All
want to put it on? Yeah, all right, we are on it. So we got to make sure we have that. And then hockey's later this afternoon, though, so we got a little while. I can't wait till we talk about hockey. I am so pumped. Did you see the real quick? Did you see the bar in Cleveland Heights yesterday? Did you see the video coming out?
I did. Yeah.
I wasn't sure. I was looking at the bar, and you were like, I know most bars in Cleveland Heights. I couldn't figure out where it was. I was really disappointed in myself. And it was just in Cleveland Heights. I couldn't tell what bar it was.
You've been to a couple of the bars in Cleveland Heights? Is that what you're telling me right now?
You're not going to believe it, but I used to close down Lee Road back in the day, back when I was a much different person.
It was a great day for the USA women yesterday.
It was fun.
Yeah, it was
all right,
wonderful.
we're going to get to that. We got to hold off.
I got you.
We got to hold off on that just a second. And then we're also, man, we are efforting big-time guests today. If we can get that, that would be good. I'm still waiting. I might still be sleeping. So what's the time difference? Or it might still be, could still be sleeping, though. That's possible.
LeBron's on the West
6
Coast?
hours.
Not LeBron.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. No, efforting big-time guests from the Olympics. From the Olympics.
Oh, my.
Efforting. I'm still waiting for the message has been delivered.
Okay.
Let's just see if it can come through. So
that's all you can do.
Just keep my fingers crossed on that.
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's get back to the Cavs here for a second. So, again, just big general overall picture of what we're watching. Mm-hmm. You don't like it, or where do you think this thing's going?
Oh, me likey. Yeah.
Yes,
no,
okay.
What's not to likey at this point, right?
It's the hesitation. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And is that the Clevelander in us, or is that just natural hesitation?
The Clevelander in me is like, oh, my God, waiting for the next
You're
next
like, oh, this is the
injury to
greatest thing ever. Someone's going to get hurt, and that'll be the end of it. That's great.
It's wonderful so far, right? I mean, it's 6 in a row. It's 11 of 12. They're undefeated with the beard. Everything looks to be meshing as you would hope it would. Like I said, I think the biggest challenge is going to be for Kenny Atkinson to figure out, okay, who can I put out there at this time? As you guys know, and this is true whether you're playing third and fourth grade basketball or in the NBA, it's not who starts, it's who finishes.
It's true in every sport.
Every sport. I think it's going to be very interesting to see who Atkinson has out there down the stretch in games, to see. And then, listen, it's going to come to the point where it's 112, 111, 4 seconds ago. Who's taking the shot? I mean, we've got some big junctures coming up here, Andy. I mean, great. It's off to a wonderful start, and I think that's all anybody could hope for at this point. But a lot of basketball still to be played. All those variables that we always talk about, injuries, shooting slumps, all those kinds of things.
Is it Mitchell or Harden? Now you got me thinking.
Well, that's what I mean. We're going to come to that juncture, and that's fine. The great thing, I think, is that Donovan Mitchell is a willing participant in all of this, right?
Right.
And he understands the game. He understands where he's at. He understands how close this team is potentially to getting to the mountaintop, and I think he's willing to do whatever it takes to get them there. So I think that's a great starting point for everybody.
216-474-0092. Let's go to the phone lines in North Olmsted. It's Jeff. Hey, Jeff.
Andy, Tom, good morning.
Good morning to you.
My call.
Hi, Jeff.
Wow. So, I was telling Minnigan on the phone that my curiosity was, when we added Mobley and Wade back, what was it going to look like? Were we going to see a little bit of a lull? And clearly we obviously didn't. And what I'm finding so, amazing about this transition with James and the two, guards from Sacramento, Ellis and Schroeder that we picked up is James' ability just to find everybody. He's like, Wade and, Mobley come right back, and it's like, I got two more players that I can look to. And it just seems like every single time that he touches the ball, it's the right play. And
so true.
That's what makes this so fun to watch. And then you pair that, and I got to tell you.
Sorry, not to cut you off. This is the exact opposite of what we were watching at the beginning of the season.
A little bit.
Nothing felt smooth. every time we got to the fourth quarter, they would just parade threes after three and not make it.
Three after three.
I love what we're seeing now.
And look at the box scores. You're seeing scoring all over the board, and you're not seeing one player have to dominate a game to get, an 8 to 10 point win against a Brooklyn team. Yeah, they're going out, and like I told you the other day when I called Andy, they play who's on the schedule, and you know how big I am about that. You play who's on your schedule.
That's true.
It doesn't matter who's on your schedule. So you see them absolutely dominating a game like this instead of winning by 8 to 10 points. It's kind of setting a tone, right? And what I really don't envy for Kenny is down the stretch where he's going to make his money is being creative with the chess pieces he's playing with. Not our starters, which pieces and key games, because this Eastern Conference run is, I see them getting to the Eastern Conference Finals. That's where I see them at. But they're going to have to go through some juggernaut dogfights along the way with the New York, with the Boston's getting healthy, so that's going to be a tough series too. No matter how you look at it, the East is a little top-heavy with the good teams. It's not a weak conference like everybody assumes, and my last point is, and what I love to see, and this is why these pieces have made so much sense, it's brought an energy. And when you have guys like Schroeder laying out for loose balls like a shortstop in the hole on a one-hopper and setting a tone for the energy, the effort, all of those things, and then you pair that with Ellis blocking shots, doing all of the little things, that's what's going to be the crucial point. And just like Tom said, the end of the bench, not the end of the bench, but that 6 through 9, 6 through 10, whatever Kenny has to do is what's going to get us over the hump in these tough playoff series. Have a great Friday.
Thanks, Jeff.
Enjoy your weekend, boys.
You too. I tell you, when they brought Schroeder in, I was like so excited because I knew that I liked him because I hated him when he played for everybody else.
I'm glad you said that.
I could not, when he was, especially when he was in Atlanta, I'm like, I can't stand this guy.
He's that guy, isn't he?
He is just so irritating, and he's going to come down and make another shot and make it look like it was effortless, and he's just going to kind of look and be like, yeah, this is what I do. And you're like, I can't stand this guy. And then all of a sudden you put him in a Cavs jersey, you're like, oh, I love this guy.
He's my favorite player.
Oh, man.
I got to get
intensity.
Get a Schroeder jersey.
I still think that's the greatest compliment you can give to anybody. I hate playing against you. Because that means you respect them.
Completely agree. He was a wonderful pickup in my mind for the Cavs. We'll see what Ellis. I'm not so sure. He. I
still like he's got some swag.
Don't get me wrong. You mean Ellis?
Yeah,
I like him as well.
Yeah.
Again, though, got a kind of a log jam there with a bunch of guys, right? Particularly some guys that Kenny has.
I don't know. I think they're gonna. I think he's gonna play. Like, I think. Yeah.
You think he's okay?
Yeah. I could be wrong, but
I think Dennis is. But Schroeder is a huge pickup. He's like. To be honest, based on his international career, Andy, and his longevity, he's almost like a borderline Hall of Fame player. Like, he's had a real decorated career. People don't really realize that. And you're right. He was that villain, like if Noah had ever played here, right after he had trashed Cleveland, he would have gone from
I still
from villain
liked
to
him. I still would not have liked him.
You're probably right. But another nice pickup. I'm looking at the schedule going forward, as we talked about. Been a little bit.
Don't you, just before you get into that, don't you wish they would have had just one more game against a team like Denver to this point?
Yes.
With Harden? Because this is what I think is also holding. I don't know that I don't think fans are holding back. I think they're all in now.
I do too.
But if you're looking from the outside, you're like, they beat Denver. Everybody else is like playing team, barely a playing team, or out of the playoffs.
Well, that's about to change, though, as we were talking about. So Charlotte tonight will be a good test, right? Then you got Oklahoma City, Knicks, Bucks. I mean, Giannis is out, what have you. And then you got a couple games with Detroit and Boston, all before March 8th. So it's going to get intense here. We're going to see really what this is all about. I'm really fascinated to see the way that this continues to develop. There's going to be some bumps in the road, so let's everybody, keep that in mind. You're going to have a couple game losing streak here and there. It's just the way basketball is.
Yeah, I don't want to fall into that trap that I fell into last season.
Which was?
It's looking at Detroit right now. Like, Detroit was us last year, right? You're looking at the standings, or what are they, 5.5 up on the Celtics right now? Cavs are still, hovering for that number 2 spot. The Celtics are sitting at 5.5 back. The Knicks and the Cavs now are tied at 7 back. Both teams 35 and 21. So Cavs continue to kind of move up the Eastern Conference standings. Again, I know when we look at it, we're like, if you can be the 4th seed, you've done your job.
Agreed. Have you penciled them into the finals? Have you gotten to that
Eastern
point?
Conference Finals. Yes.
Okay.
It's not a pencil in. It's a
It's a
goal
must.
that must be achieved.
I totally agree. And anything short of that is a failure.
Yeah,
especially given the moves that they've made.
It's really interesting to sit here and talk to you compared to talking to Jeff about this the last couple of days, because Jeff's like, well, we'll see what happens. And, they haven't really played anybody yet. And I'm like, but Jeff, man, how can you not think that this isn't a much better brand of basketball?
It is, but it's also, you got to look at the middle of the table right now, Andy, and the poker chips are stacked as high as they could be, right? I mean, you cannot get more.
It's very
all in.
cavalier, right?
It very much so is, and credit to Kobe Altman and credit to Dan Gilbert for understanding that this is where they were at this time, and this had to be the moves that they made. So kudos to them. I'll pump the brakes a little bit on, saying this is an NBA Finals team right now, only because I believe in the Pistons.
Because you spent too much time in Cleveland.
Not necessarily part of it. I think the Pistons are legit. The Knicks are definitely legit. I still think the Celtics are a very dangerous team, especially if you get Jason Tatum back, potentially coming off the bench for them. So you got to remember, think about how this went last year. Think about how this went the year before. I know you don't want to necessarily think about those things, but the lessons learned from those postseasons will help this team going forward for sure.
All right, let's talk to Scott, who's in Akron. Hi, Scott.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're doing good, man.
Hi, Scott.
So I was listening to the radio show this morning, and one of the people on there had mentioned that something along the lines of, honestly, I just had a blank. My main point here is, so I saw the box score last night. I didn't actually watch the game, and not a single player on either team, but specifically on the Cavs, scored over 17 points, I think it was.
Yeah, that's right. Donovan had 17.
We had 7 players in double digits.
Yeah.
And it's like one of you guys had mentioned, the vibe of this team is totally different. Like before the game, during the game, after the game, like just everything feels so different. It kind of looks like they're feeling and playing like they were during the beginning of the season last year when we were on that crazy winning streak.
Yep.
But real quick, the January 19th, I texted my buddy and I said, mark my words, the Cavs are going to go on some historic run, and we're going to win the NBA Finals.
Are you sure that wasn't the Guardians and that was during the middle of the summer? Because if you would have done, you would have been right there too.
Dude, so yeah, and
you see any lottery
it was
numbers?
At a terrible time. We were playing so bad, but I don't know. I know it's early. It's only been 3-4 games since Harden's been here, but this team looks different. These guys are playing different. We don't have to rely on Donovan Mitchell anymore. We have multiple players who, at any point in time, have showed that they can take over a game. And I don't know. James Harden, I think, was definitely the big centerpiece that we were missing, being able to distribute the ball the way that he is able to.
Awesome. Good stuff. Thank you, Scott. Scott in Akron. Appreciate that.
Scott makes a good point.
He's still my go-to guy.
Scott, I think Scott and like a lot of fans out there saw the potential in this team, right? But it clearly wasn't happening, Andy. I mean, it was not going the way that anybody thought it was supposed to, at least for the first, 30 games this year. And the moves had to be made, and they were made. You look at that box score last night again. I'll pump the brakes only because, the Brooklyn Nets are 15-39 and, playing like 6 rookies. So, but, you got to win who's in front of you, and they did a nice job last night.
All right, do you see the Cavs as the favorite in the East right now? The way we've seen this team just kind of spin into a different direction, in the right direction, since James Harden got here. How have things changed, and can you now see them as the favorite in the East, despite the fact they're, 7 games back on the Pistons? 216-474-0092. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Weather Seal Home Services. Does your house...
Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows. You can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Tom Withers is in on this Friday. Jeff's back with us next week. We're going to talk about the Olympics coming up. Jeff Thomas is going to join us. What's going on in curling this morning? The U.S. is trying to get in, aren't they? They're close. We've been listening to Jeff Thomas's updates. Jeff, we do pay attention to. Yes, we do. And we should have some...
We're coming down to a final rock here.
This is the second day in a row that we've been on the air because you can't do play-by-play, just so you know that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That is against the rules.
It is.
But we could have a general conversation
Am I going
about
to the penalty box here in a minute?
Well, I don't know what kind of rule violation that would be. I don't know. It's like double touching. I don't know what that is. I'm confused. Anyway, so we'll keep you updated on what's going on with the United States here.
Okay, Dan, blow the whistle in case I get
in case you get some
step
trouble.
out of bounds here.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Okay, thank you.
Are you into curling? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Have you always been into curling?
Not into it. It was funny. I tweeted yesterday that my Olympic curling acumen is skyrocketed here during these games because you start watching it and I tell you what people don't realize about it is how much strategy is involved. It's
my God.
It's all strategy.
It makes me want to go to like Four Cities Shuffleboard and do it when you're not on the ice.
Yeah, no, it's fun. Hey, before we get too far along here with the Cavs, I just want to give since I promised him, I want to shout out Scott Zeal, who I was partnered with the other night. We did 7th and 8th grade boys at Westlake versus Buckeye, and he was a great officiating partner and met his dad afterwards, and really good people. So I just wanted to give him a shout out. Thank you.
You got it.
Thank you.
Dan, I'm very worried at this moment right now.
It'll be fine.
I'm very worried Jeff Thomas is not going to be in a good mood when he comes in here.
We will we'll have the passion.
Okay.
We'll have the thunder. Bring the noise.
You okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little worried. We're now fearing Jeff Thomas. He'll do his Olympic update here pretty soon. So
he's bringing the hammer.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
It's all good.
He's not going to be able to sleep. I don't want to say bad news for the USA, but bad news for the USA. Going back to the Cavs, and I asked you this question.
Yeah.
Is it fair to call them the favorites?
The betting favorite. Yeah, I think you have to. I think this trade has, tilted the scales in their favor, if you will. Listen, I think they were amongst the teams, obviously, based on the roster, based on how they've played over the last couple of years, the trending in the right direction, if you will, to beat the Eastern Conference Final representative this year. They should be in that conversation, right?
Yeah, they should have been walking into the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
Somehow along the way, with injury and things not looking right in the beginning of the season, I think we all kind of lost our way, and we're like, well, let's just see what they look like at the end of the year.
Lost our way. People were calling for Kenny Atkinson's head.
That's losing your way.
In January. That's losing your mind. I was laughing about that, and I knew that was just ridiculous chatter. However,
does it pay to be the coach of the year in this town now?
But it just shows you the expectations and what they were, right? And rightfully so. In terms of them being the favorite right now, yeah, I would think they would have to be. I would still favor them in a series right now against the Pistons, who have the big lead in the East. I tell you what, and I mentioned to you guys in the break, the team that nobody's talking about that's put together a nice little run here are the Toronto Raptors, who are suddenly 10 games over 500 and playing pretty good ball with a young team with a couple of nice stars. Scotty Barnes is one of those young guys that's kind of ascending into, more of that all-star, perennial all-star type player. So, again, as we've talked about mostly this morning, great start with Harden. Probably better than any of us anticipated, just in terms of the smoothness of it all. A little bit of a bumpy schedule coming up, which is going to be.
Still, we're talking to somebody. We have the 5th easiest schedule in basketball.
We do,
down the stretch.
But there's some
tough games.
Little back-to-backs and what have you now.
If the season ended today, we'd open with the Raptors, right? Because they're
is
the
that
5
what it would
seed.
be?
Yeah,
that's interesting.
We're 4, they're 5.
I didn't realize that. Okay.
Yeah, that'd be a tough start to the playoffs.
It certainly would be. And the great thing too, Andy, is that they become must-watch now again too, haven't they?
I said that last week.
Yeah.
You watch one game with Harden, and then all of a sudden, and it wasn't like you didn't want to watch because of Mitchell. That was probably the other reason you were watching.
Right.
especially because all the other guys seemed to be hurt or something was going on. Yeah. And it wasn't, I was like, oh, is the game on? All right, let's go watch. Now it's like, what time is the game on?
Exactly. Well, I love, too, that it's now that we've transitioned from the fake spring of the last week. Last week.
Yes.
We're going to get another little dose of winter. This warms you up at night. So everybody will be watching them play Charlotte tonight, which I think also, by the way, that team has been really hot and played really well and has some good players. They're on a back-to-back, much like the Cavs are tonight, so that'll be an interesting game.
I found it interesting that, just when you're out and about and what people want to talk about.
Yeah.
And I still think 80% of the time someone's going to say, who's the quarterback? What are they doing at quarterback? Now it's phased into, who are they going to draft? That's the hot thing when I run into people. But I can't tell you how many people.
More so now
last
the
night.
Cavs.
It's a lot of Cavs
yeah,
stuff
no,
now.
it is.
In fact, yesterday, and it was somebody I know who didn't listen to the show yesterday. Like, what are they going to do with this rotation? Oh my God! I mean, now they've got players, and you're bringing Mobley back. He's not hurt. You got other guys coming back, and what are they going to do with the rotation? What are they going to do? And when you think about it, it's probably the coach's most important job. And when you've got a great team that's easy, you just throw the basketball out there and go play.
Yeah.
And say, okay, let's run this play if we need to do that. If you need to.
Yeah. One of the things that fascinates me most, since you just brought it up, Andy, is how this is going to change Mobley. How Harden is going to make Mobley a better player or a different player.
Sure.
I think we've all seen.
We've seen what he's done for Allen. Just watching Allen, it's just night and day. It's what I think we all wanted from Allen. It's what we all expected from Allen.
Agreed.
And now and I was like, is it Allen or is it the team? What is it? And now, to me, it felt like it was the team.
Well, and Mobley has shown that he can be a good offensive finisher, right? Around the basket, he's really tough, right? When he's got the ball, 20 feet away, nobody's really too worried about Evan Mobley. Now, you've got Evan Mobley on the baseline or in the paint, and James Harden or Donovan Mitchell with the ball on the wing. That defense is going to have to make some rotations that they're not comfortable with. It's an entirely different game plan defensively that you've got to think about with Harden out there, because Harden can drive, find those lobs, kick the ball to the wing. They've got shooters all over the place right now. That's the other thing too, Andy. Early on in the year, as you know, everybody was like scratching their head. Why is this team shooting 43 three-pointers a night? It was tough.
I could not watch it.
Hard to watch.
I was coming in there every day saying to Jeff, I'm like, Jeff, I can't sit here and watch these guys. I mean, even if we have a 6-point lead.
Yeah.
Oh, let's just start throwing up threes.
Yeah.
Who cares? Oh, you throw, you shoot.
Yeah.
How about I see big guys down low that are wide open? How about pass the ball? How about take a shot? Maybe you want to take a three-pointer? Okay. Can we get someone in the area code so they might be able to get a rebound if you miss?
Yeah.
That's what we were watching.
Right. And yeah, that's changed already, hasn't it? So, yeah, good stuff.
All right, so we feel good. Does it matter to you where they land when it's all said and done? I think at this point,
in terms of seed,
yeah, if you could get to the 2 seed, I think that'd be great.
Yeah,
I'm not expecting the top seed.
Listen, you're going to have to go through whoever's in your path is in your path, right? I don't really put too much in that. Now, listen, sometimes there are really bad matchups. Sometimes there's a team that you want to avoid in the first round or the second round, right? At all
Indiana?
costs.
Yeah.
But it's really hard to assess the top of the East this year, though, Andy, only because there's been such inconsistency, right? I mean, the Knicks one night look like world beaters, and then they'll have a 4 or 5 game losing streak. Don't know what to make of the – I still think Philadelphia is a very dangerous team, obviously, particularly if Joel Embiid is healthy. So it's really hard to assess them right now. And I think, as you brought up before, what we're all trying to figure out is, are the Pistons a legitimate NBA title contender? Because nobody thought that going into the season.
I think we look at that more from the Cleveland point of view.
Because JB is there.
And because of what happened to us last year.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
I think a lot. I was like, Pistons are up 5.5 games. Oh.
Except, though, last year the Cavs were supposed to be in that spot. The Pistons aren't supposed to be in this spot, right? This is a huge ascension for them. Right? Probably a little bit premature, if you will. I mean, they've jumped from, that 6, 7, 8 to suddenly the top team in the East. So, and by the way, as I said to you earlier, I believe in them. Cade Cunningham is a tremendous player.
And it just seems to be getting better every game.
And he does. And they've got some really good role players around him, and they've got a toughness about them. And JB's got them playing at a really high level right now.
And he had 42 last night.
Is that what he finished with?
He had 42 against the Knicks. I knew it. I couldn't remember what he ended up with. 38 minutes, 42 points, 7 of 34 from the field, 5 of 11 from three-point, 8 boards, 13 assists.
And oh, by the way, they've been a team that has roughed up the Knicks. And who roughs up the Knicks? Right?
The Pistons.
That's what I'm saying. So this is a team that you got to really take a hard, long look at. And I tell you what, how would that Eastern Conference final be? Detroit versus Cleveland?
Oh, man.
Would that be any fun?
School.
Would that be any fun?
Yeah, the only thing would be the other rumor that's flying around.
Oh, boy.
You bring LeBron back.
Yeah.
It's so weird for me when you start talking about James.
He'll be sitting in the second row, or the first row, by the way, for
with Harden,
game 5 in Cleveland.
Whenever someone says James, it's like, I don't know why, but
Your mind goes there
I
right
go
away?
right to LeBron
That's
right away,
funny.
like within 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's fine.
You think he's done at the end of the year? What do you think he's going to do? I don't think he's done. Jeff, Jeff and I, philosophically, I think are a little different on this.
Go ahead.
I totally think. I mean, we all sat back. You were in that final Kobe press conference here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I was sitting in that room too. And every time I think about LeBron's last year, I think about
retirement tour.
Yeah, I think about. I that was probably one of my favorite press conferences of all time.
It was great.
I mean, they handed him a microphone. It was like being on a talk show.
Yeah, it was like
it wasn't even
the
a
Phil
press
Donahue show.
Yeah,
it was,
right.
Yeah, it was great.
And I think back to LeBron's early days in the league where it was kind of the same, except it was this really young man who would just be inundated in every city we would go to. Because I was traveling that year with the team, and I'll never forget going to Toronto as long as I live. And we were at the Air Canada Center at that point, and there must have been 25 to 40 cameras. I don't even know. They were all surrounding him. And it wasn't like a press conference. It was people standing up front holding microphones.
Right.
And and this was his first trip into Toronto. And they were just firing questions at him. And then all of a sudden he goes, this building is just legendary. And he was talking about, the Raptors of the past. He goes, but not only that, it's from, the Maple Leafs and what hockey means to this community. I was like, how old is he that he knows not only about the history of Toronto, but he knows how to play to the fans as a rookie going into other cities? I've never seen that
He did that
before.
in every city, as you know.
Every city, the same thing, yeah.
So when we talk about a retirement tour, though, I mean, listen, LeBron's ego is his ego, right? So I know he would savor that. I know that would be important to him, but I don't know.
I can't see him sitting and laughing on a rocking chair.
Yeah, I don't know if he needs that, to be honest. I'll be honest with you. I think these playoffs coming up will determine where LeBron is going to go next year.
Does he come back here next year?
I think there's a possibility of it. If he's willing to play for the player minimum, the mid-level exception.
Everyone talks about LeBron.
Whatever label you want to put on it.
I think it's interesting. Everyone talks about LeBron, whether he wants to come back to Cleveland, Nobody turns around and says, and because you would think from a business standpoint, you'd be a fool not to want it, but nobody's talking about what Dan Gilbert wants. Does Dan Gilbert want LeBron to come back?
I think he'd take him in a second.
You do?
Oh, my God, yeah. 100%.
The only reason I agree with you is because they were able to patch it up when things were their
I was going to say,
ugliest.
he won him a championship. Of course he would bring him back. There's no doubt in my mind.
I almost think if they won a championship this year, it'd be easier for him to come back next year.
Let's see how this postseason goes, because I think should the Cavs not win it all this year, I think the possibility, I think the chances increase that LeBron comes back here.
Huh.
I also think, to me, the two places to also keep in mind are, I'll give you three.
All right.
New York.
Sure.
Chance to end that drought there if he ever joined that Knicks team. I mean, how about another feather in his cap for the legacy, right?
Right.
I think Dallas is another long shot possibility. I know
everyone wants to say Golden State, too.
I know he likes Cooper Flag a lot. I don't see Golden State only because that kind of
odds makers like that.
Yeah, I know they do, but that kind of tarnishes the LeBron legacy, right? Only because of what his history is with the Warriors. And the other long shot I'll throw at you is China. I could see LeBron going for one season in China and playing for $200 million or whatever it is that they would be willing to pay him. Because you know what that does? That sells sneakers on a global market and increases that brand.
And that's also, I play 1 year there, you've got your seed money to go take over a franchise in Vegas.
You do whatever you want.
Yeah.
And ultimately, that's his goal, right?
Yeah.
Is to be part of an ownership group wherever it is. So
it'll be interesting.
Yeah.
All right, let's come back. We're going to get
Always
it.
is.
All right. When we first said hi this morning, we were all over the Olympics. That might have been the best show we've ever done together, and none of it was on the air. You'll get that on the air next. We're going to talk about the Olympics. Chris Easterling coming up at high noon. Aaron Schatz from ESPN and TFN Fantasy. That is at 1 o'clock. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Of course, Tom Withers is in the house.
This Harmon Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, yeah. From your neck of the woods, Tom Withers, giving away a pair of tickets. He's your neck of the woods, isn't he?
Who's that? Boss?
Yeah, the boss.
Yeah, kind of. Joyzy.
How far?
Oh, I don't know. It depends on if you're driving or taking the train or flying.
I live in Cleveland. Let's drive.
Oh,
right?
from here?
No. I'm saying back home from your hometown.
Oh, from hour and a half.
Hour and a half. Okay.
2 hours.
92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code, and the code today is TOUR, TOUR, TOUR. Enter the code TOUR at 923thefan.com before noon for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the boss. Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band, Land of Hope and Dreams American Tour. That is Friday, May 22nd at Rocket Arena. Tickets on sale tomorrow. That is Saturday, February 21st at noon at rocketarena.com. Brought to you by Live Nation. Again, the word is tour, TOUR, and you want to go to 923thefan.com before noon. The concert is February 21st. It's all from our friends at Live Nation. Love Live Nation. And, of course, 92.3 The Fan. Good folks over there.
I need a show. I'm itching for a show.
I kind of am, too.
I've been on a little bit of a drought here in the well, as you know, nobody really tours in the wintertime, so
I'm trying to think.
Makes it tough. I usually try to catch a show or two at the Grog Shop just to kind of fill in the void before some of the bigger ones. And
Shout out to Kathy at the Grog Shop.
Love the Grog Shop.
Went to high school with her.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Speaking of Cleveland Heights, where that's located, and also where she went to high school, we graduated together.
We've got some nice little venues here.
We do.
That's another one of them. I'll also shout out the Agora, which I don't have to shout out too loud because everybody knows the legendary Agora.
Yeah.
I'll also shout out Globe Iron if people haven't been down there, down in the flats. Really nice venue. Saw a band called...
Did you miss your calling? Should you have been a music critic?
Yes, very much so.
Really?
Yeah, and I did a little bit of music reviews when I was with both UPI and AP. And since you brought that up, I'm currently reading Cameron Crowe's book, The Uncool.
Really?
His memoir, the Rolling Stone writer.
Yeah.
Who also wrote, Fast Times at Ridgemont High, Jerry Maguire, on and on. Really good book, by the way. Any music fans out there? Is
it all music or what's it about?
So it's his life, his family. He delves into some stuff about his sister who had some mental challenges and died at a very young age. Anyway, he became a writer for Rolling Stone at 15 years old. So
at 15?
15, yeah. Great stories from the 70s.
Almost Famous is kind of
Almost Famous is his autobiography in many ways. So so anyway, it's really well done. So I'm itching for a show, man. Can't wait. Live music, nothing better, Andy. You and I were talking some Springsteen stories off air here. So anybody that gets to go to that show, that is a show.
Why am I forgetting? Shame on me.
Go ahead.
The longtime rock critic here in Northeast. I'm so embarrassed that I can't say her name. I can't remember.
Jane
Scott.
There you go.
Oh my God! I can't believe I
gave you a little.
Thank you. I appreciate that. No, I remember.
Legendary.
Yeah. So I don't know if you know this or not. My first paid job was here.
Okay.
When we were 92Q. Long time ago.
Rock station?
Yeah. Well, the station was in Cleveland Heights.
Oh, okay.
The station was right across the street from Heights High School. And so I was installing lawn sprinklers that summer. I think I was working at the movie theater, and I remember walking in, and I walked in with my resume that had all that, and I was going to Kent at the time, and I was like, I'll do anything. I want to work here. I really wasn't even when I first started this, I was loved sports, and because that was my life, but I always loved radio. I loved radio. I still love radio a million times more than I love television.
There you go.
And I've done television my whole life too, and I think probably the only reason I went down that road was because I knew you could make more money at the time. At the time, I thought that was the way to do it. And then now I look at it and now I just see how lucky I am right now to be able to sit here and talk for 4 hours a day. But I just remember, so my first job that I got paid for was assistant promotions director there, and it was only for the summer because they were going through a transition. They had one, that person got let go, and then they were bringing in another one. So. Shannon Lang, bless you, for hiring me for half a year, and I ended up working there. And I just remember meeting her and thinking, she was like this legend.
What were your duties? What would they have you doing there?
I had to send out a lot of letters to get. I can't remember what the word was. It was like product. So, but we used to give away free CDs all the time. That was like the big thing. We're giving away CDs. We're giving away CDs. We're giving away cassettes. We're giving away all this stuff. Movies. You would go out to events, set up the events. I remember, what's the little square over here where Channel 19 is? It's a little square over there. We used to do a party in the park down there, and then we'd have a live band every Friday.
Oh, nice.
That would play down there, and then there were these giant poles, and I would have to climb the pole to hang this banner up, this giant 92 banner. Tom Kent, bless his soul, was just this guy that gave me an opportunity to be on the air for the first time, and like never forget that. I'll never forget his family along the way, as for gratitude of being able to get to where you are. But like I remember sitting next to her, and I can't remember what the concert was. It may have been, and I think I was sitting next to her at LL Cool J, Public Enemy, Big Daddy Kane.
Oh, there's a good show.
Who else? I don't know if Beastie Boys were in that show or not. And now I look back at that show, there was hardly anybody there. It was at the Coliseum.
Wow.
And it was basically first floor. It was floor seats and a little bit of lower bowl. Could you imagine now?
So this is like,
if you put all those groups together, what a great show that was. And there was like hardly anybody there.
Early 90s, late 80s?
Yeah, no, it was.
Early 90s?
No, it was late 80s.
Late 80s, yeah.
Late 80s. And I got to come in through the back because I was with the concert winners, and we had front row seats.
Wow.
And like I'll never forget LL Cool J coming out, and he was on this Corvette. It was like a Corvette that was like a kid's bed, and I can't talk about what happened during the show,
Gotcha.
but it was just like fascinating. But sitting next, it was like I was with this Hall of Famer. I was sitting next to her at a concert. I was like,
nice.
This is amazing. All right, let's
go.
Let's get into the Olympics here. All right, you watched the hockey game yesterday, right?
I sure did.
All right, what'd you think?
Oh, it was awesome.
So you cover how many Olympic games did you cover?
10.
All winter or summer?
5 and 5. 5 summer, 5
and
winter.
So is that like a random draw, or how did you volunteer?
No, you're chosen.
Okay, wow.
Yeah, you're chosen by the AP.
You were the LeBron James of.
Oh my God, I was very fortunate and really blessed to get some great assignments, and fortunately did well enough on those assignments that it kind of carried me through. So, yeah, great run. Nothing like covering the Olympics. I know people here. Maybe I don't know. U.S. sports fans, just because we have so much going on, right? We're in the heart of the NBA season. We've just spent an hour talking about the Cavs. There's so much going on here. The rest of the world, I think, takes the Olympics a little more seriously maybe than we do. Maybe that's the wrong word
NBC's
to use,
running the one commercial with the two guys on the treadmill that is it like Lakers and Celtics?
Now we're all.
And to me, that is what the Olympics are. You sit around here. I prime example. Like if like I grew up. We hated Shaker. Like Heights hated Shaker. Heights hate Shaker. Heights hate Shaker. But then all of a sudden, maybe you're on vacation and you're standing in, you're at
Sarasota, Florida.
Well, yeah, it doesn't matter.
Run into a guy with
you see somebody with a Shaker T-shirt on. You're like, hey, what's up?
Yeah.
How are you?
No, absolutely. I felt that way being at the Olympic Games when I would run into somebody from Cleveland. Like you'd have that connection, right? So, watch that.
Yeah, like could you imagine being at one of the hockey games and seeing somebody show up with an Ohio State sweatshirt on? Because there were a bunch of Buckeye athletes there, too.
Yeah.
And then, like...
By the way, 7 Buckeyes, former or current, in yesterday's game. So, it was an unbelievable game. I don't know if fans are familiar with the long rivalry between the U.S. and Canada. I was lucky enough to be at the gold medal game in 2014 in Sochi when the U.S. blew a third-period lead and lost the gold medal. So, great game yesterday. It was great to see our Cleveland girl play as well as she did and have a huge assist on the game-tying goal with 2 minutes to go, and then they win it in overtime and in a 3-on-3 format that we can talk about as well.
I'll tell you what was really crazy was, so Layla played. She started out at Cleveland Heights in their youth system, and obviously she's worked her way all. She played. I think she played junior Pens and.
Playing on the boys' teams.
Yeah, I mean, she played. And so, what you normally say to any, just the way the game goes, you want to, for the girls and then women, you want them to play with the men as long as they possibly can. Right. So, and then when it's time to play women's full time, you're ready to be able to play there, and you'll be at a different level when you go in there. So it was just crazy. I'm just reading stuff about Layla the other day, and there's this New York Times article. And all of a sudden, I'm like reading in this the Pat Bauman, who's one of my teammates in Cleveland Heights, he's like quoted in there talking about how, the first time she ever came out on the ice, all the little kids were hanging onto the boards, but not Layla. She was out in the middle of the ice, and she was able to do it. It was really cool to see the video yesterday of everybody who was gathered in Cleveland Heights to go watch her yesterday, and then to see her take get the assist on that game-tying goal yesterday, because I was talking with some other folks we were all watching. At first, it looked like her wrist shot went in, like it was her, and you didn't see the tip, and then you come back and you see the tip.
She had a similar situation. I think it was against Italy in the round or in the preliminary round, right, where she threw one in front from the point on a shot that got redirected. And great play by Hillary Knight there yesterday as well.
There's a great lesson to be learned there. I know nobody wants to hear this.
Go ahead.
There's a great lesson to be learned by that shot, because I when you coach, you constantly tell kids 6 inches off the ice, 6 inches off the ice. That's where you want to be so you can get the perfect tip. And it's also hard for a goalie to make that play, especially if they can't see in their screen. And the shot, and I just think it goes to show that, when you watch the men's game, everybody, I want to see the slap shot. I want to see this, this super speed, like coming out of a gun slap shot. It was a wrist shot yesterday, and it was in the perfect spot, and everything worked out perfect.
Yeah.
But we were talking before the game, they were playing tight.
Oh, my gosh. You could see it. They were on their heels almost from the get-go. And, the problem for the U.S. in a game like that is that, first of all, they came in super confident, right? They had outscored their opponents, I think, 31-1.
And they crushed Canada the first time they played.
Yeah, the problem was, though, there was only one team in that tournament that was not afraid of the U.S., and that was the Canadians. And they've had huge success, especially in gold medal games against them. So I kept waiting for there to be the moment when it was going to turn, and it wasn't going to turn. And the deeper we got in that third period, Andy, you could see the panic setting in. And I got to give the U.S. coach a ton of credit. Is it John Robleski? I'm not one to mispronounce it, what have you. The fact that he pulls a goalie out with 2+ minutes to go was dangerous.
Let's talk about this when we come back, because I think there were a lot of people watching that trying to figure out what exactly he was doing.
Yeah.
And I might be the only person unfazed. I was not fazed by the fact that he had pulled the goalie that early. We'll talk about that in a minute. We'll get back up to that. Jeff Thomas is going to join us. And then I want to talk to you a little bit more about covering the Olympics. Chris Easterling is going to talk to us about the Browns coming up at noon, plus Aaron Schatz from ESPN and TFN Fantasy. He's also going to join us. Hey, everybody. So
I got a little bit of a different perspective, but only because I was privileged enough to be at so many of them, and it's so unique. And I'm still enough of an idealist and naive enough to think that it's one of the few moments where the world kind of gets together and we all, figure things out, and it's good, wholesome fun.
Yeah,
not to say that there aren't some problems there. Don't get me wrong.
I believe it.
There's plenty going on that, more than meets the eye. But just from a competitive standpoint, I've also really grown to, and especially because I've seen it in person, grown to appreciate some of these, these real niche sports. Like when you see the aerials in person, it is absolutely mind-blowing. When you see ski jumping in person, these people basically throwing themselves off of a mountain. When you see skeleton and luge in person, TV does a lot of these sports, unfortunately, Andy, no justice at all, which is why, to me, the drones have been some of the biggest stars at these Olympics. Because
especially in the bobsled, the skeleton.
It really gives you a sense of the speed. Yeah.
You're like, what? Oh, my God, that is 70 miles an hour.
Yeah. It was funny. I was laughing the other day.
Think about that, being in the freeway and putting yourself, I don't know, on one of those little carts that someone fixes your car.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. I was laughing the other day. They had Colin Jost rode in the back of a bobsled. I was lucky enough up at Lake Placid. They put you in a capsule. It's called a rocket ride.
Okay.
And you do it was like 6 or 7 turns. It's like kind of from like the halfway point of the track to the bottom. Andy, I couldn't wait for it to end.
Really?
I have never experienced anything like it in my life. And I'm kind of a speed junkie. I usually like that kind of stuff.
Right.
But you're just getting thrown around. You can't believe the G-forces. Got a massive headache. It was really hard. And it was funny to see Colin kind of have the same thing. Like, you don't know what you're in for until you're in there.
Imagine. I was going to say, do you have to bring your own bucket, or do they provide you one?
Yeah, it was
good golly.
It was rough.
I always wonder, too, on luge and skeleton and bobsled, how do they clean the ice? Like, I was watching somebody the other day. Like, when you're watching figure skating, you're watching a hockey game, they can clean the ice every 20. By the way, this is a great historical thing. I'll tell you in a second.
Go ahead.
That, you can clean the ice every 20 minutes, right? Or after every 20-minute period.
Yep.
And, so then you come back out on fresh ice, it changes. But, I'm thinking, what's it like to be on the last run of the day? Because, once you can put the skates or the edge into the thing, it's bumpier. The next guy's got the next bumpy ride.
Totally.
Like,
So
who wants to be the last guy to go?
So, like on the track, though, they have groomers stationed at the pivotal spots. They know where there's going to be more divots and what have you, and they'll go out there in between sleds and clean up. So, in fact, God, it was in Russia. So, between each, there's an announcement made, which is sled on the track, which is, and then they usually have like either a siren or some flashing lights to let people know to get off the track. One poor guy in Russia didn't get off the track in time and got hit by a sled coming down.
I remember you saying this, yeah.
Oh my God, it was awful. Ended up having his leg amputated. So, and things like that happen. But, again, like I just love the Olympics. I think, like you said before, Andy, it's a good time to kind of, especially during this winter we've had, and good Lord, we've had in a Winter Olympics here, haven't we? I mean, this has been the rougher Cleveland winter than we can remember. Just a nice chance to pause and watch something else. And I know sometimes the time delay makes it tough because you got to avoid, the news. If you didn't want to know that Alyssa Liu won a gold medal last night, you had to kind of, tune out for the day. And that's really hard to do as well, because you check your phone for something and you're going to get an alert and it's going to be spoiled. So.
I was around some folks last night that didn't want to know the score of the hockey game.
Oh, that's tough to do.
And I saw there was a TV behind me, and the person who didn't want to know those, I was like, turn around, quick, in case you don't want to know.
Some of it you got to watch live. There's just no way around it. But, it's been really good. Mrs. Withers and I have tuned into a bunch of it. It's been really cool.
You know why they play 3 periods? Do you know why?
Go ahead.
When hockey first started, and I'm going to be honest with you, I didn't realize this until maybe like 2 or 3 years ago when I finally was like, I'm going to look this up. So when hockey first started, they used to play halves, just like basketball. Like, why wouldn't you, right? Everybody play 2 halves, play 4 quarters, whatever. Like, but why 3 periods? Like, 3 periods didn't make any sense. Well, they would come out after a half hour, and then they would clean the ice, and then they would come off, and then they would play for another half hour, but then you had melting issues. The ice was always bad. So someone of great genius decided, hey, let's stop after 20 minutes because we're selling so much beer after 30 minutes that we could do this twice. and we could sell beer after the first period, and now we can sell beer after the second period. And that's really
it's a marketing
I
thing.
mean, yeah, there's reasons why you play 3 periods. You can talk about fatigue. You can talk about, ice surface itself. I mean, bottom line, they sell more beer because there's 2 intermissions instead of 1.
Well, I needed a beer when they pulled the goalie yesterday, so let's go back to that decision.
So there's
right?
a little bit more than 2 minutes to go in the women's game.
You got a 1-0 game, right? U.S. trailing, not playing well. Canada outskating them, right? Beating them to the puck.
And the game had flipped because early in the game, the United States was killing them. I thought they played really, really well early on, just forechecking and trying to make sure they kept the puck in the zone.
I could just sense, though, Andy, that Canada was skating with so much confidence. And when they got that first one, shorthanded, right?
Yes, yeah.
At the beginning of the second period. So here we are, 1-0 Canada, 2 minutes to go. You're the U.S. coach, and you decide to pull the goalie. Why would you do it then and not wait another 30 seconds or a minute? I know you had a timeout.
Because everybody kind of thinks that 2-minute mark is a magic mark.
Right.
Even 1:30. I've seen coaches that will wait till a minute before they want to do it. We were in a game 2 weeks ago, and I looked at I was an assistant coach in that game, and I looked, and he was real hesitant on pulling the goalie at that point. And I'm like, no, we got to do this. We got to give it a shot.
Yeah.
I just think 6-on-5, man, if you can keep the puck in the zone for the first 10 seconds and cycle through and try to just get closer, people go into panic mode. I also think that when you're on defense, teams go into a panic mode when they know it's 6-on-5.
Right.
And especially younger kids, they get giddy at the thought of, all I got to do is put the puck down the net. And I can't tell you how many times you see an ice.
Plus,
it happens all the time.
It was perfect circumstances for him as well, too, because he had the timeout, right? And you had the face-off in the Canadian end. So that was the time to win it. Now, you better win that face-off. God forbid, somebody from Canada gets that puck and sends it down to an open net.
Yeah, especially when you get the higher levels, those guys are more accurate. Guess who's here? It's Jeff Thomas. Hi, Jeff.
What's going on, boys?
Let's give the Olympics a miracle.
But this time on ice.
The USA has won gold.
USA!
Take that, Sweden.
Yeah!
Oh.
All right, well, that's the enthusiasm I can muster here because it's not good news.
I'm sorry, man.
Well, don't spoil the segment.
Well, I said you were going to be in a bad mood. That's all I said.
I'm not in a bad. Just
I'm worried about you. I'm
disappointed. I'm not angry. They still have a chance at a medal. I don't want to be greedy, but it's not gold. So why the hell are they even trying?
I mean, I don't remember anybody going, we're number 3.
Nobody says that. You're second worst. So the United States, the women's team,
first losers.
They lost to Switzerland this morning, 7-4. The Swiss scored a pair in the 10th, screwed it all up. So now the U.S. has to sell for triumph for the bronze. And tomorrow they take on the cheaters, Team Canada.
Oh,
yes,
boy.
The queens of the double touch. That leads to a lot of other jokes, doesn't it? Anyway, so that's going to be the bronze game tomorrow. The gold medal game will be Switzerland against Sweden. I think the Swedes will be trying for their second straight gold.
Not even going to watch.
Well, some of us will watch because it's going to be 4 years before we see curling
I'll
again.
watch.
So.
You need to get CBC or TSN online. Figure out a way to figure that out. You can watch curling almost every weekend.
Oh, little thing called a VPN. Don't worry.
Okay, I was
We're
just
hooked
worried
up.
about you. Okay, good.
Do we have any curling halls here in Cleveland?
Yeah, there's one.
The Mayfield Curling Club,
Miles Road.
No kidding.
Yes.
There is a guy who lives in Highland Heights who has one in his backyard.
Okay.
Shaker used to Cleveland Skating Club. I can't remember if they still have it or not. Cleveland Skating Club had it for a while.
There are places to go. Tom, there are places you can go to fulfill your curling needs.
Did we know that all those stones come from the same quarry in Scotland?
That's right.
Were you aware of that?
That I did not know.
There you go.
I did not know that.
Nice try, Tom. I did.
I know you did.
That's why you're so special.
Okay, Tom, you dazzled me with that one. Yeah, okay. Oh, look at me. I wrote for the AP for a million years. I'm special. Okay, fine. Great. Bully for you. So it's kind of it's kind of a bummer. So the ladies still have a chance.
After tomorrow, is that it?
So, yeah, this last week in the Olympics.
Yeah, I know.
So the ladies have never won a medal. So the fact if they do get a bronze, it would be special.
All right.
The mixed double, which was earlier in the Olympics, we won a silver, which had never happened before. So Corey Thiessen, who was part of the women's team, first woman ever in American history to win a medal in curling.
Yep.
So we got to shout out the bronze. We know the Canadians will cheat, so they got to be watching. Tell the officials to keep a lookout for the double touches.
Did they face the cheaters earlier?
They did. Actually, they beat them in the round robin.
All right,
so
there you go.
This is not Canada's one of those teams where they didn't play well early, and the women kind of got together at crunch time.
Got it.
What happens if you double touch? Do you have to chug a beer faster, or what? Like, what's the deal?
In non-Olympic play,
Yeah.
probably.
Okay.
In the Olympics, you have to remove the stone; it's out of play.
Oh, okay.
So, which is kind of bad.
Yeah, that's not good.
So we'll see. We'll see how it shakes out tomorrow. I mean,
You'll be okay. I'm worried. I was worried about you.
I was hoping they'd do something they had never done before. The women had never won gold, and now we try for the bronze. Does anybody say, "Hey, look at me, I won the bronze"?
Do you find that because I would have thought I
That
don't
was
know.
a Swiss miss today, by the way, right? I had to throw that out there.
Yes.
Man,
I'll be here all night.
you should be. Why weren't you doing headlines?
I don't know.
You're too worried about covering the games. Let me read. Hey, we got Withers' copy over here. Oh,
Tom, another witty headline. Well done. Good job.
What happened? The Americans, Swiss miss. Okay, looks good.
Give me a rewrite.
What a great
We
job.
don't need an editor. No.
Just write headlines. What a good gig that would be, right? All you gotta do is read and one line. How many words you put out today? 4. Oh, big day. 1. It's a nice day. Am I making you mad?
No. I'm just trying to come up with another headline
I
here.
didn't think someone could look like Jeff Phelps during this segment, but Tom's pulling it off
There you
right
go.
now. He looks thoroughly disgusted with what we're talking about.
Give me a hat.
Will you join us Monday to give us a full recap? Because I think you have brought curling.
It'll be
to
last
a new,
time in 4 years, so for the next 4 years, so sure. May as well.
I think you have brought curling to a new level here in Northeast Ohio. I truly believe no one cared about curling until you.
And then I became the lone person who cared about curling. So, yeah.
You put the curl in
The
curling.
curling.
What is the curling capital? Is there like a curling capital of the U.S.? Wisconsin?
U.S. It's like Minnesota.
Minnesota.
So a lot of folks who play for the Team USA, they train in Duluth. There are a lot of folks kind of from the Wisconsin. So it's basically that part of the country because you can do it almost year round.
Exactly.
I mean, Minnesota stands of land of 1,000 lakes, and half of them are frozen year round. So that's where you kind of do your curling thing. So it's kind of tough to be a curler if you're not from that area. So it's kind of where most of the American curlers come from. Or if they don't come from there, that's where they migrate to. The one guy played for the men's team was actually a student at the Cleveland Institute for Music.
Oh, I did see that.
He's like an accomplished cellist. And his dad, who I think teaches in North Royalton, still wasn't actually thrilled at first to hear that his son wanted to not be a cellist and wanted to go curl after spending $60,000 a year at school. Thanks, son. Well done. And he didn't want to. Hey, don't be a cellist and don't win a freaking medal. And don't come home for Christmas. That's what you tell the kid now.
Don't you have a wedding to go play or something?
Really?
Can we get some of that money
There's a
back?
bar mitzvah next weekend. Go to that, kid. Come on.
You know what, though? In all seriousness, despite them not getting to the gold medal round, okay, I'm sure there's some, 10 and 12-year-old girls in Wisconsin that have been inspired by what they've seen, and I'm sure they're going to get a bump and,
all these
participation, et cetera.
The thing about all these curlers, not just American, pretty much all of them, they start curling like the age of 3 or 4. I mean, they get them going early. The joke in Canada
12
is,
ounces. That's right. They do the 12-ounce one.
So it's like in Canada, you're either born with a hockey stick or a curling broom. Andy, we're not laughing because the jokes aren't funny. Okay, that's the whole I'll explain it to you right now. Don't give me a dirty look. If the jokes are any good, I'd laugh. They suck, so I don't. I was already in the mood walking in here. You're just making it worse.
What? Because I'm associated.
Tom's asking some good questions,
He is.
and you just start talking for no freaking reason.
I mean,
good God.
What'd you guys win? Gold medal. Oh, we got a case of Labatt. Oh, yeah.
The boondoggle, baby. Boondoggle. Woo! So I'm going to miss. Look, it's going to be 4 years before we do this again.
Look, everybody,
Hopefully
it's
we're
Shoresy.
here in 4 years. I'm just going to look at Tom because Andy's not.
Yes.
Yeah, the heck
Just
with
look at
you.
the hell.
I'm excited you're here.
Dan, turn his camera off. There's no point even see him on the internet no more.
Oh, it's okay. Thank God people are happy about that. I'm happy about that.
So there you go.
That means I can eat while I'm doing the show.
That's
Do
never
you know how many
stopped you
pounds I've
before.
lost since they put these cameras in here? We can't eat during the
2?
show anymore. You suck. Absolutely. Unequivocally. Without a doubt. Suck. But thank you for getting us all excited about
I do what I
curling.
can. Still got a shot at the bronze.
All right.
There you go.
Why don't you do an update?
Yeah, do I have to?
Yeah, I think
Sure,
you do.
okay.
That's why you're really here.
Well, I'm doing it now.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Tom Withers is in today. Jeff will be back with us next week. Meredith Kane's hanging out somewhere back there. Jeff Thomas was nice enough to stop by for a couple minutes. And, of course, Dan Manigan is here. All right, we're just kind of got to put a bow on all of our
Curling?
Olympic thoughts here.
Put a bow on curling?
Put a bow on curling.
No.
More like a clip. All right, so you said 10 Olympics for you.
Yeah.
What's better, summer or winter? Or are they just different?
Just very different. They're a grind. I mean, you're so. First of all, you're honored to be chosen, right? To go.
I've covered one.
Did you?
Atlanta '96.
Oh, did you? Nice.
Guess when I left, when my flight left.
Right before the bomb.
Like 20 minutes.
Honestly,
before the bomb went off,
wow.
I landed. I remember finding out. I don't know, or I remember landing and then hearing about it, and it was crazy because I was down there for like the first 6 days, and then Dom Tiberi, legendary sports guy in Columbus, was going down there afterwards. So we were switching places, and Dom got down there, and that's all. Dom, I don't think Dom covered any sports at that point.
Did you?
And it was a really big year because there were a bunch of Ohio State folks in the. And
Butch Reynolds still there?
No, it was Peter Corman was the gymnastics coach.
Okay.
We had two Buckeyes on the. I mean, the men's Olympic gymnastics team was dominated by Ohio State, and so that was a lot of fun. And so, but I left right before the bombing, and you're like, ugh.
Yeah,
you're like I was standing on that in that spot over by where the baseball field was now, or where the baseball field they moved since then. So over by the stadium, it was across from CNN, and it was just it was nuts.
So you've had a little taste of it. I think the thing that really used to inspire me more than anything else was that there's really a sense of an Olympic spirit, if you will, when you're at the games, right? I mean, sure. Everybody, the whole world is there. The competition is at the highest level possible. If you have an attachment with either an athlete or somebody from your hometown or whatever, I mean, I connected really well with LeBron when we were over in London because I was one of the few American writers who was allowed into the basketball practices.
Oh, cool.
And because I had already had
a relationship
with LeBron, I would walk into the practice facility. He'd kind of wave me over. I'd go over and, BS with him for a little bit.
That's cool.
It was so much fun. Yeah, and that was the first time I met Kevin Love because he was on that team as well.
That's right.
And so those connections, Chris Paul, who just retired
was that
week.
a different side of LeBron, though?
Yeah, yes and no.
Okay.
I mean, he's still, he's LeBron, right?
Right.
And I was just privy to, some conversations that I wouldn't have been able to have with him necessarily in Cleveland.
Right.
And it was just, I think he felt a comfort in seeing me and vice versa. And so it was just.
Did you get the feeling the Miami thing was happening, though, while you were there, or no?
No, this was after Miami. This was when he was with Miami. What I did get the feeling was that there was going to be a Cleveland return. And I wrote about that when I was over there because I asked him that specifically. And he had talked about, excuse me, it was like one of the first times that he had publicly talked about how much he had missed the chance of having that parade down Euclid Avenue, which ended up coming true then,
right?
4 years later. So, but again, really, really lucky to be at the Olympics. As I mentioned to you off the air, because it'd be 2 weeks of 12 to 14 hour work days. So you run yourself into the ground. I think I got a sinus infection. That was my gold medal at every single. Really had some really great moments. If people see my my Twitter page, I got my picture taken with Michael Jordan mistakenly at a basketball practice. The U.S.
How's that mistaken?
The Dream Team had one practice, right?
Okay.
And so we were at the practice. I was with a handful of U.S. writers, and I decided to sit on a bench to watch the practice. Michael comes over as the practice is wrapping up and sits down next to me on the bench, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm not sure if I should be in this spot or whatever.
Right.
Cameras flood in. The picture is taken. I have no idea that who's taking the picture, whatever. The next morning, it's the front page of the Barcelona newspaper.
Oh my God!
So I go down
buy 5,000 copies. No, just kidding.
I bought about probably 50.
Right?
Yeah, at the kiosk.
How could you not?
At the kiosk in the arena. So the funny story though is, it was halftime of a game that day. Spain was playing Angola or whatever. I go down to the concession stand at halftime with Bob Ryan from the Boston Globe.
Oh yeah.
So I'm standing next to Bob Ryan. We're both ordering like a hot dog and Coke or whatever. And the kid behind the counter looks and points at me and says, Michael Jordan. And Bob and I start laughing. He's like, why is this guy calling Tom Michael Jordan? The kid then goes behind the counter and shows me the paper. I had no.
Oh, you didn't know?
Andy, I had no idea.
Oh my God, that's so cool.
Yeah.
Though.
So talk about a souvenir, right?
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was. It was incredible. So.
But the problem is you can't have Michael sign it.
Nothing will ever.
Never ask for an autograph.
I did. No, I know. I did frame it. I've got it at home.
How do you not?
It was really something else. So and actually, how about this? The Dream Team was my first Olympic assignment.
My God,
doesn't
really?
get any better, right? It's all been downhill since there.
What else? Give me. I got about a minute or two.
Probably my favorite. When Dan Jansen. Do you remember that story?
Yeah. The
speed skater.
Yeah.
Who had been the overwhelming favorite in 1988. Got a phone call before he went on the ice that his sister had died, Jane. Do you remember this? Then he crashed.
Yeah.
He goes back 6 years later, crashes again in the 500, which he was the favorite again. His very last Olympic race, he wins the gold medal, sets the Olympic and world record. Okay? I'm getting choked up thinking about it. He wins the race. He takes his young daughter, who's named after his dead sister.
Oh, man, you're going to make me cry.
And skates the Olympic ice with like a bouquet of flowers. So I can hardly hold it back. I turn to my left in the media center where everybody's, we're right by the ice, watching him skate by, and I look over and every American journalist has tears streaming down their faces. It was just incredible.
Wow.
And I told you off the air, I told you as well, there's been very few. I mean, I'm a patriotic person by nature. I think we all are to some degree.
Sure.
There is nothing like being in a building, whether you're in Barcelona or London or Athens, Greece,
Lake Placid,
and you see that American flag rise over an arena with the Star Spangled Banner playing. Doesn't get any better.
That's dream. It's the dream, isn't it?
Dream team, you got it.
Yeah, and it's just so much different than anything else that we cover.
It really is. Yeah. Which is why I think it's a nice diversion. It's a nice way to fill up your winter or your summer.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking forward to. We've got the summers are here, right? Next summers.
28.
Yeah. I know. Are you going to work? Or are you going to?
I'm not going to work. I actually applied. It's a lottery for tickets.
Okay.
I applied for those about a month and a half ago.
We're getting a soccer game in Columbus.
We're getting
right?
soccer games in Columbus.
What else are we getting in Columbus?
No, it's soccer game.
Oh,
there's going to be more than a couple.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm in that lottery for that very reason. So whether we go out to California or not, if the chance to see some Olympic soccer in Columbus would be wonderful.
I just remember in '96 it was hard to go to. Peter Corman. I asked him, is there a way to buy tickets for gymnastics? And I thought it was going to be like $125. He goes, Andy, I have some tickets I can hook you up with what you can buy. And I was like, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I want to do. He goes, let me tell you the price. And this was in '96. And he was like, it's like $480 for a ticket. And he goes, they're not very good seats. And I was like,
we triple that now.
I was like, thank you so much. I appreciate you looking for me. That's
it's funny. It's funny.
I was like,
it's funny you say that. We're in the market for World Cup tickets, which are just extraordinarily expensive. So my son has actually been checking, the secondary ticket market here for games in Philadelphia, Toronto, and Atlanta. That's about as close as it gets to here.
Right.
And it's outrageous. So we're hoping that they come down. And even if I have to go see Ecuador play Ivory Coast, that'd be fine, just to check off of the bucket list of a World Cup game.
You went to one?
Yeah.
Pretty
Got
cool.
to, yeah.
All right, well, it was fun talking Olympics, and all those people are like, stop talking about the Olympics. Okay, we're done. Chris Easterling is going to join us next.
He's going to talk Olympics?
He is. He is.
The Browns games, the never-ending Browns games.
Now competing in the quarterback competition. We'll talk about that. Chris Easterling from the Akron Beacon Journal joins us next right here. Baskin and Phelps with Tom Withers, 216-474-0092.
This just wait. You guys just wait. You wait. You're in a honeymoon period. We were in a honeymoon period. This thing's going to go to hell in a handbasket. You're really emotional. You're going to hate his guts. And I'm going, am I going to hate his guts? Because I look at this as a business relationship. I'm sorry. I'm looking at this for what it is, not this great big grand plan of what they thought it was going to be before. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You know, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10. This show, Baskin and Phelps with Tom Withers today, from 10 to 2. And, of course, Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin. That is from 2 to 7, live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from all of your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand. Now, let's talk a little bit about the Browns. As I said, Tom Withers is in. It's not news till Tom Withers says so. And you know what? When it comes to Browns news, it's not news till he says it's Browns news. He's Chris Easterling from the Akron Beacon Journal, and he is on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hi, Chris. How are you?
Not too bad, fellas. How you guys doing?
We are doing good. I got to tell you, over this past week, we all knew that the offensive line was going to look a little bit different, but Wyatt Teller says goodbye on Instagram. Joel Bitonio gets a little bit more time to figure out what's going on. Your thoughts on offensive line, and what do you think Bitonio is going to do?
I the second one first. I lean toward he retires. When he sort of choked up there the day after the season, kind of talking about how he wanted to be remembered. Joel's a gregarious guy. He doesn't, typically let the whole emotions out. And that moment there just sort of told me that, yeah, this might be time. It might be time for him to retire. Now, I'd love to see Joel back for another year because they need somebody back there on that offensive line because, to count on DeJuan Jones, who's the only returning starter, quote unquote, would be the only returning starter, quote unquote, it's fool's errand at this point. He hasn't proven he can play a full season. So now I'm curious to see what they do. How do they attack it in the free agency market? Where do they look interior there and then say, look, we got 2 of the first 39 picks. Let's use 2 of those on offensive tackles. It's curious how I'm going to be fascinated to see how they do it, but that's how I would probably attack it is like try to get something in the interior, re-sign Tevin Jenkins, what have you, but then get my tackles in the draft.
There's going to be some available, Chris, as you know, especially in free agency. In terms of let's talk about the interior of that line, though. What's Whippler's status? I remember he had a knee injury, if I'm not mistaken, in the season finale, right? So is there any update on him? Because that's a guy that I think they're pretty high on still.
It's funny, Tom. That's something I haven't heard an update, and it's something I definitely have on my list of things to find out next week when Andrew and Todd, specifically Andrew, speak at the Combine because – he did. He got carted off after the game, but I think and everything else that was sort of happening, Kevin's future,
right, kind of lost in the shuffle.
Way that season, he kind of got lost in the shuffle, and then you don't really ask at the the introductory press conference. So it's something to definitely. It's why I think they addressed all 3 interior positions, either free agency or 2 in free agency, 1 in the draft. However, but they definitely need to do something about it.
Yeah. So then you can also talk about. Zach Zinter. We've seen some flashes here and there, right? Is that a guy? And you mentioned Jenkins as well. Are those 2 guys that potentially could slide into those guard spots?
I think Jenkins is definitely a possibility. He's a free agent technically, but I think you could entice him back by saying we there's a starting position for you, there's a leadership position for you as a veteran in that room. Boy, I mean, you've watched him like I have, Tom. Zach's a nice kid.
Yeah.
And we'll just kind of leave it at that.
Okay.
It's like when everybody tells me I have a nice personality. I know what you're saying.
All right, let's play the quarterback game. What do you think this quarterback situation is going to look like heading into camp? Would you draft somebody? You want to bring somebody in a free agency? You're going to make a trade? Do you want to feel good about Shedeur Sanders? Is Deshaun Watson going to be the starting quarterback?
All of the above,
I mean,
yeah.
could I come up with more scenarios for you? Help me understand what you think they're thinking at quarterback.
I think they're thinking anything is on the table. I really do. I think they're going into the quote unquote player acquisition period with open-minded. I think you have to examine every option, which is what he said. You know, kick to the tires. I'm not necessarily sold on the Malik Willis. Not that they couldn't figure a way to afford it, but I'm just curious. You know, he shares an agent with Deshaun Watson. Well, what's the price going to be? And quite frankly, what are you getting in Malik Willis? I mean, he's got fewer starts than Shedeur Sanders. Now, he's looked good in those starts, some of those starts. But at the same time, I mean, we've seen it before. I mean, we've seen it with the Packers backup, have we not?
Right.
Matt Flynn, you know, what happened when, you know, he got on the market, got a big contract, and I don't think he ever started in Seattle. But, you know, kick the tires maybe on San Francisco with Mac Jones and, you know, see, you know, is he the next reclamation project you can get with, you know, coming to Cleveland, working with Todd. And then, you know, I think they draft somebody if they don't get somebody in the free agent or trade market, because I think you're going to – I don't think you wait until you absolutely know that you have a – you can't stop until you absolutely know you have a quarterback. And they don't absolutely know they have a quarterback. So, you know, I think they'll draft somebody, but at the end of the day – I mean, until I see who those other quarterbacks are, I mean, I guess you got to go with Shedeur because it's the long-term play. I mean, let's continue to develop him and see what we have, especially if you can't find an answer in either free agency, trade, or draft. Just like play this out and let's just kick the can to 27.
I'm sure you've already started on some of your mock drafts. I would suspect, and you know, next week you'll be in Indianapolis and have a chance to look at these guys up close and personal. I think, from a local standpoint, Chris, I think a fascinating conversation. And I'm sure you're looking into this a little bit, and I'm sure the Browns are going to have to kick the tires at some point. Caleb Downs is a fascinating guy who could be available at number 6 for the Browns. Now, I know it's not necessarily a position of need by any means. You know, we've talked about wide receivers and, as you mentioned, the necessity to find a right or a left tackle there, either at 6 or 24. But in terms of Downs, Chris, do you feel like the Browns really need to kind of figure out if he is a generational player like some people are branding him? Is that something that they have to really seriously consider at 6?
I think I think kick the tires is the right word on that. The phrase to use it. I think you have to really examine it. You definitely do, because, like you say, I think he's the best player in the draft. I don't know what the ceiling is. I mean, there may be no ceiling, but I think the floor is the highest of anybody in this whole draft. I think what you're going to get is at best a borderline, maybe not even borderline Pro Bowl player who has a chance to be, you know, one of those game-changing type of safeties you see with Kyle Hamilton and
Ed Reed, Polamalu, those kind of guys, right?
Yeah, I would love to. But I mean, Ed Reed, Troy Polamalu. If it's that, then it's like, we're not, I mean, if you see Crystal Ball and you say, yeah, it's going to be Ed Reed or Troy Polamalu, it's like, send the card up. We'll deal with it. But at the same time, the tackle need is so massive, no pun intended, that I think if the tackle is there and if Downs is there, you see. Honestly, I think that's where you get what other teams are interested in Downs, and see if maybe he can shop and
Make a
drop
deal,
back
yeah.
a couple. Make a deal.
Excuse me. With us getting a head coach from Baltimore and an offensive line coach who returns from Cleveland to Baltimore, now back to Cleveland, do you think they've got a shot at Tyler Linderbaum, the center, the free agent center, who I think would be like, I mean, if they did that, you want to talk about starting off the free agency period in the right way, that's the guy they got to go to. Now, Eric DeCosta in Baltimore said their goal is that they strongly hope to have him back. He said that, I think he may have even said that early. He said it on the Inner Circle podcast just recently. So, I mean, Baltimore wants him back. Man, I would love to see him play in Cleveland. And you got to believe the Giants are in play for him.
Yeah, I mean, the phrase of the day is kick the tires. I mean, I think you have to, you do, but what's the price tag going to be? Because I think that's one that if he doesn't re-sign Baltimore, and that's always an option. If he gets out in the true open market, what's the bidding going to be? Where's that contract going to end
18,
up?
19, 20 million probably, right?
Yeah. I mean, for a center who, important position and everything, and he is obviously one of the elites at that position, but you have so many needs to tie up so much money at that position. I mean, it's sort of you may do with Ethan Postich the last 4 years.
True.
And he's been, when healthy, he is a very solid, dependable center. I mean, he was one of the least of their problems, when he was healthy. So I think you do look into it, but I mean, the price would have to be just right to make it happen.
Yeah. Chris, I see the Browns have now officially named their coordinators under Todd Monken, particularly with the Rutenberg situation. And I know, obviously, this got a little more traction just because of Schwartz's departure and all the mess that came with that. But I just wanted to get your general thoughts on the Rutenberg hire and what you think he can do with this defense, which has already shown it can be one of the elites in the NFL.
I kind of like the hire. Okay. The more I read about him, the more I see from people, the people that have worked with him. I mean, reading something about, like what Quincy Williams said about him in not Seattle, but New York with the Jets. I mean, he credits him for his development. Excuse me, sorry about that. He comes from an offshoot of the same tree.
Right.
I mean, it all goes back to what Greg Williams and I can't remember the other guy's name, developed in Tennessee in the late 90s, early 2000s, that Jim then took over. And, Jim sort of taken it one way, but, he's worked with Saleh. He run, the Atlanta Falcons ran as much more cover one than even the Browns did. So the coverage part of it, which was always sort of a complaint with, the difference between how Saleh does it and Schwartz does it, that answers sort of that question. I just think it's a right fit. Plus, it's a younger guy. I mean, not that I think age has to factor majorly in this, but he's a young guy. He seems energetic. He seems like he can connect with players. Mm-hmm. Look, you have Myles Garrett, Denzel Ward, Carson Schlesinger, Mason Graham, all these guys. This guy feels like I feel like you can find somebody, and they found somebody who can figure out a way to put those guys in positions to make big plays, and we'll see.
Chris, is there a guy on this roster you think they might be willing to trade to get better?
Anybody want a used quarterback? Early 30s.
Speaking of kicking the tires. Somebody who's currently on the roster that might be I don't know. Maybe find somebody that wants Jerry Jeudy. I don't know.
I mean, if somebody wants Jerry Jeudy, yeah, I bet you they'd be willing to listen. I mean, they are where they. I mean,
they don't have a lot of trade assets. Let's be quite honest.
I feel exactly.
But if they have one, and I just wonder.
Yeah.
I just wonder if they're willing to make that trade. I mean, they clearly weren't last year when he asked to be traded. I just wonder if they got the right asking price, if they would trade Myles Garrett. I don't think they would. To be fair, I'm not saying
no.
that.
Yeah, I'm not trying to put. I feel like for them to make some kind of major move, if they wanted to, a trade would have to be part of that scenario.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think that's the thing is a trade. The big name comes in either free agency. The big name comes in March. By trade, I think more so than by free agency.
That's fair. I agree.
All right, I'll buy that too.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you, Chris. As always, we're reading you every day in the Akron Beacon Journal, and we appreciate your time. Thanks, man.
Hey, thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Chris Easterly
See
on
you, Chris.
the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Trade.
Wow.
Think about that. We'll talk about it when we come back. 216-474-0092. Hey, we've been talking about it.
I just wonder if they're willing to make that trade. I mean, they clearly weren't last year when he asked to be traded. I just wonder if they got the right asking price, if they would trade Myles Garrett. I don't think they would.
Oh, man. Something to think about over the weekend. In fact, you can think about it right now. He's Tom Withers. I'm Andy Baskin. 216-474-0092. Also want to remind you that you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. And you can take The Fan with you wherever you go, too. Listen to us on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. My stomach kind of curled a little bit. I mean, I was just throwing out generic trade scenario.
Curled?
Yes, it's Jeff Thomas.
Yeah, I know.
I got this curling issue.
It's all good.
I was just going to throw out trades, and in the back of my mind, Myles was never there until Chris said that, and I was like, maybe I shouldn't have. It's like you're looking over the cliff is what that is.
A little bit.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
Would you trade Myles Garrett at this point?
I would have last year. Before
made
he
more
went out and
sense.
became the sack king, right? By the way,
the tackle for loss god.
Did you guys discuss his gift to his girlfriend for Valentine's Day?
I did not. No, what was it?
He gave her a pink vintage Ford Bronco worth $240,000. Throwing it around.
Are they engaged yet? Is that what you're saying?
No.
You know what? If he is thinking about getting, if he should probably go see my man Josh Booker.
Hey, there you
So
go.
I'm just
Ding,
saying.
ding, ding. They're like,
oh, don't
bells
look at
are
me
supposed to
like
have-
that. You knew that was coming, right?
It was fun watching. Actually, it was fun watching Myles over there at the Olympics, though, cheering her on. I thought it was
Yeah,
really
that
cool.
I
It was
saw.
very
No,
genuine.
that was
It
fun.
really nice. I would have traded him last year, and then he went out and had the record-breaking season, what have you. I'm not in the same place right now with that, even though there's still a lot of holes, and you could fill several of them, right, by acquiring a couple of first-round picks over the next 2 years.
Look,
maybe.
does anyone have multiple first-round picks other than us?
I don't know
Jets,
Jets do.
the Cowboys. Someone else does too. Oh shoot! I should know these things. Hang on.
So that starts at 3 first-round picks.
Yeah,
The conversation starts at
I think
3.
it has to, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it was probably that last year. And then the Micah Parsons deal happens, and we're all like, okay, the Browns could probably get the same. Now he's at a different level than Parsons in some ways, right? I'm not.
The thought of messing up what is working on this
just going to
defense
say
doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you're trading from a place of strength, what have you. I don't make it. As I mentioned before, too, I don't think they have a lot of great trade assets. It's not to say, though, that Andrew Berry can't figure out a way to move things around. Now, if you were seriously considering Caleb Downs as your safety, could Grant Delpit be a guy that they would consider dealing? I don't know. There's some other options. Listen.
I always, and this is just me being paranoid, I always think Denzel's name is somewhere lurking.
You've mentioned that a lot. I know you were really worried heading into last year's trading deadline about that potentially he would be a guy that would be on the move.
Yeah, and I had heard some other people were nervous about it too. That's why I can't if I get nervous, it's probably because somebody who I believe or might feels like there's some nerves going on there.
Yeah.
Now who knows? I mean, those nerves might come from a general manager going, "Hey," picking up the phone before the trade deadline and going, "Hey, is Denzel Ward available?" And they might be, "No." Okay, and that's the end of it.
I've also learned through the years that the trades that typically happen are the ones you haven't heard about, right?
Yeah,
so
that's
it's
true.
usually the ones that kind of come out of nowhere on you. So, I think Barry obviously has the willingness to trade. He's done it in the last couple of years. He's made some big ones. He's acquired some talent. He's had unfortunately the biggest most failing trade, whatever you want to call it, the worst trade in NFL history happens to be part of his legacy right now. So he has shown a willingness to do it. Clearly, there are some needs on that offensive line that could be fixed either through free agency or trade. So I think the potential is out there. I think the Browns do want to make some kind of a splash here in the offseason, and whether that's with a major free agent acquisition or a trade, I think everything's still, as Chris mentioned, I think everything is still on the table.
I look and I try to figure out who would be Myles obviously would be the number. If you were on another team.
Most coveted.
And you wanted a player off the Browns roster.
And Denzel would be number 2.
And Denzel would be number 2.
Right.
I'm trying.
beyond that, there's not a whole lot.
To be honest, if you ask me, I would say Carson Schwarzenegger, but it's not like no one's trading a Rookie of the Year kind of guy. That's not happening.
He's your next building block on that defense.
And Harold Fannin would be the other guy, right? Like you've seen Harold.
Going anywhere with them.
Yeah, I mean, you can go get a tight end somewhere else too. I mean, and Harold's good, but I don't know that he's going to covet you anything more. I mean, what was it? Harold was a third rounder, all right? So maybe somebody might give you a third rounder for him.
No, I mean, he's one of your building blocks. He's one of the few things you have on offense right now. So. Yeah, I mean, it's the hypotheticals are out there. I think because of the trade demand that Miles made last year, that probably changes the conversation to some degree. But we'll see where it goes. Barry's.
Could you trade Jerry Jeudy to me? You might be able to find some. I don't know what you're getting for him.
You got to have a partner. Like it's one thing to talk about wanting to trade somebody, and you've got to have somebody on the other end that's willing to take him on and take on that contract and all that comes with it.
That's the other part of this whole thing. Like you could sit here and talk about Denzel, but then you got to look at the contract part of it.
Of course. Yeah. And I know that's, it's fixable in some ways. And I know there's a dead cap money that's going to haunt the Browns for years to come on a lot of guys. And that's just the way that it is. So, I don't know, Chris, he's a little bit of speculation there, and that's fine. And that's what we do.
But I think he just answered the question because I was like, "Is there somebody you would trade?" He's like, "Well,
you put him in a bad spot, didn't you, Andy?"
No, I didn't put him in a bad spot. I asked him
into a corner. Yeah,
I asked him to be creative, and that's what he is, and that's why he's a great writer.
Yeah. Now listen, you could also say that potentially either Dylan Gabriel or Shedeur Sanders could get you something on the market as well,
listen,
right? I mean,
if you draft a quarterback, one of those two guys is not here next year. There's just no reason to have 2 second-year quarterbacks and 1 first-year quarterback.
No, I would agree. And it would depend also on when you would take that quarterback. Like if you're using one of your first-round picks on a quarterback, and I don't know if we're at that stage yet, but you do have 5 picks in the top 100, right? So
yeah, the higher the pick, it's almost I think you divide it by the higher the pick, you say Sanders. The lower the pick, you would say Gabriel, wouldn't you?
I would.
And so I kind of want, if Shedeur's the man, I almost want them to come out and say it. Shedeur's the man.
Are you there with him yet?
No, I'm not there. I need to see more. Look, I'm intrigued.
Same.
I'm not out by any means, but I'm not 1,000% in.
Right.
And I don't know what's going to make me be 1,000% in. I kind of would be 1,000% in on things that he can't control.
Yeah.
Can you get me a wide receiver that I trust? Can you give me an offensive line that's going to be able to block for him? Yes, I'm asking him to do things to make us believe he's maybe more of a quarterback than we. Like, I hate looking at the numbers because the numbers tell me, are you crazy? Who cares if Shedeur Sanders is your quarterback?
Yeah.
But what I see in the player,
there's more there.
Makes me want him to stay. Makes me want me to see more. Makes me try to get engaged with the fans that are all on board. Like, I want to be there. I'm not there.
Yeah, I will co-sign that right now. So where are you with Watson then?
I've been saying this for a while. If Watson's healthy, he's going to be your starting quarterback to start the season. If he's healthy and they can play him, Jeff Denver wants to hear this.
Yeah.
There's a return on investment, and when you buy something and it's been broken for forever, you want to see if it works before you throw it away.
I would agree with that. And I also think with a new coach, with a new set of eyes on this situation, and it being Todd Monken, right, who's coming in here, and I know with this, one of the selling points for him, and I think one of the reasons that he has particularly endeared himself to Andrew Berry is that Todd Monken has shown at Georgia and at Baltimore that he can get the most out of whoever his quarterback is.
Didn't Kevin Stefanski do the same thing?
Yes.
Like, didn't we all think Kevin was this great quarterback whisperer that was going to be able to make guys play better? And
tight end whisperer. I don't know about a quarterback whisperer, but he was not given. I mean, he had a lot of quarterbacks, not a lot of really good ones.
All I can think about now is a Super Bowl commercial, the prostate awareness Super Bowl commercial.
I don't know why your mind would go there.
Because it was about tight ends.
Oh, okay.
The whole thing was about tight ends, and they showed all these great tight ends on there.
Okay.
You have to go back and see it.
Okay.
Bruce Arians, tight end commercial, Super Bowl. You will laugh for an hour.
Right, but my point is that Monken has shown that he can, take a quarterback, and I think it's also good from the Browns' standpoint and where they're at right now is that Todd Monken knows what the best quarterback in the league is supposed to look like, right?
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, you could argue that, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar is in that conversation, right?
Sure.
And he had him for a couple of years. So I think that's a good, get off point in terms of where Todd is in this quarterback and where this quarterback situation is right now. I think it's going to be fascinating to see. You know, I've already seen tons of Instagram posts by Mr. Watson on how hard he's working in this offseason.
But the team has put stuff out, too.
Yeah, they have. I'm also interested to see what Shedeur is doing during this first offseason of, knowing that he's going to have a legitimate chance to be the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns going forward. Is he going to make the most of this opportunity? What's he going to do with it?
I think he learned from last year that he was interviewing for a job and not being recruited for the job. And I can't remember who said that to us, but to me, that made more sense than anything on earth. His approach to the game early on, but he always had a good attitude, even if he was the fifth string quarterback.
Totally.
I'm just going to sit here, and when I get my opportunity, I'm going to be ready to go, and I'm still mad at the Browns for making him the number 2 quarterback and giving him hardly any reps. That to me made no sense at all.
No, for the most part, I've loved everything I've heard from the kid, and I think he's also. Action speaks louder than words, right? And I've seen the kid go out there and work on his craft, right?
Yeah.
And work on his game. And I'm sure that he's doing that in this offseason. So it's going to be interesting to see his continued development. I'm right with you, Andy. I'm in lockstep with you in that we saw enough last year to feel like he has earned the privilege, earned the opportunity to win the starting job. Who he's going to be in competition with that? We still don't know.
I don't know. I also think there are some things, and I know we all watched Gabriel, and a lot of people thought he had underachieved and just couldn't figure out why Sanders wasn't playing over him, or why they decided that he was a better choice for Flacco before they traded Flacco, right?
Yeah,
Flacco, I didn't understand some of the things going on there too, and I also kind of feel like I kind of wish they would trade Gabriel to give him a shot somewhere else.
I'm with you. I still haven't gotten an acceptable answer on a lot of things, right? The Gabriel pick.
It just seems like it was all a big power play.
The Gabriel pick, the Pickett trade after being told that Pickett was going to be the guy. Then the Flacco trade.
Picking Sanders in the first place, right?
Taking Sanders in the first place, yeah. After you take a quarterback earlier than him.
And then the Browns get killed.
None of it made any sense.
Saying, he should. The Browns were the only team that wanted him at that point.
Yeah.
And yet the organization gets killed for it. And it's just like,
yeah.
Well, okay, we picked him.
Well, I can't tell you how many.
We picked him. Nobody else did.
I can't tell you how many people have approached me and said, tell us about this narrative that Stefanski was undermining Shedeur. And I'm like, well, that did not go on. And, once things started to snowball in the wrong direction with that and their relationship, there was no turning back. So there was no fixing it.
Nobody wanted to hear anything different either, right?
That's a whole other story.
I mean, no one else wanted to listen. I mean, I don't. It's not like Shedeur never ripped.
No,
Kevin. I don't ever remember him coming out and go, "Well, I'm not good because of Kevin." I never heard that.
No,
or anything even close to that.
No.
And Kevin was the same with Shedeur as he was with everybody else.
Which is what I was afraid of when they drafted him, because you were bringing on much more than just a rookie quarterback, right?
True.
You were bringing on that entire world that is Shedeur, rightly or wrongly, right? And again, the kid made progress during the year. I thought he got better on a week-to-week basis. There's still some things he does poorly that you would hope he's going to fix in this offseason, and that's Todd Monken's charge. That's as big a job of anything that he's got to do with this team.
All right. We are going to do some headlines when we come back, although we may have a new name for it. I'm kind of excited about this. I don't know what's going to happen, but you'll have to stick around to find out. Aaron Schatz is also going to join us from ESPN and FTN Fantasy. So we're going to talk to him about the Browns and everything else that's going on in the NFL. That's coming up at 1 o'clock. All these things straight ahead right here for you on Baskin and Phelps. under 10, and they are losing to Finland 2-1. And as soon as you say this, you know they're going to score. So
That's okay.
you're up to speed on that. I don't know if they're in trouble.
Up to
There's
speed.
a lot of time left. Lot of time.
No, panic mode is not set in for this Canadian
Especially
team
not
yet.
for Canada.
No.
They're not going to. With 3 minutes to go, that's panic time.
All right, what's your prediction?
For this?
Force overtime and then another overtime game.
Another 3-on-3 overtime. I'll buy it. Another overtime. I'm buying it. Okay, so now it's time for your special treat.
Here we go.
Here we go. This is Headlines with Dan Mennigan. Ladies and gentlemen, Dan Mennigan.
Or at least we're calling it Headlines until we can think of a better name.
I do like these other names you have on the sheet. You can go ahead and say it.
Yeah, so Nick Wilson brought up Make Dan Mennigan do it.
I just like make Dan do it.
Make Dan.
Or make Dan do it. Yeah, Nick Wilson tossed that one out, and then someone on Twitter tossed out fan lines, which wasn't too bad either.
Fan lines.
Yeah, not too
Hang
bad.
on, let's try it out. Fan lines with Dan Mennigan and the rest of the 92.3 The Fan news team. All half of them.
That might work.
Exactly.
Okay.
The dozens of MIT students we have in the back putting things together.
What is that, one singular computer?
Pretty
That's
much.
me.
Oh.
And Meredith.
And Meredith. Thank you, Meredith.
I'm the gaggle of MIT students in the back here.
Yes.
Thank you.
Meredith is our gaggle. All right, gentlemen. So, report out there that Kurt Cignetti has finalized a contract extension with the school. Multiple reports have this that will pay him $13 million through the 2033 season. $13 million.
Worth every nickel.
You think so?
Just turned Indiana into a football program, into a football school overnight. What a success story. And the money, you know what? Money's money. Like, if that's what the market will bear right now for Kurt Cignetti, more power to him.
I don't know. I'm against this. I think the agriculture school
Wait a
at
minute.
Indiana needs more money. Why isn't the agriculture school getting $13
We need
million?
more into soybean research in Bloomington. What are you saying? Come on.
I'm saying that every halftime at Ohio State, they always had some sort
that's
of
true.
soybean thing in the press box, and I was like, what is this? If that is correct, that would put him up with Kirby Smart at $13.3 million, Lane Kiffin at $13 million, Ryan Day at $12.6
Hasn't he
million.
earned it in a short period of time?
Yes.
I don't see the
Think so?
outrage.
Yeah.
Just ask John Mellencamp for more cash for his suite. That's still the best. Mellencamp's suite there is one of the funniest things going. Have you seen that thing?
No.
So he built his own suite at the stadium.
At IU.
At IU. So that he could watch Indiana because he got sick and tired of people telling him he couldn't smoke cigarettes in the suites. So he went and built his own suite.
Did you see that video of him? He was training for his upcoming tour, smoking a cigarette while he was on a treadmill.
Just want to let you guys know Canada
Yeah.
has tied it up. We are 2-2.
Did I not tell you?
Yeah.
You called that one.
2-2.
I saw,
Canada is no
yesterday,
longer-
I knew Team USA was going to go to overtime, too. I felt that.
Canada is no longer in trouble.
Andy was so cool and confident for Team USA yesterday. He was not like when we left at the end of the show. I was stressed because
She was.
Canada
She's
was up
freaking out.
1-0 at that point. And Andy's like, plenty of time. And I'm like, Andy, you're crazy.
He's a hockey
He
coach.
was not crazy.
He knows his stuff.
So until the end, when they tell you lost, it hits 0-0, then you still got a chance.
There you go.
That's all I can say. That's words of wisdom to live by.
Falcons GM Ian Cunningham
Yes.
said there's a lot of discussion for us about the entire roster when he was asked if Michael Penix would be the guaranteed starter when he returns from injury. I mean, Andy, I think we got to blow the dust off of this bad boy.
Do we want him? 216-474-0092. Do we want him? 216-474-0092.
So let me go back. We're talking about Atlanta, right? We're talking about a coach who may have a quarterback controversy going on. Yeah, okay. Sounds right.
Heard that one before.
I don't know. Do you think Kevin Stefanski is prepared for that?
Michael Penix do anything for you?
I like Michael Penix. I'm okay with it. But is it how much of an upgrade is that over what we want to see out of Shedeur?
Well, we should establish the Shedeur line at some point.
Yeah, I mean it's like, okay, all right. What do you think?
That's like a jump ball to me, right? That's
Yeah.
that's a 50-50. That's I don't know. We already got one left-handed quarterback. Do we need another? And I'm a left-hander, so.
Lefties. My dad was lefty. He used
I
to
love
say
it.
that left-handers are smarter than right-handers.
By the way, is that Marshall amps the same as your headphones?
Yeah, same
that's
as
pretty cool.
you know who else has those? As though he.
Oh, look at
Yeah.
you guys.
Good enough for Jimi Hendrix, good enough for me.
I love it.
Although I was a Bose guy for
Okay.
a long time, and then all of a sudden those cords on the side break real easy.
Good enough for Dwayne Allman, good enough for me.
There you go.
Those headsets, if you're using Bluetooth, are fantastic. Like, no question. These two, you can Bluetooth these, but I don't know, when you're in the studio, you always want to kind of be connected.
Okay.
Good enough for Slash, good enough for me. That's how we operate.
There you go.
Yeah.
So now it is also, hey, so you were sniffing around other jobs, so let's make you happy in your own job season. And that's floating around right now as the Rams have promoted passing game coordinator Nate Shieldhouse to OC. Congratulations.
Yeah.
He needs that, though, don't you think? That's what's going to get him his next job.
He got himself some leverage, didn't he?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Becoming the hot commodity.
That's exactly what he needed to become the next head coach somewhere else.
Right.
He got to go through the entire interview process. He got to get real close and almost get the job. If the Browns were thinking in a different paradigm, he may have got that job. But now he's moved up to is he going to call plays?
When it was all going, by the way, when it was all going down, I thought
giving that up.
I don't think so either.
I thought he was going to be the guy here. I did. When it was all starting to kind of like unfold or what have you, I thought he was the guy.
I thought he was the guy because I think the Browns like to trend younger than older in some situations.
And boy, were we wrong again.
It'll happen. It'll happen. It's a nice thing.
That's what happens when I have to have a buddy of mine go, hey, I just heard Todd Monken bought some land for his horses.
In Strongsville.
Farther south. And I'm like, what? He's like, I'm telling you, Monken just bought land for his horses. You think he's not coming? And I was like, oh. And I got that, and Anthony Lima also got the same tip the day we found out he was taking the job.
There you go.
It's always the baggage handler at the airport, right?
That's kind of true.
They know before anybody else.
All right, gentlemen. So the NBA kicked off again after the All-Star break yesterday, but
tipped off.
Whatever.
That was very Phelpsian of him, wasn't it?
It was.
That was very Phelpsian.
It's the vibe in this chair. I can't help myself.
The bad thing
Do you
is
have a
I had
red
a smart
pen with
aleck
you?
comment, and I was like, wait, it's Tom. I can't do that.
Do you
I
have
like
a red
Tom too
pen?
much.
Give me a smart-ass comment.
Do you own a red pen?
I don't.
Oh, well, that's...
Is he a red pen guy? I didn't recognize that.
We call him
every
Dr.
instructor you've ever had a red pen.
We call him Dr.
See
Red
what I
Pen
got
for a
there.
reason.
Pink?
I got a pink highlighter.
Yeah.
He will correct anything at any point. So anyway.
My bad.
Oh, do not apologize for half a second. So, the big thing over the All-Star break was the conversation about tanking all around the league and how it has gotten out of control. This is courtesy of Shams Charania of ESPN. Sources with knowledge of Thursday's meeting is saying that the competition committee told ESPN that these are the concepts that are being discussed to curb tanking. So, gentlemen, I'm going to give you a litany of concepts. Give me a yay or a nay if you think these will work in causing teams to not purposely lose games for draft picks. Here we go. First-round draft picks can only be protected for top 4 or top 14-plus selections. Will that help or not help?
Not much.
I don't think so either.
Yeah.
No. Top 4 might have some impact. But
yeah.
Now, this is an idea I think is interesting. Lottery odds will freeze at the trade deadline or a later date.
So what does that mean? So if you have the most losses, in other words, that's going to be affected.
So if you had, let's use this year as the perfect example. If you had the most amount of losses by the All-Star game this year, it would give you the highest odds for the lottery.
Right.
That might make teams tank even earlier. I think they might tank earlier.
That's what makes me wonder.
Do you?
Yeah.
I wonder if it would cause the inverse problem where you would have everybody being awful at the beginning of the season.
That's a good point.
And then at the end of the season, you're like, wow, the Jazz are kind of plucky.
Yeah. 0 for 14 in November, right?
Yeah. Oh, what a bad start.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, they shut everybody down. They want to make sure everybody is super extra healthy. Oh, look, Kyrie's back. It's going to be that kind of stuff. No longer allowing a team to pick in the top 4 in consecutive years and or after consecutive bottom 3 finishes.
I like this idea.
I do too.
I like that
think
one
this
too.
idea, this is
That's kind of a relegation type move.
Yes. It's very...
Get it together or get out.
I feel
I'm
there's
right with
the ghost of Ted Stepien is kind of floating around here somewhere, right?
That's good.
Right? Oh, well, we got to... Cavs, you can come in and buy some first-round picks. No, I like this. So it would be no longer allowing a team to pick in the top 4 in consecutive years and or after consecutive bottom 3 finishes. I like that.
It's not a bad idea. That one you could talk me into for sure.
Same.
Teams cannot pick in the top 4 the year after making the conference finals. This feels very Indiana specific. This feels very Pacers specific.
I don't know. What if your top free agent leaves?
I was going to say,
there's
there's other things there's other variables there that would affect that. I don't.
Yeah, like the cat. I mean, the year LeBron left, would that have been right? I mean, you lost your franchise basically to Miami.
Yeah,
that's silly. That's bad.
Yeah, that one I don't like.
But then they fixed the lottery, so the Cavs. I'm sorry.
Oh, what?
What?
Oh, the cold ping pong ball?
I was going to say frozen envelope somewhere?
Frozen envelope.
Yeah, frozen ping pong ball, yes.
Teams cannot pick in the... Oh, that one I just did. Lottery odds allocated based on 2-year records. So
that's interesting.
Instead of just doing the odds on how bad you are this year, it would be the combination of the last 2 years.
And you may get teams tanking for 2 seasons then, right?
Yeah, that's the other problem.
Yeah.
And then this one you could talk me into, which would be flatten the odds for all lottery teams. Kind of like that idea.
Yeah, once you're bad, right?
Yeah.
There's degrees of bad. I get that, but yeah, I like that one as well, Dan.
You skipped one. There was one in.
Yeah, I know. There was one right in the middle here.
Yeah.
Lottery extended to include all play-in teams as well. So kind of the general idea.
I kind of like that too. Like if you get in the top 10, right? And you're what?
You're precluded from the lottery at this point?
No, you're in.
You're in.
Yeah,
with
so
this, you're in. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I kind of like that. So
yeah,
you're encouraged to at least be a top 10 team.
You're incentivized to get in the play-in, but you're also not penalized, and you can still get in the lottery.
Yeah, I think the play-in team should be in the lottery. I'm down with that. What do you think of that, Dan?
I could get behind that idea as well.
All right, so we found 2 in there that we kind of like.
Okay, who do we call? Adam Silver?
Adam Silver.
Get him on the line.
He seems,
Hang
he
on.
seems quite bothered.
Let me see.
And annoyed by such things.
Adam, what do I got for you here? I got somebody in the league office I can probably call.
Oh, goodness. Oh, for crying. This is just...
Ding!
Hang on.
My word. That's one of the easiest dings that you have. Go, hold on, let me grab my phone and call people in the league office.
You know, that's just how I roll. Although I epically failed today, I totally thought we would get a major player in the world of sports today, and
Ding! I told you he's on the West Coast busy. Hey, at least they're addressing this, right? I mean, at least this has been a topic that people have been talking about for years, and they're trying to do something about it. So I think that's a positive.
I'm with you on
with
that.
Me? All right.
Yeah, no, at least, you know, we've got some, and I don't even know that either one of us would have come up with any of those ideas. So I like those ideas. I like 2 of those ideas.
Somebody's thinking about it, yeah.
Yeah, so have you talked with Adam at all?
I have.
He's a good dude.
He's a really good guy.
You're kind of like, nice guy that became the commissioner. But still, I mean, when he's got to be tough, he's tough. Donald Sterling, man, like I was like, ooh, man, who is this guy?
I was lucky enough to get to know Adam a little bit when he was second in charge behind David. And so I've seen this kind of, you know, him rise the ladder, if you will. And really good guy. I like him a lot.
Super nice guy. I'm with you on that. All right, let's come back. Let's talk to Aaron Schatz from ESPN and FTN Fantasy. He'll give us a lowdown on not only the Browns, but the NFL in general. Some of the big headlines that are going on across the game right now. Baskin and Phelps with Tom Withers, 216-474-00. love Mr. Hero. I don't know if you ever heard me talk about this.
No, go ahead.
I love Mr. Hero.
Why is that?
It's the cheesesteaks. I love their cheesesteaks. I could eat there all the time. I just love Mr. Hero. All right, download Mr. Hero's mobile app and get a regular BOGO offer just for signing up. Receive monthly coupon offers, order online, and earn points while you enjoy your favorite menu items. Download today in the Google Play Store or the Apple Store. Again, the word is order, O-R-D-E-R. Go to 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock for your chance to win a 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero. Plus, when I go in there, the people are always nice. And sometimes I stop at the one on Mayfield Road, and there's another one. Sometimes I'll drive by on Canal. There's one over there, too. There was one real close to
and
me.
it sounds like it lures you in. There's
There's something about
that drags you into Mr. Hero every
I
time.
don't know what it is.
So what's your go-to?
It's a Cleveland thing, too. That's why.
What's your go-to sandwich? It's a cheesesteak?
Oh, just cheesesteak. I just
Standard?
love their cheesesteak. I'm just good with it.
Attaboy.
Hot butter cheesesteak, man. It's good to go.
It's a man who knows what he wants.
It's just easy, you know?
By the way, our Finnish friends are hanging on for dear life here as the Canadians are on a power play.
All right, we'll come back to that in a
Gotcha.
second. Let's talk a little NFL. We'll talk about what's going on with the Browns in particular. Aaron Schatz, you know him and love him from ESPN and FTN Fantasy. And right now he is on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Aaron, my friend, how are you? How are you doing?
Hey, I'm good, man. I'm good. Off season, get to relax a little bit.
Wait. We're talking about the NFL.
You must
There's
not be
no
in
off
Cleveland.
season.
There is no off season here.
I said a little bit. I didn't say that much. A little bit.
Aaron, when you look at the Browns just in general and the hiring of Todd Monken and where this franchise is, it's easy. Even on ESPN, I'm looking at power rankings. They're like, I think they were down. Well, I don't know. I think they were 31st in the last power rankings I looked at. Just give me your general overview of the Browns as we sit here in the offseason.
Yeah, I think my general overview is this is going to take a couple more years to fix. Don't expect it to suddenly happen in 2026.
Nobody wants to hear that. Go ahead.
I know, but the biggest issue is the quarterback position, and it's a terrible year to need a quarterback. And apparently the 2027 draft has a lot more quarterback talent in it than the 2026 draft does. So it's a good year to, shore up foundations in other areas and then hopefully go out and get the quarterback in 2027, and then you've rebuilt.
Doesn't it feel like it changed? That's the case, although almost every year, Aaron, is where you start to assess a quarterback class before the season is played. We get beyond the college season. Everybody says, "Oh, this is such a dreadful, horrible class."
No one ever thought this was a class. No one ever thought this was a good class.
No,
unless they thought Arch Manning was going to be.
You're probably right, and that was the thinking here, was that Arch Manning was probably going to come out after 1 year at Texas, and we all knew better than that. But Nussmeier and Simpson and a couple of these guys have gone from being, he's a definite first-round draft pick to suddenly now we're dissecting everything about their games.
And around here, people were looking at Drew Aller 2 years ago going, wow, we got a local guy that's got a chance to be.
Then he's got the injury as well,
yeah,
too. So.
Yeah, again, I mean, we say, everybody says ahead of time, but I think everybody always knew this was not a good class. And the free agency, you can go out and play, let's take a chance on Tua, let's take a chance on Kyler Murray, but do you really want to do any of that? Or do you want to spend this year, obviously rebuilding the offensive line, kind of important.
A little bit of a priority,
go out and get your quarterback for 2027, hoping that you've done enough in the other areas and kept your defense going enough that then you're going to be competitive.
Sometimes when I look at the Browns and you consider and say, you know what, I'd be okay if they drafted two offensive linemen in the first round. They have 2 picks. Why not do that? And then they'll do something and you'll be like, that was very Browns. And you try to figure out what they're thinking. And, I mean, is that not the safe bet to either go out and take an offensive lineman at 6 and then maybe take a wide receiver or take another offensive lineman? Their offensive line is a mess. I mean, as of this week, Wyatt Teller said goodbye, and Joel Bitonio is just kind of out there. We're going to wait a couple more days and figure out if he's going to retire or utilize free agency or come back.
Yeah, I mean, if I was Joel Bitonio, I'd be like, all right, this is my chance to go play for a contender for a year. And I'd go off to the Chargers or something. Go ring chasing. It's ring chasing time.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're in the position, honestly, where they could just take the best player available at every possibility. I mean, yes, they need offensive linemen specifically, but I would try to piece together offensive line with free agency more, and then just get the best player available. I mean, even at positions where they have players, you could use a second edge rusher.
Yeah, no doubt.
Who's not the greatest defensive player in the game, right? You've got room for another one. I think that they can just, if it's an offensive lineman, then that's what they take. If it's a wide receiver, then that's what they take. If it's a linebackers or whatever, all right, well, maybe with Schlesinger, linebacker is not a need. But otherwise, they can pretty much take the best available athlete.
Aaron, need and position notwithstanding, who's the best player in this upcoming draft?
I'm not a draft expert. It's sort of like
nobody
when you
is.
Cover the whole, when you cover the whole league, you have to have like something that you're not an expert on because you have to learn so much about so many different things. It sounds like it's a good year for edge rushers, and there's good wide receivers. Lemon, and then the kid from Ohio State whose name
Carnell Tate
now.
Yep.
Yeah, Carnell Tate. Yep. It's not a good year for defensive tackles. It's not a good year for quarterbacks. It's not a good year for running backs. Probably the edge rushers, Bain or Reese, Arvell Reese.
Yep. We know him well. Hey, since Andy touched on it before, Aaron, if I could ask you from a broader picture standpoint, we just went through an offseason. Obviously, we had the coaching change here in Cleveland, but that was common around the league. I think there were, 10 openings or what have you. What, in your mind, what does that say about the league? Was this an anomaly of a year? Is this kind of how have things shifted in terms of owners' expectations, patience, all of that?
So this was a weird year in general because teams that played well lost games and teams that did play that well won some games. On one hand, you had your Detroit, Baltimore fell apart a little bit, great teams that have been great year after year. On the other hand, Carolina sneaking into the playoffs, just weirdness. It was just a weird year. And I think that took some teams that felt like things had gotten stagnant and gave them a chance to change them. And so all of a sudden you have a new head coach. It's not just the bad teams like Cleveland that replaced head coaches. You have a new head coach in Baltimore.
Yeah, Pittsburgh
and
Baltimore,
You have a new head coach in Buffalo. And you have a new head coach, Tomlin retiring randomly. I think it's more that those big successful franchises made those changes is sort of a rare occasion, and it just all happened to happen this year in part because it was just a weird year.
All right, let me throw a free agent question here because it seems like Tyler Linderbaum is going to be the head of the class here, the center from Baltimore, for all the free agents that are out there. I would love for the Browns to get him. I don't know if they can with all the salary implications they have, especially the stuff that's still tied up with Deshaun Watson. But Todd Monken's here. He was just with him. George Warhop is now back with Cleveland as offensive line coach. One, how much do you think he's going to garner? Let's start there with Linderbaum. And then do you think the Browns could have a shot at him?
I'm trying to remember what the best paid center in the league makes.
I think it's like 18 or 19 million. I looked it up yesterday. I think it's like 19. Add 2 or 3 to that?
Yeah, the Linderbaum will become the best paid center in the game. And Cleveland is in this tough position. Most of the teams that are at the bottom of the league are high in cap space. And Cleveland is not high in cap space. But if you're going to go out and pay big time for somebody, Linderbaum's a good guy to pay for. He's right in his prime. It's not like centers age quickly. So you're going to get good years. He knows this offensive coordinator, knows this offensive line coach. You need offensive linemen badly. I mean, you really could do a lot worse.
Aaron, I know you've been one of the reporters who's been at the forefront of the new analytics in the game. I was just curious, is there one statistical, however, measuring stick, whatever you want to call it, that stands out to you more than most, that means more than the others in terms of assessing a player and his productivity?
Well, when it comes to when it comes to teams, obviously I'm a big fan of my own stat, right? Because it's my stat, the DVOA. But when it comes to players, I feel like the best thing to do is have a number of different statistical metrics to use. And they're like the paints in a palette that you use to paint a picture of how good a player is. If you tried to paint a picture with only one color, you can, but then you just get a black and white picture.
Right.
It doesn't give you the detail. So I think the more metrics you have, multiple companies that track things, the better picture you get of just where a player's strengths and weaknesses lie.
Last question for you, Aaron. What does Todd Monken bring to the Browns? What is he going to make? What is he going to do for this team? Because I think there are still a lot of people sitting around there going, and you fired Kevin Stefanski. Why? Huh?
Yeah, listen, I'm a Stefanski guy. I understand why the feeling like the team needed a restart, even though Stefanski's won Coach of the Year in the past. I think with Monken, you hope that he's learned from Harbaugh in the CEO aspect of the job, right? The management, overall management, is something that John Harbaugh excels at. You hope Monken has learned that. Obviously created a very good offense. The 2024 offense in Baltimore was one of the best offenses in history by my numbers. You don't have Lamar Jackson walking through that door, but you do have a guy who could design an offense for whoever is walking through that door, even if the eventual long-term quarterback is not walking through that door until 2027. You do feel like you have a coach that can build an offense around the talents of whoever the quarterback is. So those are, I think, the positives of hiring Todd Monken. I think as long as they made the decision to move on from Stefanski, it's a good hire. I would have kept Stefanski, but of the guys that were out there and available, I have more faith in him than I do in, like, Mike LaFleur, for example.
All righty. Aaron, thank you as always. We appreciate talking. We love your perspective on the game, and love to have you back on sometime soon. Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys.
All right, we will talk to you soon. Aaron Schatz, ESPN FTN Fantasy. He was on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Thought his last take there was super interesting about the coaching situation. Yeah, about Todd. Yeah. Let's talk about that when we come back. We'll do that in a second. So, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. That is the number to hop in. Guess what? Tom Withers is here today.
What kind of groove was that you were just playing, man? Again, what was that? It was a little
that's
generic.
something from our Odyssey royalty-free collection. That's what I can tell you with certainty.
It's from the Odyssey tracks. Could you imagine the TV commercial for that? Yeah, you too could listen to this.
I always try to figure out like who they're mimicking, though, right? Like there's a little vibe there.
Oh yeah, so there's an AI feature that you can type certain bands in and all that stuff and see if something comes up.
There you go.
When you start doing that, it actually doesn't help the cause.
I don't doubt that.
Yeah, yeah. There's something about the diet version of everything that kind of makes it all a little worse.
Yeah.
Confession time.
Go ahead.
All right, so when I walk out the door now, we have an Alexis, just one of those little monitors. You know, that it gives you like the news headlines and you can play, you say play this, do that, right? So now the last couple times I've walked out the door, like I feel bad when I walk out the door sometimes, especially when you come home and you see your dogs and your dogs they're so excited to see you. Like they thought you were never coming back. And sometimes it's hard to when you have kids, it's hard to leave the first couple times when you walk out of the house and you're like, I'm responsible for that person now, right? Yeah. So the last couple times I've walked out of the house, I'm like, I don't want to do it because if you're listening at home and you have it, I'm probably going to trigger it on your thing.
Your Alexa?
Yeah. Hopefully you didn't trigger it at somebody's house by doing that. But and I would say play. It's not a big deal. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
I would say play music for dogs. And now all of a sudden, like the dogs, like they're running around like right before I'm about to leave, and then they kind of stop.
Oh, do they really?
A little bit, and then they listen. And then I walk out the door, right? So the dogs can listen to the music while I'm gone all day. I don't know if that works or not.
Okay.
So it's just the dogs barking jingle bells on a loop. Is that what it is?
No. It's like, and it's like I was wondering, like, what's the right music if you want to just keep your dogs calm and relaxed and stuff while you're gone at work?
I like that.
I mean, you gotta. By the way, I was never a dog person. I think we had a dog in college that our roommate named after he bought a bar in Kent and then named the bar after our dog, and now it's a pretty significant chicken wing place around town down there. But that was like the first time I ever had a dog, and I went years because I'm allergic to most dogs.
I am,
and I'm not allergic to our dogs. So it's interesting. But like I'm walking out the door, I'm like, is this a good idea or a bad?
That's
idea?
funny. So you know what triggers me on those things at home? I'll use the only time I use it is for like the timer. So
yeah,
mention her name, set the timer for whatever.
Yeah.
When Lori does it.
Yeah.
She gets, good evening, Lori.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. That bothers me.
Yours is
I've got
like,
a little complex.
What do you want, jerk?
Yeah, exactly. Oh,
yeah,
you again.
There should be a New York voice you should be able to get, right?
That's a good idea, actually.
Yeah, or I like cabbie. What do you want?
I like that.
Although half the people don't even know what cabbies are anymore.
So
right?
Let's discuss what Aaron Schatz had to say.
Yeah, what did you think, especially at the end about the coaching?
Well, I like the idea, and it kind of parroted a little bit what I said earlier about Monken, and I just think his ability to adapt to whatever quarterback he has, right, and figure out what offense is going to suit that quarterback. And I know that that's supposedly every coach's job, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know if we've necessarily seen a lot of that given the turnstile we've had at that position here over the last 6 years.
Flacco got traded. True or false?
Oh, they were going sideways before then.
Wait, how much farther before?
Oh, man. Probably middle of last season, if not.
Then why did they bring him back?
I think for this year, I don't know. It might have been a situation where let's give it one more try. Like
you can hear it in Kevin's voice.
I know.
Go back and listen to a press conference. Beginning of the year, after the Flacco trade, end of the year. There were press conferences at the end of the season that were like saying goodbye before the last game of the season.
Yeah, I know.
And how often does that happen?
Well, and in hindsight, too, when you think about the offseason in which they basically fired Alex Van Pelt under his watch, right?
Right.
And we had heard kind of whispers
Oh,
about...
wait, shocker, he's with him in Atlanta now.
And we had heard whispers about how much that had bothered Kevin. Kevin never publicly nor privately said much about that, but that was clearly an issue. And now we're looking at some of these other moves that were made, right, while he was here and wonder, like, how bad were things for him?
Right.
And, how much impact did he actually have on the Watson decision, which is obviously, continue to haunt this team to this day. So, it's interesting. I thought that Aaron's comments about Monken kind of reinforced some of the positives that we've heard out of Berea about him, right, and this hiring, which, and Andy, you and Dan and I talked about this off the air a little bit. I don't know why. Maybe it's because we hadn't had a head coaching change here in 6 years. Everybody got really caught up in this offseason, right?
Right.
And started to, critique not only the candidates at a level that maybe we haven't seen.
Well, that's because
in a
there
long
were
time.
candidates out there that you might have been like truly excited about. I mean,
Agreed.
Harbaugh, you had Harbaugh. You had a chance to maybe get Harbaugh for a second.
And then I guess when you factor in all the drama that occurred with, Schwartz being a candidate and then not getting the job and then resigning, it just.
But yet everyone's still on staff. Now, they were under contract, but they all got elevated today, essentially. They all have like
their titles
these fresh
changed,
new
which
titles.
probably.
Which probably means more money.
Titles and cash.
Yeah.
Well, and I think the wide net too, gentlemen. I think the fact that we saw such a wide net that they were talking to all these different people that we were almost getting play-by-play every single day. We're talking to defensive guys. We're talking to offensive coordinators. We're talking to former head coaches. We're talking to guys who are out of the league. We're talking to guys that are in the league. I think that also played into it too.
And maybe also and what Aaron had pointed out too is the uniqueness of this offseason, right? Where you had these blue bloods, if you will, in the AFC, right? Pittsburgh changes jobs, Baltimore changes up, Buffalo comes out.
North, like who would have thought that Cincinnati would be the only coach to survive?
Well, how about Buffalo gets to the playoffs and then they fire their guy? Not only that, after a controversial play that probably kept them from getting to the Super Bowl.
A third of the league hit the eject button.
Yeah, I know.
A third of the league.
That's why I'm wondering, like, is this going to be the norm now going forward?
That the bottom third of the league is going to get fired every year?
It's crazy. Well, as you know, there's going to be a half dozen. So if it ever, pushes up towards 12, then here we are again.
So here's a question I asked Jeff yesterday, because this is I want to see, and maybe we'll get a feel for it from the draft. But I don't know what Todd Monken likes and what he doesn't like. So let's start there. So I don't know that I really have a good reference point.
He likes mobile quarterbacks.
Okay,
with a bruising running back that can run for 200 yards a game.
Well, that's easy then. Okay, I could like that too. But did the job come with instructions? So what if they said, "Hey, we're really not feeling the quarterback thing this year, and by the way, Deshaun's going to be your guy."
I like this. Go ahead.
So, did the job come with instructions?
The job is going to come with some kind of a mandate from ownership.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Which,
by the way, we could all sit here and go, you're not a football guy, blah, blah, blah. They own the team. Like, it's
their choice.
reality.
It's up to them. Yeah. You deal with it. So, which is why, Andy, when you mentioned about Stefanski, we don't know what the charge was going into last season, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I said before.
I don't know, and that's why I go back to this. Exactly. You're exactly right.
So I don't know what, their thoughts are in terms of what they think they can accomplish in 2026. Now, I'll say this, too. Todd Monken's going to have a very different idea maybe than what ownership thinks, because guess what? Todd Monken's going to be the head coach of an NFL team for the first time. He is going to want to win, and he is going to put out that quarterback on the field that he thinks gives his team the best chance to win on Thursday night or Sunday afternoon or Monday evening, right? Bottom line. And whether it's, I can't see him coming in here and all of a sudden being willing to, again, it depends on the mandate he gets from ownership. It also depends on the length of his contract.
Here's where I totally agree with you, that because they hired a coach who's not I know he's been around the league and I know he hasn't been a head coach before. You hired a seasoned coach.
You did.
You didn't hire a first-time young coach who's never called plays before.
He still wants to win.
And I think that if you have a younger coach in that situation, you'll be like, well, hey, boss, what do you think is a good idea?
Yeah, no. Todd's going to give the feedback that he feels is warranted for whatever situation that arises.
Okay,
and they do here.
But does that put Todd on the bridge? Does he now become a bridge
coach,
head coach?
Yeah, potentially.
I mean, truthfully, aren't all coaches in the NFL bridge coaches?
You're hired.
You're
hired to be fired. It's the way it works.
And they all know it.
They all know it. It's a crazy profession. It really is. I mean, I know why guys get into it because you're a coach. Yeah. I coach at some level, whether it's in the NFL or coaching high school hockey. It's as rewarding a profession as you can have, right?
Right.
You get to develop players. You get to hopefully bring out the best in them.
And by the way, you have to realize
impact lives, et cetera, et cetera.
A lot of people are going to think you're an idiot along the way too.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter what you do.
More than a few.
And by the way, the difference between being an idiot and not being an idiot is something that one of your players does for you out on the field.
Show me a good coach, I'll show you good players.
Every time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Every time, right? And that's how. I mean, that's how you survive, even in the years when you're down.
Yeah.
It's because you had, well, with the exception of David Blatt, it's because you had LeBron James on your team.
Right. And this is not apples to apples, but I'll make the same statement that I made about the Harden trade.
Mm-hmm.
Initially, with the Monken hiring, I was like, man, like what?
Right.
I thought you were going to get younger. I thought this was going to be a team that was going to, be thinking out of the box or whatever. Why are we going to bring in I don't want to call him recycled, but he had been here before, right? He's put in his time other places. But the more and more I thought about it from an X and O standpoint, from a quarterback development standpoint, the more I like the Monken hiring.
Yeah,
you feel the same way?
Yeah, Dan, say it, because I got to tell you, I felt the same way about Monken. I was like, huh? I wasn't against it. I wasn't for it. I was.
It just didn't feel like a huge upgrade. Over Kevin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't feel. It's like at some points I'm like, and here's the other part too. It's like, okay, you decided the entire defensive staff was worthy of elevation. So why wouldn't you have gone into the offseason saying to Jim Schwartz, Jim, we really like you. You're not going to be the head coach. We want you to stay on as defensive coordinator and not go through the interviewing process.
Right. Another Browns conundrum.
Yeah, and so he would still be here, and then you might have another. They clearly wanted him to stay, right?
Oh yeah.
I don't think there's any question they wanted him to stay, and because of what happened to Myles Garrett the year before, I thought, well, maybe Schwartz will stay. Even after the tantrum.
See, I didn't.
You thought he was gone after the day they told him he was gone. He was gone.
Yeah, I thought once they identified him as candidate 1 or 1A, right? And if he wasn't going to get the job, that he was going to leave. Based on the little bit I know about him and his personality, his ego, the fact that he was, he made it very public in the last couple of weeks of the regular season that my head is back in the ring to be a head coach again. So I knew if he had gotten passed over, this was not going to end pretty, and it didn't.
And it didn't. All right, let's come back. We'll put a bow on the show. We'll talk about some of the things we got into today, other stories going on, too. So I want to get to – there's a couple we've been leaving on the table here. I'm going to bring them out on the table, and you'll get to find out what they are when we come back. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps with Tom Withers. Go.
Please go.
Go
That's
to Northern
funny.
Arizona. You want a Big Sky school that you'll enjoy? Northern Arizona.
Where is Northern Arizona?
Flagstaff.
Flagstaff. I got
So,
you.
and 93 is a crazy road. Like when you're driving out of Phoenix and you're heading up to Flagstaff, you'll go through all 4 seasons.
Yeah, I was just going to say, they get funky weather there. I can remember going through
it's a pretty
there.
dangerous road.
Yeah.
And that 93 drives you all the way up to, you can go up to Canada. I know you can get to Missoula. You can keep going past that.
That's a north-south?
Deep
93 is?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
north-south.
Yeah.
And you know how you know that?
Go ahead.
It's an odd number. Come on, man.
It's
You're
all
down
on-
with it.
It's all on a grid out there.
Yeah,
it is.
I mean, it's all on the grid.
I got you.
There you go, kids. If it's an odd number, it's north and south. If it's an even number, east and west.
There you go.
And if it's a
71,
3 number,
70,
if it's a 3 number, it's a bypass. How's that work? 71, 271.
271 goes north, south, east, and west, though, it feels like, doesn't it?
No, it does. But you know that eventually, if you're on 271, you'll hit 71.
There you go.
Now, these little
See
things,
that?
are you smarter because
I'm
of that?
smarter right now because of that.
Because I read the maps.
There you go.
This is what a loser I was. I had nothing to do.
Is Northern Arizona still in the Big Sky Conference?
Yeah,
Is it,
yeah.
Is that a staple of the Big Con?
It's just a great.
They haven't joined the MAC yet with Sacramento State? That's coming.
Sacramento
that?
State is not joining
Weird.
the MAC.
Yeah, Sacramento State's joining the MAC.
Yes. You didn't know that?
How did I miss that?
I don't know.
They were in the Big Sky.
Oh, yeah.
Why? Just because they want to jump up?
It's crazy.
I guess.
I don't know. We're going to see this every year. There's going to be teams.
I would not be surprised. Although, you know who the commissioner of the Big Sky Conference is? Tom Whistle, the guy from Akron.
Okay.
Whistle?
Former AD at Akron?
Former AD at Akron is the commissioner of the Big Sky Conference.
Okay.
So, to me, that's actually a pretty good marriage. Like, I think the Mid-American Conference and the Big Sky Conference are very equal. Although the MAC schools are bigger, they're just a little bit
the
bigger.
geography of it, and then the travel, and it's like
geography's valid.
It's as bad as USC and UCLA being in the Big Ten.
I agree.
What are we doing?
It's goofy. What are we doing?
I don't know.
Anyway, back to spring training.
What are we doing? Speaking of what are we doing?
Who's playing center field?
I was going to say that.
I like the thought of Stephen Kwan playing center field. I have no problem with that at all.
I do too. I actually love it. Because I think it would allow them then to figure out those corner positions rather than listen, he's won 4 Gold Gloves in left field. I don't see any reason why he couldn't do the same thing in center field. He's got great range. We know how well he anticipates. He's got a solid arm and then some. I think it's.
What's the difference between center field, right field, left field? Mine. You got to yell mine, right?
I go.
Yours, mine.
No. I go.
I go.
That's usually what I hear.
It's mine.
Mine. Me.
Yeah, me.
Yeah. It's all about you.
It's all center fielder. Center fielder always has precedent.
I like it. We'll see how it works.
Still need a bat.
Got to fit.
Does the history of lower leg injuries bother you at all when it comes to Kwan and center?
Little bit. He's had his hamstrings. Hamstrings. Back from Oregon State. Yes and no. I mean, that's going to happen no matter where you're playing, Dan. Right? I mean, he's obviously going to have to be a little more mobile out there and range to both his right and left. Blah, blah, blah.
Will that affect you at the plate that you switch positions? I mean, maybe you're talking. Maybe we could have a little Carlton Fisk here, right? Carlton wears 27, right, for the Red Sox. Then he goes to the White Sox and he wears 72.
Ooh.
Changes things around. Maybe Stephen Kwan, he can hit consistent in the beginning of the season and gets on fire at the end of the season rather at the beginning of the season. By switching positions.
So that news was intriguing. Also, Kyle Manzardo putting on 15 pounds of muscle.
Yeah, that's been a talk of the offseason.
Another little bit of a talk of the offseason. Chase DeLauder is healthy, which is huge. Heading into hopefully what is going to be his breakout season, which it seems like we've been waiting for 5 years. I mean, I'm glad. Obviously, everybody got to look at him in the postseason last year. Speaking of fly balls, didn't he drop the first one that came to him, and then he ended up making up for that, I think, with an assist a couple innings later.
I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with Travis Bazzana and how soon he's here.
Same.
We've never had this before, right? We've never had the number 1 overall pick, and I want to see him.
Well, it's why, and I don't defend the team necessarily from the standpoint of, people are always screaming about they didn't do anything in the offseason. Well, just the names that you mentioned are all, Juan Brito, another guy, right? These are the young guys that they've been developing.
Tom, if there's one thing I've learned at the corner of Carnegie, Ontario, sometimes the best move is no move at all. Wow. We have all been fed that.
We have.
For decades.
And we've eaten it too and digested it.
The other favorite line is at the trade deadline. We got, getting player X who's been injured for most of the season back is just like making a trade.
Point. And yet, 2-time defending AL Central champions.
Yeah.
Right?
They figured it out.
They do. They figure it out year in and year out. So, listen.
Until we get to the end of this year when baseball goes dark.
Storm clouds are gathering. It's windy outside, and I think that's the start of it. I think the quant thing is interesting. I think it's going to be really worth watching here over the next couple of weeks just to see how it works out, right? And see what else they can decide to do with the corner spots.
All right, so we've established over the last 4 hours that you like the Olympics. Are you down with the WBC? Sorry. World Baseball Classic.
Yeah, I like it.
I love the World Baseball Classic.
I like it. And it's only grown too. I think Ohtani's presence alone changes it.
I gotta be honest, I love watching the Latin American games because the passion is
they play at a different
off
level.
The hook.
Right,
even if you ever watch fall baseball from the Dominican, it's like the energy
the Caribbean
in that
series is different. Yeah.
It's just there's something about it that
they get into it. Yeah, it'll be fun.
Do we not? I don't know why we don't the way they do.
We've got too much going on. We've got too many other diversions, right? We've got too many sports that are all cascading into one another.
It's part of it is the respect the game. Well, respect the game part.
Hey,
but the problem
you just brought us full circle. We started the show with that. I like
with respect the game.
There you go.
I think that sometimes we look at someone who wants to admire their own home run as disrespectful, right?
Bat flip, yeah, there you go.
Do you really care if they flip their bat?
No.
Does that bother you? It used to bother me, but now it doesn't.
I was pitching or catching, I would. But
you know what?
Other than that, though,
next time don't throw him a pitch that he can hit out.
Have fun with it. Knock yourself out.
Oh, any social media, or what do you want to do there?
Our social media mentions powered by Scheibman Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store, and you can send us a message at CLE Talking Heads, yelling at us about quarterback opinions like everybody else is right now, and getting into fights with people from Houston about the C.J. Stroud price, which is currently taking place in our mentions. And I don't feel like reading any of them.
Oh.
We didn't mention C.J. Stroud once.
What's he going for?
No, we did it yesterday, and apparently it is now catching up to a bunch of people from Houston going, that's not enough. You got to include James Harden and 78 first-round picks.
Wow.
Okay.
And the naming rights to the new stadium?
Maybe. Yeah.
Just for the field itself, not for the name of the stadium. But
yeah.
Why are the Texans giving up on him so quickly? Yeah, I know he didn't look good in the playoffs. I get it.
Jeff and I were going back and forth on this one. I really liked him his rookie year. I just don't feel like it's
not going to happen.
Have you felt it the last 2 years?
No.
And you could kind of see it
and
coming.
You see in his eyes too, right? He's just not. Yeah, I got you.
If I'm not here and you're filling in, Jeff will argue this one with you.
Will he?
Yeah.
He likes him?
Oh, well, how can I pick him up at the airport now?
Wow.
He's out there.
Is that where he's at?
He's calling him. He's like, hey, CJ, listen, a lot of construction out at Hopkins. What I want you to do is I want you to meet me at departures because it's a lot easier. It's a little trick we all know here in Cleveland, right? Meredith, do we have a moment of the show?
We most certainly do. Our moment of the show came from Aaron Schatz, and you were asking him about Kevin Stefanski versus Todd Monken as the head coach of the Browns.
Yeah, listen, I'm a Stefanski guy. I understand why the feeling like the team needed a restart, even though Stefanski's won Coach of the Year in the past. I think with Monken, you hope that he's learned from Harbaugh in the CEO aspect of the job, right? The management, overall management, is something that John Harbaugh excels at. You hope Monken has learned that. Obviously created a very good offense. The 2024 offense in Baltimore was one of the best offenses in history by my numbers. You don't have Lamar Jackson walking through that door, but you do have a guy who could design an offense for whoever is walking through that door, even if the eventual long-term quarterback is not walking through that door until 2027. You do feel like you have a coach that can build an offense around the talents of whoever the quarterback is. So those are, I think, the positives of hiring Todd Monken. I think as long as they made the decision to move on from Stefanski, it's a good hire. I would have kept Stefanski, but of the guys that were out there and available, I have more faith in him than I do in, like, Mike LaFleur, for example.
Aaron Schatz, you heard him right here, Baskin and Phelps with Tom Withers. If you want to go back and listen to that, from ESPN and FTN Fantasy, Aaron Schatz, or Chris Easterling, who joined us from the Akron Beacon Journal, you can do that on the Odyssey app. Now we ask you, why are you smarter? And it's brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. In pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Smarter Today, courtesy of Tom Withers, educating us on how you put some water down on the luge and get rid of some of the grooves and all that kind of stuff on there.
There you go.
That was cool.
Stuff.
I appreciate that.
Meredith Kane.
I am also smarter because of Tom Withers and all of our conversations about the Olympics, because in case you haven't noticed, the Olympics, both summer and winter, are my absolute favorite sporting events of all time. I'm just very, very excited that we got almost an entire hour of Olympic talk in today.
It was fun. Tom?
Smarter because I learned that Route 93 runs through Flagstaff, north-south, and you can get to Missoula.
That's good. And we now know numbers that end in odd are north-south, even
east-west.
There you go. Boom.
Bang. Love it.
That's it. Now that's news because Tom Withers said so. I'm smarter today. I enjoyed the Olympic conversation. I thought it was fun.
I did too.
You know, it's something to be passionate about. It's something to be excited about. It's so much different than when we were kids, though, Tom.
It is.
You know, when it was the Russians against us, everything felt like the Cold War.
It was the Cold War.
Now it's about the athletics. Yeah. Right. We're good. Tom, when are you back again? Do you know?
Next Friday. Thanks for having me.
Next Friday? It's me and you again?
Let's do it.
All right. Wait, am I back next Friday? Yeah, we're back next Friday, both of us. That sounds good to me.
It's a date.
All right. Have a safe weekend, everybody. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. You know what's coming up next. Of course, it's the afternoon drive. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. We'll talk to you Monday.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes at 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Not one, not two, but 3 major life hacks in your 40s. I tell you how to live your life the right way.
It's the Emerging Podcast Seed, presented by Extend Technologies on the free Odyssey app. It's an off Friday on Afternoon Drive.
Brandon to Mobley, picked off by Harden. James Harden on the run. Harden, alley-oop. Oh, my! Showtime here in downtown Cleveland. The Cavs with a thorough, dominant performance. Beat the Nets tonight by the final of 112-84.
He didn't take a step back. He might have taken a step forward. I thought he was the most energetic, dominating on both ends. James was elite. And I'll just give a shout out to his defense. Really smart. He's so long, and when he contests shots, man, we get that kind of effort. Be tough to beat us.
I can tell you he's better than I thought he was, in the sense of he's able to catch the ball, finish around the rim with both hands. He has so much touch around the rim, and that's, I think, probably one of the most underrated parts of his game.
It's going to be so much fun. We have so many guys with so much talent on the team. In the locker room, we have no bad guys. Everybody's meshing well together. We have the best fans in the league. We have people to cheer us on no matter what.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
And welcome on in. It is Afternoon Drive on a Friday. Jonathan Peterlin here with you. Daryl Ryder in for Nick today. We also have Mac Robinson on the board. Yes! Highlights courtesy of FanDuel Sports Network, Ohio. We have Katie doing the updates. We have Michael Markoch in the background of the YouTube stream. Daryl, how are we doing today?
Doing well. Good to be here.
Good. I absolutely hated my delivery of the on the board yes. For someone that has grown up, I watched Hawk Harrelson my whole entire life. If anybody knows how to do a on the board yes, it's me and like 10-year-old me. And boy, did I butcher that ever. How we feeling?
I'm not going to lie. It was pretty weak.
Yeah, well,
pretty soft effort by you on a Friday.
Yeah, well,
that might
fearful,
be the problem. It's a Friday.
I'm fearful that's going to be the output that we have today. I'm not entirely sure. We have, by the way, what I need out of you today, I need the exact opposite of what Nick gave me yesterday, okay?
Okay.
All right? Now, hold on. That seems like that was a shot, but he did no shot Thursday, and I need shot Friday, okay? I don't know if we need to get you actual shots. I don't know if you just need to get the right mindset. I'm not sure. I need as many shots, as many pew, 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 as I possibly can get.
Well, Mac is in the building, so I'm sure some shots are going to get fired, either by me or by him.
Mac can't be the heavy volume shooter on this show. If this is the tandem for the three of us, I'm going to need you to step it up a little bit.
I can't be the Spice Adams here. I can't be just chucking up those shots.
I mean, you get to the way that you always get to kind of just throw up as many shots as you want, and we just kind of we see which ones land and which ones don't. I think your rate's been pretty good lately, for being honest. There was a stretch where maybe I wondered that, but I feel like as of late,
percentage was struggling.
As of late, I feel like you picked your spots. You're getting better at when to kind of just insert yourself in your conversations and really know when to throw the dagger in there. I think a really good board op that I like is the one that just kind of just every now and again just kind of throws in a nice dagger here and there. And I like when you and Nick go back and forth. I got to tell you though, I was bored to tears with a no-shot Thursday, okay? My favorite Nick is the one that authors up shots, and it feeds me in turn, okay? It feeds me in turn. So, Daryl, I'm going to need you to do that today for me, okay?
Well, the Cavs played well last night, so I don't know if I can throw any shots at them. They're
shot-free.
I was going to say, feels like they got their house in order.
Yeah, no, we're talking more about people.
Okay,
that's where Nick thrives. Okay, it's a morning show.
I'm very well aware.
Morning show.
Nick thrives.
You, by the way, are a part of the shots brigade. So, I just want to know where he thrives. You can pick up the slack, and then I can alley-oop you some if you want. I can set the table.
I am all for payback.
Okay, good. I'm glad you're all for payback. That sounded so unserious out of you.
It does slip out occasionally.
That sounded like we signed up for a shot-free Friday, and I told you it's the exact opposite of what I wanted today. Damn it, Daryl. Come on. All right, we're not going to get to the Cavs yet, but we will. Brett Siegel joining us at 3 o'clock. Big NBA hour in that little stretch there. You were at the game last night. You got a lot of commentary on the game. And really, one of the reasons why I want to start football instead of basketball is, and I am the author of the James Harden is going to make this team a much better team than what a lot of people expect crowd. So if anybody should be starting to do some of these early victory laps, you think it would be myself.
We'll get to it at 3 o'clock, I promise. And then all throughout the show, we got more than enough time to do that. But I want to get to a convo that I think is going to highlight what the NFL draft is from a Browns perspective. And I've seen this one coming down the tracks for a couple weeks now. I was talking about authoring up takes. My initial thought on all of this was you have to go offense. And I said I was going to be as close-minded gets when it comes to the defensive side of the ball. But the NFL conversation that's going to exist, like our quarterback conversation existed last year, is simple. Caleb Downs at 6 or offense. And I think that's where we're going to have the divide. That's where we're going to start to have the split. I'm sure there's a lot of people that want to tell me, just trade down, move away from the pick. Don't take anyone at number 6. That's not on the table. This is going to be like when I had family dinner growing up, okay? My mom would put 2 options on the table. You got to choose. There's not a third option coming out. You got to choose. Offense at number 6 or Caleb Downs, what many people believe is a generational prospect. Dane Brugler was on with Ken and Anthony earlier today, and he said where the Browns should stick at number 6 overall with Caleb Downs. Here we go.
I firmly believe in taking best player available when you're drafting the top 10. Needs change week to week, year to year. But with this team specifically, it just feels like defense wasn't the problem. And does Caleb Downs upgrade your defense? No question. And not only what he brings to the field, but what he brings to the locker room. And that's something that would make the team better, make the organization better. I think it comes down to what is the gap between a guy like Caleb Downs and your highest graded offensive player, whether it's a receiver or offensive lineman. What is the gap between those two? If the gap is a decent-sized gap, then I think you have to go Caleb Downs. You have to go with the best player on your board and stay true to that. If it's close, then I think you look at your offensive line. You look at wide receiver. Because it's not just best player available. It's who's going to make the most impact for your team. And for this Browns team specifically, they're so void of talent on the offensive side of the ball, they would almost have to lean in that direction if the grades are even somewhat close.
Now, you see how that's almost like he splits the baby. That's almost him riding the fence of sorts when it comes to that answer. At first, he starts off and says best player available. By the end of the clip, he's wondering what I've been wondering this entire time, and whether or not you can go for an offensive player, because the difference between an offensive lineman, the difference between a wide receiver, and the difference between Caleb Downs is not so significant, even if you think Caleb Downs is the better of all 3 of those options, and you need offensive linemen and you need wide receivers in the absolute worst way, Daryl.
Well, there's another consideration to this conversation as well.
Okay. Because I already did the family dinner thing. You get 2 options.
No, it's not about the options. It's that could push this over the top in favor of going best player available, which a lot of people are projecting will be Caleb Downs there at 6, and that is that Grant Delpit's in the final year of his contract.
Yeah, I mean, of course, that's a part of the consideration for sure. I think that's more than just a part of the consideration. I think that significantly moves the needle. I'm not letting Grant Delpit stand in the way of whether or not I draft a safety or draft a wide receiver alignment.
No, I'm not saying he's standing in the way. I'm saying his contract status could motivate you to take what ultimately would be his replacement.
Yeah, no, but that is saying that he'd be standing in the way. Like that'd be the idea that you would let Grant Delpit dictate whether or not you take a safety or don't take a safety. And I don't subscribe to that. Mainly because I believe wholeheartedly this team needs to work on the offensive side of the ball. I believe Caleb Downs is a really good player. I don't know that Caleb Downs is a Hall of Famer. If you're taking a safety at 6 overall, you got to promise me he's going to be basically a Hall of Famer. And for most teams, most situations, Daryl, I can get on board with the idea that that's best player available, and in the top 10, a lot of times you just got to take the best player available. But in this instance, I think we have so much work to do on the offensive side of the ball that I can't subscribe to it. I can't get on board with what they're trying to sell me here, because these tackles and wide receivers, they're going to be good, and they're going to be to a level that the Browns need. You know, offensive linemen, if you want to get a Pro Bowler offensive lineman, you got to give him the first 15. You want a chance to have somebody that's going to be there every single week. That's got to come in the first 15, Daryl.
Well, also keep in mind that the Browns have some very good draft capital at their disposal. And the fact that they finished where they did allows that draft capital to be in very good position. They're going to have 4, maybe 5 of the top 120 picks.
Right,
you should be able to stack your roster with impact players with those 5 picks, similar to what Andrew Berry did last offseason with similar positioning. And that includes him trading down from 2 to 5. What you need Caleb Downs to be, though, is to justify the pick, to your point, is he's got to be like the next Ed Reed. He's got to be the next Ronnie Lott, right? He's got to be on, the Brian Dawkins level.
An all-timer, yes.
Right. And I think that he projects to be a perennial all-pro type of player.
Most people that we're talking about at number 6 project that out,
right.
in some fashion or another.
Which means that if you're a perennial all-pro player, you're going to be a Hall of Famer. It's not Pro Bowl anymore. Pro Bowl don't matter. Pro Bowl got ruined this year, so that no longer matters. But all-pro, okay? And if he's projected to be a perennial all-pro, that to me translates to he has Hall of Fame potential.
Yeah, he's not the only person that we're talking about that is in the top 10. That's the other part. It's part of this. I think people get mistaken. It's like,
but these are the options you're giving me. You're giving me Caleb Downs or offense.
Yes,
so
and the offensive side of the ball still has great players too. Is the other side of this? Like that's the thing I think people miss on this. I think people miss the idea that if you don't take Caleb Downs, you're going to end up with some sort of scrappy. And like last year, you got your luxury pick. Last year, you went Mason Graham and you took him over Tate McMillan. You badly needed a wide receiver, and I said fine. Get your luxury pick. That's all right. You want to work on the D-line. You want to make sure Myles Garrett can feast and get as many sacks as possible. All right, fine. Take your defensive player. Let's get the best defense you possibly can. Let's see what happens. And you know what I saw happen? Mason Graham was a fine football player. Very fine football player. Good. I wouldn't say great by any stretch of the measure. There's a reason why Schlesinger won that award. But I did see with Tate McMillan was an awesome wide receiver. Right. There's a lot of really good players that exist in this little frame that we're talking about. And so it's not putting up against what Caleb Downs' career could be versus some slappy. As if it's I hate this assumption that the right tackle you take or the wide receiver that you take at number 6 overall is just going to be a player that sucks. How did that become the case? There are so many good in a wide receiver stacked class. There's 3 of them you can take in the top 10, all with Pro Bowl caliber talent and everything you want to say. How is that the case? How did it move to Caleb Downs as the only player that could have some sort of high ceiling here?
Well, and Tate had over 1,000 yards receiving. Now, keep in mind, these are players at the position. I did the math the other day.
Yeah.
Because I was just curious to just how bad the wide receivers performed last year. Mm-hmm. And again, part of that had to do with the quarterback situation, but the receiver room was not good.
You mean the Browns receiver room?
Right. Yeah, 1,450 yards from players.
1,457, I think, is the number.
Yeah, to the players that actually play the position.
And I know that number only because our conversation earlier in the week about adding a problematic player in Tyreek Hill, Nick was like, 1,600 yards, I wouldn't do it. And I'm like, that's more than the whole room had last year.
Right.
You have to do it.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Right. I'm not interested in Brandon Ayuk either. But, again, production.
And so think about it. If you had Tate McMillan last year, and I don't want to do a redraft, I'm happy with what happened. But ultimately, if you had Tate McMillan last year, your offense probably looks a little bit different. And then maybe we're not crying about having one of the worst offenses in the NFL, like the Panthers, for instance, that had this big jolt and think about it. They went from a nothing burger of a team last year to all of a sudden in the playoffs. And a lot of that had to do with Bryce Young's connection with Tate.
Also, yes, they did make the playoffs, but they still were below 500.
Yeah, they were 8-9. But
let's not get it twisted.
Well, I'm sorry. 8-9 is still. It got him in the playoffs. It is what it is. But that's more of a problem with the playoff system than it is the idea that the Panthers got into the playoffs
or their division being that bad.
But think about again. There's a lot we can get into with Panthers football and why it sucks. But Bryce Young, not a good football player in my mind at all. But McMillan kept making play after play after play, and all of a sudden you saw how this works.
I kind of feel like the Panthers not being any good. That's a conversation you need to have with Nick.
I don't think he cares about the convo, for being honest about it. I think he's long gone out of Carolina. As he rightfully should. I don't think he cares at all about what's going on there. That's in his rearview mirror, Jimmy Butler style, where he only keeps the front windshields on his car. He just slices off all the rearview mirrors on his car because he doesn't want to look in the rearview mirror. That's Nick with his cars now. Have you heard that story before?
Yeah,
Jimmy Butler, absolute psycho. He buys these like $300,000 cars and just chops off the rearview mirrors because he can't look behind himself.
I had to censor myself because I almost made a joke about a certain.
It's not a no-shot Friday.
A certain Charlotte Hornet.
It's not a no-shot Friday. We're taking shots here today, Daryl. We're getting frisky with it today, Daryl.
I'm going to say I did see the security video, and then I started seeing the social media posts about how this guy terrorizes the Charlotte community with the way he drives. man.
He's a bad driver.
He. You know what? Did he go to Georgia? See, there you go. There's your shot.
That's a good shot. Nobody ever admits they're a bad driver. I was thinking about this earlier today. Like, you just never come across people that admit they're a bad driver. And I think it's because of the time we spend doing it and the amount of safe drives you have. So, like, think about it. If you spend, when's the last time you were in an accident?
I don't put that into the ether.
You can't talk about the last time you were in an accident?
No, because every time
it already happened. It's not like it's going to impact anything in the future. It's old. It already happened.
I find that when I talk about the last time something happens,
was it yesterday?
It happens again. No, it was a couple years ago. I was sandwiched. It was a 5-car pileup. I was car number 3.
Do you think you're a good driver?
I'm an okay driver. I don't think I'm a great driver.
I'll never get in the car with you now because it's rare that people even says okay driver. I'm never getting in the car with you. That's a man that is you're disproving my theory before my ears.
I'm self-aware and I've taken the criticism that I've received to heart. Okay,
because the idea is like, and this is what I was thinking about, is that because we do so many trips, you got like a 99.9% rate of being successful with driving.
The 5-car pileup was not my fault.
Even if you're the worst driver I've ever seen in my life, 99.9% of your trips end in a positive result. You getting to your destination without being injured and without a car accident. And so because of that, it skews people's ideas of whether or not they're a good driver or a bad driver. Turns out you're like the only person I've ever met that has awareness with this.
Listen, the pileup was not my fault. The person that caused the accident wasn't even driving their own car and they didn't have insurance. So that, you know how that worked for all of us that had our, had to have our cars fixed.
Yeah, I could see you getting out with your insurance card, waving it. Like, what's going on here, guys?
Well, let's
get this fixed. Come on.
I'll just say this.
Car up front. Let's exchange information.
The repairs cost what a decent used car would cost now from the act, because it was the front and the back of my car that got smashed.
What kind of car are you driving that costs that? Decent used cars now are not cheap.
Now, I know.
You should have just taken to the junkyard then if it was that expensive.
It was a 5-figure damage. Yeah.
Yeah, that's tough. It's a little. I mean, your insurance did pay for that, right? Are you saying you paid out of pocket for that?
No, they paid for it, but I'm paying for it because my insurance went up because the person that caused the accident didn't have the insurance.
Yeah. All right. Okay, driver. I've never heard anyone just flat out admit that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna take any victory laps over my driving.
Good to know about you.
I would like to take a few victory laps on a speedway somewhere someday, but
you would do that? You would take like the 180 miles per hour on a track and just go?
Well, I think we had this conversation when Miles was racking up his 100-mile-an-hour speeding tickets. I said that is something I would love to do in life, is safely.
How fast would you go? As fast as they let you?
As fast as I could possibly go.
Daryl with a need for speed. Yes. I didn't see that coming at all.
Oh, yeah. 100%. I would love to do that someday. I am saying yes, and oh, yes.
Hey, what kind of thrill seeker are you?
I am not an adrenaline junkie by any stretch of the imagination, but that is something.
But that's just something you're into. Would you jump out of a plane?
No.
Would you bungee jump?
No, because it'd be my luck the cord would break.
So there's something about the cars that you're just into.
I like cars.
An admittedly bad driver, you want to go 180 and think that you'll be fine.
I like the old gasoline guzzler cars too.
Fast and Furious 12 starring Daryl Ryder.
That's right.
I'd watch. I'll tell you that right now.
It's all about family.
Didn't they throw a bunch of cars out of the garage across the street for one of those movies? Yeah.
They also ran right through Park as well. Did a whole scene out of that. Yeah, there's a lot there. All right, 216-474 below 92. We're talking about the Browns. Brugler on Caleb Downs at 6 overall. Can the Browns go defense at 6? We'll get to your phone calls. Also, whether or not this is being a down draft actually hurts your enthusiasm as well. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
all day. Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Catch the latest Browns news all offseason long. Stream us on the Odyssey app and on your smart speaker by telling Alexa to play 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7, live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan, live and on demand now. A lot of Twitter reactions, by the way. Those are brought to you by our friends over there at Shop & Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. People are saying you're going to have to pick up for Nick's lack of shots being taken yesterday. DC saying Daryl needs to take shots in volume with you after yesterday. Need to get back to number one show rating after Nick torpedoed it with his thoughts yesterday. Mike saying can't agree more. Pew, 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 pew all afternoon. No shots, Nick. Can't have it. And
Listen, I
tend to agree.
I took one shot at LaMelo Ball.
Wow, I mean, come on.
It's LaMelo Ball, though.
Yeah, that's like the easiest shot in the world to take.
Low-hanging fruit.
I mean, have you seen his tattoo on his feet?
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't unsee that.
Anybody that's going to get that done, it's Flamin' Hot Cheetos. His feet look like they're always on fire. Anybody that's going to get that done is already well versed in the world of having shots taken their way. I need you to go after some people that haven't had some shots taken their way. Get some people that don't have thick enough skin, can't handle it.
Well, here's the problem. The people I would take the shots at don't have thick skin. They like taking the shots, but they don't like having the shots thrown at them.
Whatever. I'm an equal opportunity shot taker. Let's just keep throwing it out there. But anyway, I don't want to throw many shots at Dane Brugler. I tend to think Dane is good at what he does. It was a little confusing, his thoughts on number 6 overall, though. In one aspect, he says, take best player available. In the other aspect, he says, well, if the difference between Caleb Downs and the offensive linemen or wide receivers aren't that great, then you probably should be taking the offensive side of the ball, considering the Browns are in such a unique spot. And that's the part I want to focus in on. I feel like the Browns are in such a different spot than what most teams drafting typically are, where they are so bereft of talent on the offensive side of the ball. I don't think we can take what I believe to be as a luxury pick in a safety at 6 overall.
I usually, when you're talking about a top 20 pick, I fall into the category of best player available, regardless of position, regardless of side of the ball, just because you historically have struggled in having elite talent. Now, luckily, defensively, they do have elite talent. You got Myles Garrett, you got Carson Schlesinger, you got Grant Delpit, and you have Denzel Ward. You've got 4 pieces of elite talent on that side of the ball. When you look on the offensive side right now, I think Quinshon Judkins could eventually be an elite talent. Not there yet.
Might be. Yeah.
Okay.
Might be.
Harold Fannin Jr., I feel, can be elite talent. Not there yet. Promising as well.
Very promising.
And then that's it. That's the end of the discussion. So if Caleb Downs is the best player that is available for you at 6, and I know I mentioned Grant Delpit's contract situation earlier, I would take Caleb Downs, even though I realize need multiple offensive linemen, need at least one impact wide receiver. But I'm looking at the draft capital that they have, which is very similar to what they had a year ago when you're talking about positioning.
Yeah.
And so I'm not sweating that. You said it. What luxury pick, right? That's what you call.
I think that's
Graham.
what it is. Yeah, and I thought Mason Graham was that as well. Yeah,
right. You call Mason Graham a luxury pick. I think
taking a defensive lineman at 5, interior defensive lineman at 5 is a luxury pick.
Because the Browns have the 24th pick in the draft, and they don't have to sit around and wait for the second round.
Taking a running back at number 5 or number 6 overall. Last year with Genty with the Raiders. I mean, that's a luxury pick.
Right. I would never take a running back in the top 5 of the draft.
Well, hold on now. If you never take a running back in the top 5 of the draft, running backs actually have more value according to the NFL, the draft charts, than safeties do. Why would you take a safety then?
I still have trauma from the Trent Richardson experience.
Okay, all right.
Where the Browns, not only did they use a top 5 pick on Trent Richardson,
I can't argue against your trauma, Daryl.
They traded up. They traded up to make the pick. And kudos to Joe Banner for flipping him to the Colts for a first-round pick except for the Browns.
So, but the draft world looks at taking a running back, which, by the way, for the longest time, it felt like we were trending towards never seeing one taken in the first round again. And then we got on a little bit of a run with it. Jahmyr Gibbs and guys like that, all of a sudden, and again, like Genty that we're talking about, they start being taken, and all of a sudden, Bijan Robinson, and it becomes a little bit more back in vogue. But like the idea had been for years is that we were moving away from that. And the draft community looks at taking a running back as a better bet than taking a safety. Like the positional value of a safety is so significantly low. That's where I have a hard time at number 6 overall.
Well, here's the other part. This falls into one of my draft philosophies that the Browns have painted me into over the years.
Nobody's painting you into anything.
Yes, because
you're putting yourself over there.
No, they have been so bad at doing this that I have defaulted because Columbus, Ohio is a football factory, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Best Buckeye on the board. And I think he'd be the best Buckeye on the board.
I don't even know that he will be because I think Reese is going to be better and taking it number, 2 or 3 overall. And then I think Carnell Tate is going to be in the discussion as well.
Again, of what's available to them, best Buckeye still on the board.
If Tate is on the board, and let's say, I don't know who you like more between Tate and Downs. I don't know who you like more there. Who do you like more between Reese, Tate, and Downs? If we're doing like a Buckeye exclusive, I have to have like your power ranking because the Buckeyes have so many guys now in the top 10 for this year.
We don't do power rankings on this show.
You're right, we don't. So that's going to be a really quick way of us exiting out of that, I guess, isn't it? But I look at it and I think about how badly this team needs the offense. And you want to talk about like where the Browns' trauma has set in. This last year hit me in a way that I don't love when it comes to the defensive side of the ball.
Okay.
It doesn't. I don't love that you can have as good of a defense as you had, second in EPA in all of the NFL, just as good as every competitive team you would find that made a deep postseason run, just as good as Denver's defense, just as good as Seattle's defense in many, many ways, just as good. All these good defenses and the Texans' defense. C.J. Stroud was basically nothing, and look what happened there. That defense took him to a playoff win this year, but we won 5 games.
Yeah.
And so from a 5-game season where you that's all you end up getting, it's really hard for me to turn around and say, yes, put more resources towards that. That's going to be the right way to do this. That just becomes incredibly hard for myself.
Well, and the ceiling for last year's team, because I thought about this long and hard after just going back and re-listening to what Jimmy Haslam said after they fired Kevin, going back listening to Andrew Berry after they fired Kevin, and after they hired Todd Monken, okay? And I came to the conclusion that internally, the Browns felt that they were at least an 8-win football team last season.
I agree with that sentiment. I really do believe the Browns thought that they were going to be a much better team than they were last year.
Right. The Vikings lost, the Jets lost, the Titans lost. Those 3...
Well, no, but we can't do that game because then all of a sudden it's like.
But this is how I arrived at
should
Browns.
Should I give the Packers the win over the Browns, the one that they got? You know what I mean? Like that's where that becomes tough.
I get it, but this is where I came up with the 8 wins, though. Is I looked at those 3 games as games they should have won.
But that's if everything goes right.
I get it, and your defense was so great last year. Carson Wentz walked you right down the field. At the end of the fourth quarter, 80 yards, and beat you, okay? So, now, you could argue that's because the offense just was so ineffective, the defense got worn out, which we see that time and time again here in recent years with the Browns. I agree with you. As many resources as humanly possible need to be thrown on the offensive side of the ball and at that side of the ball. And I firmly believe that Andrew Berry is going to do that. Now, does him taking his, I'm using your term, luxury pick, using the 6th overall pick as a, quote, luxury pick, would that take away from that? If you use 24, if you use your 2nd-round pick, your 3rd-round picks, if you use those picks on offense, that's a 3-to-1 ratio, okay? 3 offense to 1 defensive player. The other thing you have to think about, too, in the team-building cycle is that you're going to have turnover, and you have to, this is one area where the Browns have always struggled, and that is when they get good players, they either struggle to keep said good player, or they struggle to replace good player with another good player.
Yeah.
And so what's going to happen here in the next 2 years, or maybe even 3 years, okay, is this defense is not going to be as good as it's been the last 3 years. It's cyclical. The offense, I'm already in my head, and this is nothing against any of the promotions or hires that Todd Monken has made, but in my mind, I'm already factoring in there's going to be a step back this year defensively.
There probably will be.
There
should be. Yeah.
I still think they're going to be good, but they're not statistically going to be as great as they were this past season.
Probably.
There's going to be some drop-off.
I would think so.
I'm also factoring in that while the offense, and I know I'm saying this about the Browns, it couldn't be any worse. And I realize it could always get worse with them. But it was so bad the last 2 years, I can't imagine it being worse. And with the players that they're going to bring in, I don't know the names and faces that, are going to be there, but I'm assuming that those guys are going to be better and the offense is going to be better, and it's either going to level itself out or the Browns are going to take a step forward. And that, obviously, the step forward is what everyone's hoping for. The names and faces they bring in steps this thing forward. But I'm already calculating that into this thing. So I'm okay if you're using the 6th pick in the draft to replace a player who potentially is going to leave, okay, and this kid's going to be here the next 5, 6, 7, 8 years after that, I can live with that as long as 24, second-round pick, the third-round pick, do get focused on offense. And here's the other part you got to look at, too, is the offensive tackle that's going to be available at 6. Is he better than Caleb Downs?
And so that's where I think that's interesting is like Dane was talking about that concept alone. And it's like the difference between Caleb Downs and whatever offensive tackle you take at 6, not large. Difference between whatever wide receiver you take and Caleb Downs, not large. And it's like, so, all right, if they're as good as Caleb Downs, the difference is minimal, let's say, and it's a position of strength and a position you need to fill, then go to the position of strength and the position you need to fill. Like, why is this that difficult of a conversation for people?
I just think you really...
And there's plenty of options. It's not like, we have to rely on this wide receiver being there or this offensive tackle being there. No, you have at number 6, there's going to be more than enough of the guys we're discussing.
Best case scenario, in my view, for the Browns is that the players that they wanted to be there at 6 aren't there. They trade down a couple of spots, and hopefully they get an extra pick in 2027 for doing so.
All right, Brett Siegel joining us at 3 o'clock. We'll get into the Cavs that hour. Quick hits coming your way next. It's Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin and Daryl Ryder with you guys right here on The Fan.
Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Brett Siegel joining us in 20 minutes. In his afternoon drive, Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder with you guys here on The Fan. And now, it's time for Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
All right, Daryl, the Rams are promoting pass game coordinator Nate Scheelhaase to offensive coordinator, making the quarterback coach the co-offensive coordinator, QB coach, everything associated with that. Scheelhaase, though, gets the big promotion. And after a few interviews with the Browns and other teams and everything else, he gets in a pretty sweet spot. The last 4 offensive coordinators for the Rams eventually became a head coach. 4 for 4, Sean McVay is.
And he will soon go 5 for 5.
Yeah, I would imagine so. And so, like, if we're thinking about it, we will go back to the idea of should the Browns have just done everything they could have to go ahead and make Scheelhaase the guy. I don't know that was ever in their plans. And I do always, I think when history tries to rewrite this, Daryl, I do wonder if the spin on this is going to be what Albert Breers hinted to us previously, that Scheelhaase is the one that told us no, not us telling Scheelhaase no.
Yeah, and look, he and Grant Udinski are thought to be the 2 largest up-and-comers on the offensive side of the ball. And I think next hiring cycle, you will hear plenty of both of those names. And I kind of wonder if this is Kevin Stefanski 2.0. Like, didn't get the job this time around, but maybe he gets the job.
Next time?
Gets the job the next time. Whenever that is, whether it's next year, 2 years down the road.
I just feel like Scheelhaase is the one that turned us down. And so if that was the case or the reason, he thought, well, I can be an offensive coordinator for the Rams. I'll get that promotion. That's clearly what they had intended and promised them. And it's even more obvious now that Cliff Kingsbury got hired, I don't know, what was that, 15 days ago?
Yeah.
And Kingsbury at the time, they're like, well, we don't know what he's going to end up being. Clearly they had slotted in Scheelhaase, got this promotion, and was going to be the OC, which is weird that Kingsbury is going to be on staff as a former head coach and not even be head coach or offensive coordinator. What a fall he's really just developed and found himself into. But we'll see what happens with Scheelhaase. But he clearly, in my opinion, turned down the Browns for the idea that when another opportunity opens up, it's going to be a better one than what the Browns could currently offer. So I don't know that he's going to get to come back around.
The Browns have a reputation that continues to follow them around the National Football League. And that is, there's a lot of collaboration that goes on, and it just creates headaches for your head coach. So if he did tell the Browns no, I totally get it. Omaha! Hey, in case you haven't heard, the Browns have 3 new coordinators. It's finally official. It's officially official as Todd Monken and the Browns named Travis Switzer the offensive coordinator, Mike Rutenberg the defensive coordinator, Byron Storr the special teams coordinator. The question I have for you, Jonathan, did the Browns upgrade from the combination of Tommy Rees, Jim Schwartz, and Bubba Ventrone?
No, but the only place I think you might have upgraded there is special teams, because it can't get worse than Bubba Ventrone.
Oh, it can always get worse.
I don't know that it gets much worse. Well, actually, what the Rams had last year when they then fired their guy halfway through the season, that might be worse.
Yeah, but at least they held someone accountable.
Yeah, no, they did. Yeah.
Bubba got to finish the season, and then he got to replace the guy in Los Angeles.
On the basis of I don't know that it can get much worse is why I think that we'll have an upgrade there with special teams. You don't have an upgrade with defensive coordinator, and you don't have an upgrade with offensive coordinator, although I guess I shouldn't speak that highly of Tommy Rees. It's not like I really knew what exactly he was doing to make me think high of him. I have basically nothing else to go off of.
I mean, Ephraim Banda got a promotion today.
I'm happy for him.
Jason Tarver got a promotion today.
Happy for Tarver, too.
So here we go. The Browns now have 3 coordinators on defense. They have a defensive coordinator, a pass game coordinator, and a run game coordinator. There's a lot of coordination going on that side of the ball.
Well, it's really funny with Tarver, too, because I saw somebody discussing that, like, Tarver was really on board with the idea of teaching the new first-year DC everything he needs to know, because Tarver's got a little bit of experience, right? And I'm like, yeah, because what is Tarver going to do? Tarver's not in the position to be like, no, I'm not gonna teach this guy anything. No, he's got to be a good company man about it. Tarver's lucky he's in the NFL in many respects. Like, he's lucky to have the job. He's good. He's good at what he does in many facets, but like, he's lucky to have the job. You don't get to then be like, I'm not going to train this guy. I always hated the people. You ever work with people like that? They're like, I'm not going to train this guy. I don't want to do that.
Yes, actually, I have.
Like, I'm sure you have. We all have. It's screw those people. Help out people when you can. But like Tarver, of course, it's like that's his benefit.
That's what I say.
His benefit of being on that staff is to help out some people that are in roles that they've never been in before. That's one of the good things. It's why he has the job. It's why he didn't get canned in this whole entire ordeal. It's to keep the wide nine going, to basically teach everyone what Jim Schwartz already knew.
And he didn't pull a Jim Schwartz.
Well, and that's what makes everyone so impressed by it. It's like, no, pulling a Jim Schwartz is not the standard.
No.
That's not what you're supposed to do in these type of situations.
I still can't believe after Jim Schwartz said what he said, the Browns, who have very little standards as it is, were willing to beg him to come back. Like, as soon as that gets said, no, we're done. Once you disrespect me in that fashion, verbally, we're done. We're good. Go on.
No, but you know what the Browns were in that spot.
Trust me, I know.
They were dating the model, and then the model belittled them in public, and then they were still like, that's cool. You're going to come around later? We're going to hang out? I got nothing better going on. Let's do this.
And you wonder why the Browns have the problems that the Browns always have.
That's all that was. All right, according to ESPN, Curt Cignetti has agreed to a new deal at Indiana. That makes his annual salary up to $13.2 million. The deal is going to go through 2033, which is kind of wild considering now if you go through his track record of signing contracts, this is his third new deal in 2 years. His initial deal, Daryl, was a 6-year, $27 million deal. So that was $4.5 million per year. He's gotten quite the bump in pay. He is making the same amount of money as Lane Kiffin. It's kind of wild, the glow up of Cignetti. And he is legitimately in 2 years now perceived as one of the better head coaches in the sport.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's earned it. Indiana, not a football school until he arrived. Let's call it the way it is. Like,
I mean, it almost makes it seem like it's more enticing to go to an Indiana-type school with a strong NIL backing, because if you can do it there, you're going to get paid not only handsomely, but then also perceived as something that, I mean, he's legitimately in every ranking going to be a top 5 college football head coach next year.
Yeah, listen, as a Buckeye shill.
Makes more money than Ryan Day, by the way.
Yeah, and I am still coming to terms with the fact that Indiana now is a football powerhouse, that I, as a Buckeye fan, have to take them seriously and not just completely laugh at the thought of them beating Ohio State, which, by the way, they did in the Big Ten Championship. I am still coming to terms with that, Jonathan.
I have a brewing theory. So if the Mavericks end up getting sold back to Mark Cuban and company, I think that's a good thing for Ohio State fans. Because I think
really?
I think Cuban's going to pull the plug on the NIL stuff to Indiana. What he's doing with Indiana football right now, just all my theory. What he's doing with Indiana football, this is his way of trying to own a sports team without owning a sports team.
Right.
He misses the Mavericks. And so he's trying to replace his love and everything that he had for owning the Dallas Mavericks, and he's doing that with Indiana football.
He's got more rings than a lot of owners do, man. He's got a national championship and an NBA championship.
If he's able to buy back the Mavericks, which seems like it's very much in play this offseason, or whenever the NBA expands, so you get the Vegas team, so then the people that currently own the Mavericks can buy that instead, I think Indiana football has got a real problem on their hands.
Well, you know what? I'm going to be rooting for that then. As a Bucket, we need to get Indiana back to a basketball
You got to
school.
deal with Katie when she comes in here, not
I know.
me, so that's fine.
I love Katie, but it is painful watching her walk around wearing that national championship shirt. I mean, I'm happy for her. Good for them, but should have been the Buckeyes. Opportunity. Comedian Drewski, the epitome of telling a joke at the wrong time that falls flat. He, at NFL Honors, absolutely butchered.
I like Drewski, by the way.
Yeah, he's very popular, but butchered Jackson
I like
Smith-Njigba's name when he was
You just
announcing.
butchered it. Hold on, what was that?
Jackson Smith-Njigba.
Nope.
Njigba?
Njigba, yeah.
There we go.
Njigba.
Okay.
This was his.
Who else was it that messed it up? Was it Gronk?
Yeah, but
was it Gronk that messed it up really badly?
I think Gronk did too, yeah.
It's not an easy name.
It's not, but here's the thing. He butchered it in a way that I'm not even going to
his was intentional.
I'm not even going to repeat it because it's offensive. But he was on CBS Mornings, and I guess this was his recap of what went down at NFL Honors.
I like to mess around, and sometimes you can go too far. I even hit him up, and I don't think most people. I reached out, and congratulations to him, the team on the Super Bowl. I think that was an amazing thing, and I didn't get no response back, but I tried. But your point is, we talk about walking the line of comedy. Sometimes you do have to take that chance. I think it's not all going to be a successful hit. Nothing you do in anything when you try to pursue greatness is going to be success. Right. So, and I think, if most people pronounce that name, I think they will kind of fumble up. But I will say,
but you did reach out to him.
You got to wear that one.
Come on. But you know what? How he pronounced it was not funny. It was.
Oh, he went for the joke.
Right.
I'm going to defend Drewski on this one.
Okay.
Yeah, I in hearing him describe it, that's a volume shooter right there. But his whole life is making jokes. That's all he does is make jokes. He walks around like the court jester in society, and that's fine. There's a place for him on that. But when the NFL, this is on the NFL, when the NFL invites you to the honors, right, and you invite Drewski, you got to know what you invited.
Well, have him do.
That's on the NFL.
Have him host the show then. You can't.
Oh, well, that's okay. So that's now he's hosting the show.
But I'm just saying you can't butcher the name like that and in the fashion that he did it.
But it's Drewski. Everything's a joke to Drewski. That's the whole point. I keep saying his name as if it's something funny. I don't know why, like Drewski. But that's the whole point. When you invite a clown is going to do clown behavior. You can't be surprised when that happens.
And he shouldn't be surprised that he's not heard back.
Like when the lion bit Siegfried and Roy, like they can't be surprised.
What'd you expect?
Yeah, you can't be surprised. A lion did what a lion does. Like that's what you expect there. When you invite Drewski to the NFL Honors, he's going to make a joke at somebody's expense. Something's going to happen there. So like NFL Honors, this is on you. But they went for the entertainment factor, which I don't think you should swerve from in these settings. Tough break for JSN. He'll be fine. All right, 216-474 to below 92. We come on back. Brett Siegel covers the NBA. Big breaking news around the NBA with him. He's basically been everywhere and anywhere. He'll tell us the latest with the Cavs, how important the James Harden trade was, and whether or not they are now top billing in the East. It's Jonathan Peterlin and Daryl Ryder with you guys. Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
It takes a Lamar Jackson to do a lot of that. But he brought over a veteran staff, so I think these guys are going to be able to hit the ground running. And let's see what Todd has.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Thursday mornings at 8:20 on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
It does slip out occasionally.
All right, back in here on The Fan. Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder today. As we go out to the Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline. Brett Siegel writes for ClutchPoints.com. He joins us here on 92.3 The Fan. Brad, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
We're good. We're living in a James Harden life right now that we're really, really enjoying. Yes, the competition hasn't been the greatest so far, but the Cavs seem like they've taken it to another level. Your early impressions on James Harden and the Cavs?
Yeah, as soon as that trade was made, I pretty much said that those two of him and Donovan Mitchell were the best offensive duo in the East. And that's because of how wide open the East is this year. And that's not a discredit to Harden and Mitchell. They're two all-star level players. But with the East being as wide open as it is and those two being such dynamic scorers and being able to create off the dribble, being able to create off one another as passers, I think that it just opens up the floor so much for everybody on the Cavaliers. That's why they're the best 1-2 punch in the East. And that's why we're seeing all this success right now. And it wouldn't shock me if the Cavs continue to rise up the standings and maybe claim a top 3 spot in the East.
Watching them in person a little different than on TV. And I've seen 2 games since this trade has been made here in Cleveland. And the thing that stands out to me the most is Harden's court vision. He's almost like an NFL quarterback out there. He'll throw the ball to a spot, and he has the expectation that his teammate is going to be there to collect it and do something with it. Do you really think that this, I guess, energy, this pace that they seem to be playing with right now, do you think this is a honeymoon phase with Harden, or do you feel like this is something they can continue throughout the postseason?
I think it's a little bit of both. Obviously, as the season progresses, you'll see them slow down a little bit at times, and you'll see defenses being able to figure out different ways to contend against James Harden and to kind of limit him in a way, per se. But I think that what he does of creating the space for others, like you mentioned, it only adds to the Cavaliers' offense, and it makes them better three-point shooting threats. That's something that we didn't necessarily see a whole lot during the first half of the season. Now, since Harden has arrived, I'm just looking at some of the box scores of these games. In that win against the Nuggets, they knocked down 15 threes. In the win against the Wizards, a lesser opponent but still relevant, 16 threes. And then last night against the Nets, they found success early on from the three-point line with those starters. So I think that's really what it does. It creates more opportunities for guys like Dean Wade, for guys like Sam Merrill, Jalen Tyson, who are going to be super important come playoff time to be those secondary pieces and secondary scorers outside of that core of this team. And that's what James Harden can bring. It takes an immense amount of pressure off of Donovan Mitchell to have to do everything, both scoring and passing for this team. And now with Harden being the type of passer he is and being able to find people anywhere on the court, it just opens up things so much more for Donovan Mitchell to find success.
Yeah, one other difference for myself, Brett, I want to see your thoughts on it, is what he does for these big men. And, Jared Allen looks like it's night and day in the past month or so, but it's really night and day with Harden, and the history's there. Zubac was great, Capella was great, and then, Joel Embiid won league MVP with James Harden. He does something for these big men that I think a lot of fans, it's not that they didn't see coming. He's got a history of this, but I think when you see it night in, night out now, you're like, this is impressive.
Yeah, and I think it goes to James Harden when he's able to attack the paint and all eyes are on him. As soon as he gets to that free throw line area, free throw line extended, all 5 eyes on the defense are on him. So it creates slashing opportunities from those wings. And then for the big men who are hanging around in that dunker spot, especially a guy like Jared Allen, it's an easy lob to the rim. It's an easy dump pass when he draws a double team in. And those little things can really elevate the play of those guys, like you mentioned previously, Clint Capella. Obviously, Joel Embiid is a different type of big man than James Harden has played with in his previous years, where he can extend the floor and play virtually anywhere with the ball. But again, he opens up extra spots on the court. We're seeing success with Donovan Mitchell having a lot easier time getting to his spots. And now, like you mentioned, with Jared Allen, he's had some of his best games this season with the Cavs since James Harden arrived. And now with Evan Mobley coming back into the mix, you're going to see these 1-2 punches with those guys hanging out in the dunker spot. You're going to be able to see them extend on offense in those pick and roll situations. And as soon as James Harden turns that corner, he's going to have free picking with who he wants to pass that ball to.
Brett, the obviously the Harden trade is what everyone's focused on, but Dennis Schroeder, Keon Ellis, how big of a move was that for Kobe Altman and the Cavs to really deepen this bench with those two players? And do you feel like those two guys, in conjunction with Harden, are enough to get the Cavaliers over the finish line and at least to the conference final?
I do. I think that health obviously plays a big factor because you're going to need those big guys healthy to compete with some of these other teams in the East. But when we're talking about just Dennis Schroeder and Keon Ellis, it's the energy that those guys bring when they come into a game off the bench. There's just a new feel and a new joy to this Cavs unit that we didn't see before that trade was made. And every single game virtually since Keon Ellis has been here, I think minus last night's game against the Nets, and that one was pretty much over at halftime, we could say. But other than that game, Keon Ellis has been plus, and he's led the team in plus-minus since his trade. So I think that basically speaks volumes to the type of player that he is and what Kenny Atkinson is going to look from these guys heading into the stretch run of the season and the playoffs. He just wants energy, and he wants high-level efficiency, and that's what he's gotten from Schroeder and Ellis.
Brett Siegel, Clutch Points, joining us here on 92.3 The Fan. All right, so let's stack this whole thing up. I want your impressions, top to bottom, of where this East stands. A lot of people here now, we're just putting them into the NBA Finals and bypassing everyone. There's parts of the Pistons that I like. There's parts I dislike. And I can say the same thing about the Knicks. I don't know what's going on with Boston. Give me your insight.
I think that right now, when you look at the East, especially after last night's game with what they did to the Knicks, shorthanded without Isaiah Stewart and Jalen Duren, the Pistons are clearly the best team in the East, and I think that there's a wide gap between them and those other three teams in the mix, and the Cavs included there. But what the Pistons do so well is their depth stands out in a way that it doesn't on these other teams. I think that the Cavs have the second best depth in the East, but the Pistons, they have guys that other teams don't respect. And I think that every single player on Detroit's roster plays with a chip on their shoulder. Dennis Jenkins is a great example of that, where he's just going to go out there and do his job every single night. Karis LeVert, another proven veteran that teams just kind of overlook, and he can easily go for 12, 14, 16 points on any given night. And then you add Cade Cunningham to the mix, who's a top 3 MVP candidate next to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Jokic this season. All of a sudden you have a team that can possibly win the East this season. But if I had to rank them right now, I think that the Pistons are clearly the number one team. And then I have serious questions and doubts about the Knicks right there. I think that their effort on any given night and against some of these top teams is a definite question, especially when it comes to Karl-Anthony Towns' production. So I would definitely say that the Cavaliers and the Celtics have a leg up over the New York right now. But for Boston particularly, I think everybody, including all you guys in Cleveland, are just wanting to know what's going to happen with Jason Tatum and if he'll be back this year, because that changes a lot in the Eastern Conference playoff picture.
So should we just go ahead and Sharpie a Kenny Atkinson, J.B. Bickerstaff coaching duel in the Eastern Conference Final?
I think right now that would be my pick. And it's still early. There's a lot of basketball yet to be played, and who knows who's going to be healthy down the stretch. But if the playoffs started tomorrow and the Cavs and Pistons weren't set to meet in the Eastern Conference semifinals, I would definitely say that those are my two teams that I would keep an eye on for the Eastern Conference Finals.
Do they have enough perimeter shooting? Like, I just kind of worry, and we know J.B. Bickerstaff very well. He is they're a bunch of gym class heroes in the regular season, like all his teams are. The ones here, the ones in Detroit. How much of what they do translates to the postseason?
It's going to be matchup based. It is every postseason where teams that play a certain way in the regular season, they may continue that in the regular season, but we oftentimes, with these veteran coaches, see a lot of adjustments made. And over the course of the last 3-4 years, we've seen that with these championship organizations where they play a lot different series to series. And Kenny Atkinson, he's been around the block. He's been with championship contending teams before. He's been with a lot of all-star players and stars that have won championships. So he knows what he's doing. I have full faith in that. And obviously for this offense, you mentioned the perimeter shooting. I've seen a greater uptick in their production from the perimeter since James Harden has arrived.
No. I might have misspoke there. I was talking about the Pistons. I was talking about J.B. Bickerstaff.
Oh, the Pistons.
Yeah. Okay, because we've seen Bickerstaff for years, and he is. I mentioned the gym class hero thing. Like he got this Cavs team to a very good spot in the regular season consistently, and then you get to the postseason and it was different. I'm not worried about the Cavs perimeter shooting, but I'm worried about Detroit's perimeter shooting.
Yeah, well, I agree with you on that front for the Pistons. That's really the only doubt in my mind for their offense is their perimeter shooting. Like you said, they don't have necessarily a go-to guy. I guess you could pencil in Duncan Robinson being there, but if teams know that that's their only three-point shooting threat and that they can take him out of the equation, all of a sudden this is going to turn into a heavy pick-and-roll team that's going to be so reliant on their points in the paint. So that is definitely the big question mark for the Pistons entering the postseason and for J.B. Bickerstaff to figure out. And I think that we're going to see some kind of variation of this offense change over the course of the next few weeks as they prepare for the postseason, because that has been a glaring weakness of theirs all season long.
Yeah, Brett, we know each other well enough at this point. If you ever think I'm asking about the Cavs perimeter shooting, you just slap me through the radio, okay? You were very kind if you thought that was the question and then answer it the way that you did. You could just be like, Jonathan, what are you doing?
Well, I guess my mind's already set on the weekend here. It's Friday afternoon and not thinking fully, so that's my bad as well.
Hey, the tanking issue has really come to the forefront. It's been a problem for years and years and years. We here in Cleveland have benefited from it as well, but it's gotten to a point now where Adam Silver is proposing radical changes to how they operate the draft lottery and whatnot. What is your view? It was interesting listening to Kenny Atkinson last night. He was asked about it, and he said, I don't want to get into it. And then he gave about a 1-minute answer after it, acknowledging the issue and the challenge that teams have trying to rebuild. Just what's your take on where Adam Silver seems to be with this whole tanking thing? And do you think that the solutions that he is throwing out there, these proposals he's putting out there, do you think they'll make a difference?
So I think that tanking has been around for at least 20 years now, and it has not changed drastically. I think that we're just seeing it more in the spotlight this season because of how talented this draft class is, and also because of how bad some of these teams around the league are. The Sacramento Kings entered the season with no chance of making the playoffs. I think the same could be said about the Brooklyn Nets and the Washington Wizards and obviously the Pacers without Tyrese Haliburton. So you immediately had about 4 to 5 teams that were going to be in tank mode, and then you add on the fact that this 2026 draft class is arguably the best draft that we've seen ever. There's a legit 17 to 18 kids that are proven lottery-like talents in this draft. So that's the reason why we're seeing tanking in the spotlight right now. As far as Adam Silver going to change the rules in the NBA, looking to tweak some things, it's a necessary evil because of all the pressure that's being put on them from the fans, from a lot of these stakeholders in the league as well. And I say stakeholders in quotes because we don't know necessarily who some of these people and companies are that are complaining, but
the gambling industry.
Yeah, you could say that. So I think that there's
I'll say it. You don't have to.
There's pressure being put on by them, and so there has to be some kind of solution that they come up with to appease all parties and appease the owners as well. But I'll just say this. If the solution for the rest of the season is to find owners $500,000 for them to get the number 1 pick, there's probably about 25 owners in this league that would gladly pay $10 million in fines right now if that meant that they would get the number 1 pick in this draft. It's just these are all-star-like players and franchise-altering talents that the teams don't care at this point. They're going to continue to do what they do to try to get them on their team for the 26-27 season.
Brett, fantastic insight as always, man. I appreciate you anytime you hop on, and we're always keeping track of you over there at Clutch Point. You are starting to break news at a really high rate. It's very exciting.
No problem, guys. I appreciate the support as always, and have a great weekend.
You too. Thanks so much. Brett, as always, on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. We come on back as Jared Allen become the secret sauce for the wine and gold. It's Daryl Ryder, Jonathan Peterlin with you guys right here in The Fan.
free agency and the draft ahead. That's The Fan off-season special tonight from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan and broadcast live on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I think that right now, when you look at the East, especially after last night's game with what they did to the Knicks shorthanded without Isaiah Stewart and Jalen Duren, the Pistons are clearly the best team in the East, and I think that there's a wide gap between them and those other three teams in the mix, and the Cavs included there. But what the Pistons do so well is their depth stands out in a way that it doesn't on these other teams. I think that the Cavs have the second best depth in the East.
That was Brett Siegel, Clutch Points. He joined us last segment. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin and Daryl Ryder with you guys. I was a little surprised, Daryl. Now, listen, yesterday, really coming off last night, you're going to have a lot of national media all of a sudden trying to make a lot of claims about the Detroit Pistons. I mean, they beat the Knicks shorthanded last night. No beef stew. Their traditional center and Duren not there. Like, there's a lot that was missing in that game, both suspended by that Hornets brawl. But like the reality is, I'm just not scared of Detroit. And that doesn't mean I'm all of a sudden of the belief that the Cavs are in the NBA Finals and I'm going to pencil them in or anything crazy like that. Like, we're not there. We got a lot of games we still have to play. But I don't see this wide gap. Cade Cunningham is exceptional. He's going to get MVP votes. Nobody's denying that. I just have a hard time thinking that lack of perimeter three-pointing that they have is not going to show its face in the postseason.
Well, and we know the history with J.B. Bickerstaff's teams, right?
I know.
Great regular seasons, and they always seem to fizzle out come the late second half of the season into the playoffs. And
I feel like we have like an inside track to J.B. Bickerstaff. It's like direct knowledge. It'd be like if when the Browns play the Falcons, we know what Kevin Stefanski is going to do better than Falcons fans right now. Now, it's not like he hasn't been there for a hot minute, but this is the first time the Pistons, they had success last year, but let's really talk about it. This is the first time they have a real chance to make a run at things, and I've always believed JB is just great at getting players to play hard in the regular season. Gym class heroes is a perfect way to describe it. They're a bunch of tryhards. They're a bunch of people that get motivated for, February 19th games against the Knicks. How much does that really translate in the postseason? And part of the complaint we had here, Daryl, was the idea that he drove these guys into the ground.
Well, that's
and then
why
he get to the playoffs, and it was what it was.
That's why the Cavaliers fired him, and they brought in Kenny Atkinson because, the regular season was great, and he was very instrumental in getting this thing out of the ditch in the post-LeBron 2.0 era. He did a great job developing this team here in Cleveland, but they needed that coach to get him over the hump, and that's why Kenny Atkinson's here. Now, he's done a phenomenal job in Detroit resurrecting that program because the Pistons were in the same condition the Cavaliers were when he took over. So he's done a great job, but I'm not sold on Detroit as being the deepest or the team to beat. I think right now, with the way the Cavs are playing, they won 11-12. They've won 6 straight, 4-0 since the trades were made. Like, the way the Cavs are playing, and you can say all you want about the competition, but your schedule's your schedule. You can only play the competition that's on it.
Right.
And the Cavaliers are handling their business. Like last night, you heard Kenny Atkinson mention professional win. You heard Donovan Mitchell mention professional win. That game was over at halftime.
Yeah.
It was a 40-point spread through 3 quarters. The only reason that was as close as it was is because
they rested all the guys and then the fourth quarter.
The Canton Charge went out on the floor.
And then shot 0 for 12 from 3 in the fourth quarter.
Right. Okay.
I don't know what that was about, guys.
Well, and Kenny joked after the game that totally torpedoed their offensive rating for the game.
But just sound it out for a second. I want to stay on this Pistons thing for a second because this wide gap that he believes exists between the Pistons and the Cavs, there's a wide gap in the win-loss column. But if I were to ask you, Daryl, what exactly the Pistons have as far as threats on any given moment, right? Cade Cunningham's obviously at the top. Second best player, I think, is pretty obvious as well, in Jalen Duren, the traditional center. Who's their third best player? Like, legitimately, who's their third best player? I think many people go maybe Tobias Harris. Maybe you end up going with Thompson. Maybe, I mean, like, there's all sorts of different ways you could go, but there's no definitive nature there. And any of the guys that I'm going to bring up, I'm only doing with courtesy. I mean, there's a real argument you can make that Jarrett Allen in a Pistons uniform would be just as good as Jalen Duren is.
Right. I mean, Karis LeVert's probably their,
and that's their second best guy.
Yeah.
I'm impressed by the wins that they're getting and how they're able to do it. I know that's a good team, and I might seem like I'm an idiot in, I don't know, the Eastern Conference Finals if we end up getting waxed by these guys, but they just seem like they try really, really hard in the regular season. They're a tough team, I'll give them that, but they lack a bunch of perimeter shooting, and I have no faith that Detroit is leaps and bounds better than this Cavs team, where if I ask you simply, who's the best player on the Cavs team and go down the list, you're putting together an all-star team is what you're doing.
Yeah, and Max Strus isn't even available yet. And Atkinson told us last night he anticipates that Strus will play before the regular season is over. So factor that into this too, the fact that, he's going to come back. And if you think the addition of Schroeder and Ellis really bolstered the bench, now you throw Max Strus into that mix. I think that makes the Cavs the deepest team in the East and the team to beat.
I mean, they just have better players. It's point blank. It's as simple as that. And Cade Cunningham legitimately will get MVP votes this year.
Yes, he should.
He might win the MVP if they actually end up having the NBA's best record when it's all said and done. They have it right now because the Thunder have 14 losses. They have 13. He might legitimately win league MVP. That's how good he's been. Now, a lot of people don't qualify because of the 65 games.
Right.
So just going to remind everybody of that. If you're like, where's the convo about Jokic and all they're not going to qualify.
Right.
But because of the new rules, he might legitimately win it. And he probably would be a deserving candidate, all things considered. But it just falls off so much for me. The Cavs, it's odd to say because they haven't been a complete team for very long in adding Harden, but they feel like a much more complete team, and there's more dynamic nature to this offense.
Well, and I think the Cavaliers are only going to get better. My biggest criticisms of Jarrett Allen have been the trail off. When things get a little physical, he disappears. And that's a problem.
When the lights get bright.
Right. And, can James Harden clearly is making an effort to get him involved, and it's paying dividends. He's seeing it with Evan Mobley as well. I really don't want Evan Mobley standing on the three-point line trying to pop threes. No. That's not what I want for my 7-footer, but that's the league that you're playing in right now. And I think that what impresses me most about Harden is his ability to anticipate where his teammates are going to be or where they're supposed to be.
Yeah.
And he just puts the ball in the perfect spot. I mean, he was throwing lobs like crazy last night. He finished with 9 assists.
And this is one of the things I was trying to stress to people when I was talking about James Harden coming here. He was averaging 25 and 8. He has had multiple times where he's led the league in assist. And it's like people just didn't want to give him any credit for being an assist maker and being a great
act
passer.
Like he was a black hole.
I never understood it.
Yeah.
Like look at some of the players he's played around. I've mentioned some of the things he's done for big men, obviously, and that's true. Joel Embiid, MVP season under James Harden. Clint Capella never looked better under James Harden. Zubac in L.A. never looked better under James Harden. He makes big men better, but even just in just players around him.
Right.
Kawhi this year was still averaging 28 a game when they made the move. It's not like Kawhi, say people are so worried about his usage rate and so worried that he's a ball hog and all these other things. You don't just stumble into being 12th all time in assists.
Right. And the other thing too is Harden, I remember his first media availability here in Cleveland. He acknowledged that, there were points in his career where he was focused on the scoring. That was what was important to him. But, here he seems to, and this is the thing that I hope continues, he really seems to have the perfect attitude. First of all, he doesn't care what his numbers are as long as they're winning. And if he's got the double-digit assists and they win, or if he's scoring 25 points a game, he seems genuinely happy.
And the worry that you'd have on that is that how long does that last?
Well, that's the thing. This is the honeymoon period right now, and this is the.
But I think the Cavs got a good end of this too, because in in 28 games and then the playoffs, it's not like James Harden's going to have a bunch of time to become disgruntled.
Well, the other thing too, you don't need James Harden to score 25 a game, 30 a game,
and that's another.
You've got plenty of. The thing that I love the most about last night's game against the Nets was the balanced box score. They had 7 players score in double figures. The highest scorer
was 17, right?
Points.
Yeah.
That was just, for me, that was a beautiful box score.
And Donovan played 21 minutes.
Yeah.
We joked about JB in this segment already, but JB would have ran him out for 35 regardless. You were able to rest everyone in the fourth, not play a lot of minutes. Had their best defensive rating they've had all season long, too, by the way.
Harden had the most minutes on the team last night with 24.
Yeah, it's a perfect basketball game, especially coming out of the All-Star break.
When you got 5 and 7.
Yeah, when you're 16.5-point favorites and everything else. It's perfect. 216-474 to below 92. You mentioned Harden. We've been asking you guys if Jarrett Allen has become the secret sauce to this whole thing. He spoke about Jarrett Allen after the game, and this is what the superstar had to say.
I can say he's better than I thought he was in the sense of he's able to catch the ball, finish around the rim with both hands. He has so much touch around the rim, and that's, I think, probably one of the most underrated parts of his game.
Yeah, and you saw, by the way, weird part with Allen last night, getting to the free throw line 10 times. It's like he became the foul merchant that James Harden always has been.
Right.
He morphed into that. He's got to hit more than 5 of them.
I was going to say, he needs to work on if he's going to be getting to the line more, he's got to start making some of those.
I kind of like the aggressiveness of it all.
Listen, this is the one thing that drives me nuts about the NBA. The free throw line is the one line on that floor that does not move, whether you're playing in elementary school, middle school, high school, college, the NBA. The free throw line is the same distance from the bucket. And it always amazes me how many NBA players struggle with the free throw shot. It's the same.
It's always big men, too, isn't it?
Yes.
And that's all right. That's fine. We live with that.
Listen,
I just like him being aggressive.
As long as Jarrett Allen doesn't start throwing up the granny shots or start doing I'm going to shoot it left-handed, one-handed, and going to the gimmick thing that we've seen some of the big men that are like, yeah, I know I can't shoot free throws, so we're just going to have fun with this. See Shaquille O'Neal.
Wait, hold on. Something about Jarrett Allen wanting to do granny shots? Is that what you said?
No, I was saying
as long as he doesn't.
As long as he doesn't.
I'm actually here for it.
As long as
he doesn't makes him, I don't care how he shoots him.
Rick Barry, come on, let's get
Might as well.
Let's get this thing going. 216-474 to 190. He can bounce off his head as long as it goes in more than 5 times a game. I'm cool with it. Henry in Akron, what's up, Henry?
Thank you for taking the call. I heard y'all talking about Detroit. You're not really concerned about them. Remember, J.B. Bickerstaff was his coach. And I am concerned about Detroit because they're physical. And that's the thing that's going to keep the Cavs out from winning. They're not physical. Point blank.
Yeah, no, and that when your superpower is physical, I just don't know how we can have this wide gap that Brett is talking about. And today's the day to go ahead and just make Detroit seem like the best team in the NBA after last night and missing Beef Stew and having all these guys out and being able to clown the Knicks. But I've seen this with JB too many times. He gets these guys to play hard in the regular season, and then in the postseason, it's a different story.
I hope it happens like that.
I hope so,
but
too.
For some reason, I don't see it happening like that. These are different players. They're younger. They're bigger. They're agile. We may be better three-point shooters than them. But as far as physicality, I would tip that scale to Detroit.
Oh, they're not even close. They have goons we don't even have close to having, Henry. Like there are guys on that team I want nothing to do with, and I appreciate the phone call. Yeah, but this isn't a 7-on-7 brawl in the street like we're in like an Anchorman scene. It's an NBA game. It's basketball, and so
watch out for that Channel 4 news team.
Yeah, like you can't just all of a sudden say they're going to be the better team because they're more physical. That doesn't work for me. That doesn't fly for me. Physical stops at some point, and the idea that you actually have to have a better basketball team has to enter the equation.
For me, the mental toughness is more than the physical because the physical requires the mental, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. And that's, to me, where the Cavaliers have struggled most. It's been between the years.
Yeah, and I just wonder if they've turned over this enough that they'll be fine with that now. And maybe this is, again, why we go back to Jarrett Allen, just being a different Jarrett Allen for the past month or so. I don't know that you can truly... I don't know that tigers change their stripes, right? I don't know that that's a real thing that happens when it comes to NBA players. I don't know. I don't know if Jarrett Allen can discover toughness. I don't know if all of a sudden he can be something different. But I don't think with this team he's going to be asked to be anything different than what we've seen in the past few games. And that's way different than when he entered the Knicks series, in that postseason series where he said the lights were too bright. That's way different. And I think that even down to Evan Mobley, Daryl, when it comes to Mobley, what's he asked to do? At this point, it's not anything close to what he was asked to do previously in years past, so it's going to be better.
I am making the assumption, and I realize, when you assume, you get yourself into some trouble.
Yeah.
I am going to make the assumption that the addition of Ellis, Schroeder, and Harden will completely change the dynamic.
Yeah, Schroeder's as tough as it gets.
Listening to Dean Wade.
Schroeder wanted to fight Luka in the locker room
Right.
like 3 weeks ago. I bring that up all the time because that man will fight anybody.
Well, and listening to Dean Wade talk last night about how much he hated playing against Dennis Schroeder and the fact that he's thrilled that they're teammates now. Like, I really think that Kobe Altman nailed this trade deadline, and it's going to be the reason why the Cavaliers are going to be able to get to the NBA Finals.
All right, 216-474 to below 92. Daryl has him going to the NBA Finals. Is that right? Is that what I heard?
That is correct.
Daryl's got him going to the NBA Finals.
You know what? You want me taking shots? I'm calling my shot.
Yeah, it's tough, though. We're only on YouTube today. They haven't been putting out any videos or anything like that, so you can just this is like 2018, 92.3 The Fan. You can just say whatever you want. You just throw anything for today and today only. Now, if Matt gets on YouTube and starts cutting things up, I can't help you. But for right now, you just start spraying all fields, Daryl.
I stand by every word I just said. Cavs in the NBA Finals. I'm calling it now.
All right, 216-474 to below 92. Your phone calls. We'll get back to the Browns as well coming up in a little bit. It's Jonathan Peterlin and Daryl Ryder with you guys right here on The Fan.
I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9. It's Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, and Daryl Ryder as they recap all the latest Browns news and moves ahead of this offseason and free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app and watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special. Each and every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, right here on The Fan. All right, back at it here on The Fan. We'll get to what one analyst said about Myles Garrett coming up in a couple minutes. Daryl, I went and took my kid to her doctor's appointment yesterday. 3-year checkup for little Charlotte. And my wife went, obviously, too. We like to do these things together. I don't know why. It's unified front. Maybe that's part of it. I'm not entirely sure.
Probably moral support for your kid. Because I can't imagine being a kid going to the doctor is a whole lot of fun. It's like taking your pet to the vet, right?
Well, the doctor gives her stickers, though.
Okay.
She's very pro-doctor because the doctor gives her stickers.
Funniest reel I have seen on social media involves I love golden retrievers. I think they're beautiful dogs.
Oh.
It's a golden retriever sitting shotgun in the truck. They drive into the vet parking lot.
Yeah.
Realizes they're at the vet, and the look on this poor dog's face of betrayal is best reel I've seen in years.
So you're equating the dog to my kid? Is that what was happening there?
I kind of feel like
the connection in your head?
No, I kind of feel like your kid is going to have has the same reaction, realizing going to the doctor. They're not going out for candy.
My kid is a golden retriever, Daryl?
No,
is that the result here? You tell me. I don't know.
No, I'm just saying.
Can't get in your head. We're telling a story about my kid going to the doctor, and it's like, let me tell you about this golden retriever.
It reminds me of you. I'm sure your kid doesn't.
It reminds me of
it. I can't imagine your
kid. You would totally, as a dog owner, you would totally be the person that's like, I totally understand what you're talking about as a parent. My dog did this the other day, and it's like, it's not the same.
I have nieces and nephews. And,
it's not the same.
I know. It's beautiful. They're cute for a few hours, and then they go home and be my siblings' problem. It's fantastic.
I do love when people, when you're having convos like that, and people that are only dog people, then they like acknowledge at the forefront of it, though. They're like, okay, I'm not trying to make this I'm not trying to make my dog be like your kid, but my dog did something very similar to what you're describing, and then here we are.
See, I remember all the fights growing up, so my revenge is I just got their kids hopped up on sugar and gave them back. It's fantastic.
That's not a bad move. My family currently just gives me a bunch of presents that I have to assemble. And I hate assembling things, and so
I love that.
No, it's miserable.
I
is
love
what it
that
is.
for you.
No, it's awful.
I love that for you.
Christmas. Now we're into birthdays. I have all weekend. I'm going to still be just assembling things that they go ahead and gift me.
You know what?
It's like one big joke to all of them, and I hate it.
I have to apologize to you.
Yeah, why is that?
I kind of feel bad now. You know what? I think it's awesome that you and your wife team up to take your kid to the doctor together.
Well, so what happened, though, so we teamed up, and the day prior, Nick and I got in a conversation about height. And I'm 6'1.5", but I always tell people 6'2".
Yeah.
I round up in this instance.
Always round up.
I just always have. I think you sound like a jerk if you're like, I'm 6'1.5". So I always round up to 6'2". That's honestly the reality. I might start at some point just rounding down. Because it might just even be easier.
No.
I'm not sure.
No, always round up.
It doesn't really matter between the two, right? But so anyway, so Charlotte gets there, and we're gonna measure her height the way that you do for 3-year-olds at their 3-year-old checkup. And my wife for years has been telling me that she's 5'1". And I've never thought she was 5'1" because she just doesn't seem like she's 5'1". She always gives off an appearance that is taller than that, and I don't know how to explain that.
Are we talking in heels or flat-footed?
No,
there's a difference.
Just flat-footed, right? And so
okay.
I've just always thought, I'm like, there's no way you're actually 5'1". It doesn't really matter. It's not like going to change my love if she's 5'1" or 5'3". But I'm like, oh wait, we got this doctor right here. Like, let's figure this whole thing out. Let's go. Can you go up against the wall? We got the machine and everything.
Did you have to sleep on the couch last night after doing this?
And so we got to the height, and it said she was 5'3". And she's like, no, I'm 5'1.5". I'm in shoes right now. That doesn't count, and all these other things. And I'm like, why are you hanging on to being 5'1"? Like you're 5'3". You're
but
not even
flat-footed. She's 5'3".
No, she just tried telling me that the shoes made a whole 1.5 inch difference, and it was all the shoes.
1.5 inch heels.
No. She had not heels. She was not wearing heels.
Okay,
these are just tiny regular gym shoes. Nothing crazy. Oh. And I know I'm gonna have to bury this now because she wants to be 5'1.5". So I'll let her be whatever she wants to be. Right. But I'll know.
The doctor gave her an extra 1.5 inches.
And if anything, I was there for the count, and obviously as we're doing this, I think the doctor cheated her like half of an inch. Like if I did a recount, I think she's actually like 5'3.5", maybe even 5'4".
You know what you should have done for your kids?
Nowhere close to 5'1.5" though.
You know what you should have done for your kids?
What's that?
Should have gotten a tape measure. Take a can of spray paint, their favorite color, paint the tape measure, and then every time you draw on the tape measure and put their age or whatever.
I did that when I was a child, and we had that.
That's what I should have told you to do when you had the first.
And then in Chloe's room, when I was painting Chloe's room, one side of that I had to paint over was the previous owners, their children that did all that, and I made a decision right then and there.
So you don't have any height marks on a door jamb or anything like that?
No, I don't want
that.
You
have nothing sentimental to mark your children's evolution?
I don't think I need the documentation. I'll remember at 3 she was pretty tiny. I think I got a good memory. Hey, at 5 you seemed like the height of a 5-year-old girl.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
At 7 maybe the same thing happened.
But see, you're not doing it for you. You're doing it for your kids, and you're doing it for.
Well, they won't remember it. What do you mean?
Because then when you eventually you're probably going to move out of that home, you rip the door jamb off and take it with you.
The previous owner of this house didn't do that.
You can't leave that behind.
I had to paint over their markings. They didn't do that. You know what?
That's a bad job out of the previous owner. You rip that thing off and take it with you.
I'm just not that sentimental, I think.
See? These are things I think about.
No, I'm just not that sentimental. If I had wanted it, we would have done it, I imagine. No part of me was interested in that.
I take it the doctor visit, though, went okay.
Everything's fine that way. Perfectly healthy. And 45 percentile for height. We'll remember that for 7 years now, right? Talk about height. I'm gonna go
percentile.
I'm gonna mark the percentile at home in a book for you, okay? So I can look it up later on, and then I'll have that to draw back on if they need to. What do you mean you didn't know there was a percentile?
Have it ready for the SAT score. You are in the percentile.
Yeah. That's exactly what they do with these visits. Right. They do that every single time. The height and the weight, and they tell you exactly what percentile, as if this is supposed to mean something in some sort of big way for the future. And I never take it as such. You just never want to be. You never want to be in like a bottom 20% or a top 20%. You just kind of want to ride the middle.
For weight or height?
For either.
Okay.
For either.
I was going to say, where do you want to be for weight?
But never on the low end for weight. Like if you're like the 5% end, then you need to feed that kid some food.
Okay.
Yeah. You can withstand being on the higher percentage. You don't want to be in the lower part of that.
Okay.
I think she was like 72% for weight. So she looks like a normal 3-year-old.
So it's good. We now know you're not starving your kid.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do love
confirm.
I do love the TikToks of like the moms that will bring out their kid, and it's like the 6-month-old baby that like looks like he's about 4 years old, and then all in the comments just NFL teams saying like we have training camp coming up in a few months anyway. We'll see you in a few months.
Yeah, neither of my kids are built like that at all. By the way,
not surprised.
Yeah, no. Although, as our buddy Adam in Rocky River told me, no one thinks I'm actually like 6'1.5" as height. Like, no, for some reason, I don't come across as a.
You're about 2 inches taller than I am. I'm 6 on the nose.
But does anyone ever think that I'm a tall person in any sort of way? Not that like 6'1.5" is necessarily tall. I just feel like I get like 5'9" treatment from a lot of people.
Yeah, I don't feel like I'm tall.
I don't think you're tall.
Yeah, I kind of feel like 6 feet is average height. That's not tall.
No. I mean, it's taller than average though. It is. You're fine.
Listen, I'm taller.
You're 6 feet, you're fine.
I'm taller than many a Browns quarterback that has come through here since 1999.
Yeah, no kidding.
That I can tell you.
I almost took out Dylan Gabriel at training camp. I thought he was the ball boy. Did you ever hear that story?
You aren't the only one that almost took out Dylan Gabriel at training camp.
Did you ever hear that story? We're at training camp. We're getting everything ready, and I'm walking through that that long, winding walk they have to where we were and broadcasting and such. And so
I had one of those Dylan didn't see you there moments.
Yeah, exactly. I was on my phone. I was sitting there playing on my phone and doing the walk and everything like that. And then I almost ran into Dylan, but I swear on my life, I thought it was somebody that just worked with the team, like one of the Gatorade boys. You know what I mean?
Well,
he was so,
that's kind of where he belonged.
He was so tiny. And so I pirouette out of the way, and in the process, I pat him on the back, and I say something like, oh, my bad. Because, of course, you can just, I mean, it's a guy that does the Gatorade for the Browns. You can do that type of stuff, right? And then when Gabriel looked at me like, who are you? Like, why are you doing this? But he was fine. He was totally fine. He's like, no, you're good. You're fine. But I almost took him out. That tiny. No part of me thought NFL quarterback with Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah,
not
he's
a single
tiny little guy.
Not a single part of me.
Well, then I watched him at practice, and no part of me thought he was an NFL quarterback either.
That was my dun-dun-dun. Thank you. All right, we're going to get back into the Browns.
You said you wanted shots taken today, so
I like
here we
this.
go.
Yeah, I was so deprived of shots yesterday. I like some shots. As often as you can possibly take them, keep them coming. Will fans come around to Monken before he ever coaches? Connor Orr in Sports Illustrated gave a bold prediction for the Browns I want to explore next right here on The Fan.
Larkin and Tage Thompson scored the goals for the U.S. Listen to The Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all of our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
I'm apologizing to no one.
Okay, that was kind of ridiculous. Mac, you caught that whole thing.
Caught a little bit. I was bringing us back with the top of the hour rejoin.
I think Katie was trying to figure out how to say somebody in the Olympics name, but I didn't know she was talking about the Olympics. She was saying Tage, as if to be like Tage, and I thought she was talking about previewing Tage Seth, who's joining us at 420 from Sumer Sports. Used to be from Sumer Sports. Now he's the Stats and Scheme newsletter. I've had him on for years, though. Tage is amazing. He's awesome. He's very, very good at football. And I'm like, it's Tage. Like Tage, and then she's like, well, get you into the Olympics and all this stuff. I had no idea. We just randomly happened to be talking about 2 people named Tage. That does not happen often. I still don't like the Olympics. That's the main point.
The most I've watched of the Olympics, it's on social media. Whatever highlights end up on social media, be it positive, negative.
Why is it such a bad thing to just say you're not really into the Olympics? I don't know. Why am I getting criticized for it? I said it yesterday.
Don't know. You know what? I think it's equated with not being patriotic. That you're not rooting for Team USA, which isn't
I don't
the truth.
equate to that at all.
Well, I'm not.
These colors don't run, Daryl. Okay, like I don't equate to that at all. But like I don't understand it because I think there's an assumption there as a sports guy.
I have no interest in curling. I don't get it.
I was in a curling league in Montana. Fun fact about me.
Wow.
But I like curling from that perspective. I don't need to watch curling, and curling might be one of the more interesting ones, but I just don't. I don't care. I watch other sports.
I mean, I laughed uncontrollably when I saw the Team USA bobsled video hit social media. That was
what
hilarious.
happened there? Did they just fall off? Or?
They
They go so fast in that.
They blew the I don't know what it's called when the team gets into the bobsled.
Sure.
One guy got in, the rest of them didn't quite make it.
No, you know what this is? This is me not liking women's basketball all over again. Okay, like we need to not sports shame around these parts. Yeah, why is it that so many people can call up and be like, the NBA sucks? I don't watch the regular season. They don't play hard. They tank. They do this, and you can just throw anything you want at that sport, right? Or even in baseball, right? For years, baseball people are like, oh, it's too slow. We don't like how the game moves, and everyone's just accepting of that. Even in football, you can throw all the arrows you want, but when you start talking about the Olympics and just in I don't like it. It's not for me. Or even like when I bring up WNBA, I'm like, I like the game above the rim. It's just not for me. All of a sudden, you turn into some sort of like, I don't know, guy that doesn't like sports for some reason. Like, it's so insane to me.
Listen, I'm thrilled for the USA women's hockey team that won the gold medal.
I wouldn't watch that game if it was being played in my backyard, Daryl.
Well, here's the thing.
I would close the blinds. Okay?
I don't watch.
It's not for me.
I don't watch hockey at all.
Yeah, exactly. It's not. I don't watch the NHL at any given point in my life. I don't care.
I don't, and it's because I can't track the object in play. The eyesight just isn't what it used to be.
My eyesight is fine. I can still track the. I just choose not to.
No, I can't.
You need that glow puck that ESPN used to have 20 years ago.
Oh, that was. That was a disaster.
Well, you could see the puck then.
I know, but
disaster.
I just never really got into hockey.
I just don't understand why I'm being like Olympics shamed here. I don't get this. I don't know where this comes from.
I watched the skiing.
I don't know why people would even expect us to talk about the Olympics.
I don't know what the event is, but it's downhill skiing, but it's a bumpy ride on the way down. Like there's bumps on the course.
Yeah.
And you have to ski through. You can't go around and be like you're skiing through it. And I'm watching. I'm like. My knees hurt just watching these guys do this.
What deep analysis do you want?
Right.
Oh, that looked cool.
I love the dog on the course the other day.
That was fun.
Yeah.
I love the dog on the course. That's what people are coming for. I love what dog was on a course.
No, it was a ski event, and there was
a dog got loose.
I thought that was a mountain goat that got on the ski jump.
Is that what that was?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a mountain goat.
You confused.
Looked like a dog
goat.
to me. I didn't know a mountain goat looks like a dog.
I'm going to defend you. I can see how you got there.
Everyone on social media was saying the dog got loose on the course, and everyone was rooting for the dog.
Yeah, I thought I saw a mountain goat on social media with that. That it was a very steep ski jump, and you just see it slowly working its way up the hill.
Okay.
Looked like a husky.
I mean, you see how ridiculous this is, though. Like, people's analysis of the Olympics is, I saw a mountain goat. No, I saw a dog. And then they're like, I'm supposed to talk about that? That's what I'm supposed to talk about? I got to see. I got to see this mountain goat now. I got to see what happened with this thing. But it's just I don't understand the sports shaming attached to all this. And I don't understand. I've always thought people that love the Olympics, it's fine. I'm glad you like something, but you do it every 4 years, and I think I know why. I think they like the Olympics because there's no backstory. There's no like if you try to become a fan of an NFL team tomorrow, you are missing 75 years of information that you don't know. It's like walking into Game of Thrones 6 years into the whole plot line. You're way behind a lot of what's going on, and I feel like that's intimidating for some people. They don't want to do the research on it. They don't want to figure it out. They just want to take the game for what it is, and I feel like with the Olympics, you get to do that.
And they take all the highlights off. So I just went to look it up so I could show you, and it's been taken down. Like, that's the other reason I hate the Olympics. You can't watch the highlights.
Because it's not like a very Twitter-friendly sport.
It is not a social media-friendly event.
Which I'll say this to the NBA. The NBA has done a great job of making sure that if something great happens in their league, you see it on highlights.
That's what Major League Baseball does wrong.
For the longest time.
Stephen Vogt holds a press conference. You can't do anything with it until after. No, you should be wanting the feeds to be live, flooded with quotes and videos and information in real time. It's one of many things Major League Baseball messes up when it comes to the marketing of their sport.
I thought the TV networks themselves could do it.
Well, that's different.
Because I remember the different Guardians networks would tweet. They would tweet out live clips, but they were limited to the amount of clips they could do.
Right.
Which is again a concerning part of that.
Right.
Like you can't just put anything out there. I think they were only allotted.
But
if memory serves me, like a 2-minute chunk or something like that. Something insane.
But this is 2026. Social media is a thing. Use it. Use it live. It is an immediacy thing. It's not this happened an hour ago and here's a clip from but that's just the way baseball is. They're stuck in their old ways, and I think that's why it struggles at times. But yeah, like I wanted to show you the video of the dog running behind the skiers. I
tried Googling it. I couldn't find it.
And you can't find the video because it has to be taken down. Like, what are we doing?
Which would you rather have, a pet dog or a pet mountain goat?
Probably the dog.
Yeah, I mean. Maybe a dumb question, but I didn't know if you were into mountain goats or something like that.
I didn't know the mountain goat was a thing.
I
didn't know mountain goats look like dogs either.
Depends on what country you're in, apparently.
Apparently, it's a big thing.
Clearly.
In some spots. Maybe Milan. Maybe that's one of them. All right. Tage Seth joining us in about, 15 minutes or so. Connor Orr, Sports Illustrated, he came out with his one bold prediction for every NFL team. And for the Browns, Daryl, he said Todd Monken will be the viral coaching star of the offseason.
Really?
That was his big, bold claim, which I don't like claims that lead us to no victories on the field, by the way. But this is his bold claim. You've been around Todd now a couple times since he's been hired. You've been in his orbit. You were around him a lot in 2019, the way we were all around him a lot in 2019 when he was here under Freddie Kitchens. Do you think he's got the recipe to be an off-season star with the idea that he's basically just a straight shooter?
He might be good for quotes at press conferences. That I can guarantee you. He's the opposite of Kevin Stefanski.
And so I think this is going to go to his advantage. I think people are so thirsty for someone that isn't Stefanski at the podium.
Yes.
I think we're
that isn't a robot, that's a living, breathing human being.
I think he's going to start off on a very high note with a lot of fans before we ever get a game underway.
Which, by the way, Kevin is off.
Yeah, I know, but they don't see that.
I know, and that was.
I had a convo with people.
I told Kevin that. I told him, you need to be like this so fans can see the real you. And his whole thing was, listen, I don't want anything that comes out of my mouth to be a headline. I don't want it being put on repeat or on blast, whatever. The team's the story. The organization's the story. My players are the story. I am not a story. And I said, well, you're in the wrong profession if you don't want to be a story.
Yeah, which, again, is a nice sentiment and everything like that. But if we can't see it, if we don't understand that, then what are we left to believe? And we're just left to believe.
He's a funny guy. Kevin's a real funny guy.
I've been around him myself. I do think he's funny. I've seen the other side of Kevin that is really nice and endearing, but also funny.
I don't know that Todd Monken is funny. I don't think.
I think he might be accidentally funny.
Yeah, well, he had
his serious nature might be very accidentally funny.
He had one of the all-time great lines in his introductory press conference when he was referencing having his ego stroked.
Yeah,
but ego did not make it into the comment.
Yeah.
And then he realized
you playing the role of Nick Wilson today.
He realized what he said, and then he goes, in a good way.
What did he say there, Daryl? I don't know. What did he say?
He'll take care of your schmeckle.
He said he liked being stroked.
Oh, Daryl, jeez. I think you'd actually say it.
In a good way.
I didn't think you'd actually say it. All right, Daryl. Come on.
I am saying
it's a family program.
Yes. Listen, I'm just quoting what was said at a press conference.
So
it does
you
slip
buy
out
this
occasionally.
You buy this then? The idea,
That's what she said.
The idea that Todd Monken will be able to win enough fans over, and the big off-season bold claim from Connor Orr that he's going to be this viral coaching star has a chance to actually materialize.
Oh, I think I don't think there'll be an issue of him winning over fans in the offseason. That's not what they need to be worried about. They need to worry about whether or not he can win fans over during the season. And the only way you're going to do that is by winning games. That's how you win fans over.
No question. But I do think it's interesting. Like we talked a little bit about Stefanski a couple days ago, or yesterday with the Vegas
who won
predictions.
Fans over in the offseason? Freddie Kitchens. How'd that work out for you?
No, he won him over.
Everybody loved Freddie.
Yeah, but he won him over before he ever even got the job, the main job that way. He won him over. He won Baker Mayfield over with that season that led up to that. Like there was at least something you could look on and say, okay, Baker loves him, and we saw the success that he did. There's none of that we have with Todd Monken. There's no relationship that we have outside of what happened in 2019, and that wasn't a good thing to go off of with Todd Monken.
That was a...
Like, if anything, Todd Monken has spent 5 years trying to re-image his whole image and everything after what happened 5 years ago with Freddie Kitchens. There's a reason why he brought up Georgia and winning back-to-back national titles and brought up Lamar Jackson ad nauseum, because he wants to focus on the highlights and the good parts. He's trying to basically brand himself as a brand new man, brand new person, and the Todd Monken you once knew doesn't exist anymore.
Well, the 2019 was not a line on the resume he wanted to really emphasize.
And rightfully so, but I do feel like fans are buying in.
But here's the thing. Like, that 2019 season, a lot of that was kind of out of his control. Like, I don't fault Todd at all for what happened in 2019.
When your head coach is more interested in going to the bar than he is, diving into a playbook, you're going to have that happen.
Yeah.
That's. I mean, I don't think people even hold that against him, but I am a little surprised at the amount of people that just a few weeks in are just ready to go ahead and buy into Monken and are ready to go ahead and all that happened there.
Would you like to know why?
And I'm guilty of this too, by the way. I think way higher of Todd Monken today than I did a month and a half ago. What happened in my head?
Well, it's the off season. The season of optimism is upon us. Going to be at the combine next week. We'll hear from Andrew Berry. We'll hear from Todd Monken, and everyone's going to be getting excited about the, as I call it, the underwear Olympics in Indianapolis and how great all these guys look. Well, yeah, this is the time you're supposed to look good. If you can't look good in shorts and a shirt, then you probably, aren't going to look all that great to begin with. But this is the season of optimism. This is the time where Browns fans can get excited. They can feel optimistic that next year is going to be the year, or I should say next season is going to be the season for them. And, it's going to turn around. They're going to be worst to first. Like, this is the psychology that goes along with being a Browns fan every year, talking yourself into why the mess that you're coming out of is all of a sudden going to, be flipped on its head. And, Todd Monken had, I thought it was a really good introduction for him. I thought he said all the things that needed to be said. He was very candid and honest about things. He was very blunt about things, which, again, is a departure from what Browns fan heard from their head coach the previous 6 years. So, yeah, I think Connor's right that Todd Monken's going to have no problems winning fans over in the offseason, and that's great. Going to win games. And
we might have sports whiplash because of it.
Right,
yeah.
and I'm going to tell you right now, if they don't win games this fall, after ownership telling us the reason you made the coaching change was because you didn't win enough games the previous 2 years, well, the fans are not going to be on Todd Monken's side.
No kidding.
Yeah. Now's the time for everybody to feel all warm and fuzzy and good about what's to come this fall. But, we do this every year. Why are you surprised?
Oh, no, not surprised.
This is the wheel of torment.
But we haven't had in a long time a person like Connor Orr come out and be like, Todd Monken, or the head coach of the Browns, is going to be the viral coaching star of the offseason. And there's a part of me that just kind of wants to prepare everyone for the idea that he's going to win you over in the next 6 months or so. And that's where I say sports whiplash. That's going to come into effect because if he wins you over and you start thinking about Todd Monken in any sort of way differently than you did a month and a half ago, before we ever play a game, it might be a slap in the face when the reality sets in, when the actual games do get underway.
Well, and the reality for him sets in of what he has to put back together.
Yeah, no, exactly right. All right, Tage Seth, does he like Todd Monken for the Browns? He'll join us next right here on The Fan.
If you draft
Afternoon Drive, Tage Seth from Stats and Scheme joined Jonathan and Daryl. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Spring training is underway, Get the biggest news from Florida and Arizona here. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
All right, back out of here on The Fan. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin and Daryl Ryder with you guys today. And we go out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright Hotline Stats and Scheme newsletter. One of my favorites, Tage Seth, as he joins us here on The Fan. Tage, how you doing today, buddy?
I'm doing pretty well. I am already missing football, so I'm trying to fulfill it with other things, maybe NBA, but I haven't figured out exactly what I'm going to do this offseason yet.
Oh, you're not filling it with the Olympics right now?
Yeah, the Olympics to me is really funny because the Summer Olympics is a lot of things you can do in your daily life, like running and swimming. The Winter Olympics is like this crazy event where like you have like two people stacked on top of each other. They're just going like 100 miles per hour down a set of like ice tube. Like it's just wild to me to watch.
Yeah, it's a good point that I hadn't yet considered. Like when you watch the Summer Olympics, like everyone played baseball as a kid. We played basketball. We did all these things. But like in no world did I ever come across luge.
Exactly. It's such a crazy sport to watch on TV.
Yeah, I can't even envision myself doing it because it's not like,
no, not at all.
Oh, I fell into it one day and I was doing the ski jump. Like that doesn't happen.
Exactly, yeah.
All right, Tage. I also miss football as well. I'm not at the spot of the season where I'm rewatching old games yet, but we're getting awfully close to it. But we were talking about Todd Monken last segment. Connor Orr had a piece in Sports Illustrated, his big bold prediction for 32 teams. And the prediction he had for the Browns was that Todd Monken was going to be this off-season superstar, and he was going to go viral, and people were just going to fall in love with him. I'm not the biggest Todd Monken guy, but I love that the Browns went offense with their head coach. What do you make of the hire to begin with, and we can go from there?
I like the hire as well. I think that anytime you can get a top 10 offensive play caller, which I believe Todd Monken to be, it's just very helpful for your offense and your overall team philosophy. We do see that offensive head coaches are sometimes more aggressive on fourth down because they trust their offense a bit more. But we also know that Todd Monken, coming from the Ravens and the organizational stability that they've had there, should be able to help where the Browns are right now in their process as well.
Browns named their coordinators today officially. How big of a loss was Jim Schwartz to the Browns?
I think it was a decent loss, but not anything crazy where you had to do whatever you could to keep him. I liked some of the stuff that Schwartz did, with his scheme. But I think with the talent on the Browns defense, especially with a player like Myles Garrett, you should always have a certain floor just off of what he gives you himself and what the rest of the Browns players do. So I think that they can survive for sure without Jim Schwartz in the future.
So I have a million different questions I want to ask you related to quarterbacks. So I kind of want to do like a one after the other, but I guess we'll start with Kyler Murray and we'll make our way there. I'm going to throw a lot of bad to mediocre quarterbacks your way. So we'll let everyone know. It doesn't mean you're endorsing them in some sort of way, but would you endorse Kyler Murray for the Browns?
I would actually. I think I'm higher on Kyler Murray than most of the general public. When you look at Kyler Murray's efficiency by season, he usually ranks around 15th in the stat that we use, which is expected points added per play. And I think that when you look at his first 10 weeks of the season, he's usually higher than 15th. And we've seen him fade a lot in seasons, but there is some sort of magic to be captured with Kyler Murray because of how special his scrambling ability and his design rushing ability is. And he's still a pretty accurate passer from time to time, especially on deep balls.
All right, let's go one by one then. All right, so we start off with Kyler. I want to go to Anthony Richardson now.
Anthony Richardson, I'm not super high on. I think the athleticism is intriguing, but the accuracy just isn't there at all. So I think it's very tough to have a successful offense when you have someone who struggles a lot on short and medium passes.
All right, Mac Jones.
Mac Jones, I'm intrigued by. I thought he had some good moments, in the Kyle Shanahan offense, and I think we've seen quarterbacks be successful there in the past, so you do have to account for that. But the talent is there. Just being a former first-round quarterback gives you some credit. And then the efficiency was there as well this season, because of how he played and because of how the scheme helped him as well.
Malik Willis,
I'm also very intrigued by. Every time he's come in for the Packers, he's been highly productive in the offense. The big-time throws down the field were so impressive, especially in that game against the Ravens around Christmas time. And we know that his rushing ability is pretty good as well.
All right, is there another quarterback I've named that you would take over Shedeur Sanders as your Week 1 starter?
I would take Kyler, Mac Jones, and Malik Willis over Shedeur as Week 1 starter, depending on the price. Anthony Richardson, I would probably be out on and would rather start Shedeur over him.
Any quarterback we didn't name that you'd start over Shedeur?
I mean, quarterbacks that are available.
Yeah, that are available.
This offseason. Yeah, I mean, I think Tua. I don't know if I would necessarily start over Shedeur, but if you're looking to not spend a ton of draft capital, or maybe even pick up draft capital in the process, depending on how the money works out, because he's been productive in the past, he might be an intriguing option. But we know that the physical limitations are there with him.
There is some buzz that the Browns might contemplate giving Deshaun Watson a chance to reclaim something. I don't know what that would be, but how much of a waste of time would that exercise be? Or would it even be a waste of time? Is it worth seeing if something is still there, even though he hasn't played anything resembling elite, meaningful football in about 6 years?
Yeah, I mean, it's been really wild to see what Deshaun Watson looked like in 2020, where he was playing at an MVP level, to what he's looked like in Cleveland, where it's been a disaster in every sense, as you mentioned there. I think it probably would be a waste of time. You'd rather try someone who you have a feeling of uncertainty about, just to see kind of what they have, like a Shedeur or some of the other quarterbacks that we talked about. But if they want to optimize on getting Arch Manning with the number 1 pick, maybe throw Deshaun Watson out there just to lose some games at the end of the year.
Yeah, like the boom or bust side of this, you mentioned like getting Arch Manning or something, and it's kind of what I love about the Shedeur side, is that either Shedeur ends up being taking another step forward and being everything that some draft people thought he could be, a year ago before he fell down to the 5th round. And then you're off to the races with him on a young, cheap contract, or it just fails. And if it fails, that's not the end of the world, considering how stacked 2027 is.
Right. I think that's a great point to bring up, because we saw Washington do that with Sam Howell a couple of years ago, where he was a day 3 pick as well. He did have a lot of talent and was, put highly on mock draft boards the year prior to him coming out. And it ended up going very poorly with him, so much so they ended up with Jaden Daniels. Or you could have more of a Brock Purdy situation where it just ends up working out tremendously, and you have the best value in football, which is productive quarterback on a rookie deal.
Considering all the holes the Browns have on the offensive side of things, one of the fun conversations we've been having recently, the thought of, Caleb Downs, the safety from Ohio State, potentially being there at 6. Could the Browns afford to pick him or pass him up in favor of either a lineman or a receiver at 6?
Yeah, I would pass him up. I think Andrew Berry and the rest of the front office have done a really good job building up the defensive roster, and it's in a pretty good spot. The offensive side of the ball has been a little bit neglected and, had some unlucky things happen to it. So I really think it's in the Browns' best interest to spend a lot of resources, both, this offseason and free agency, and then the draft, on their offensive line, especially the tackle positions, and then on receiver as well.
Tage Seth, the Stats and Scheme newsletter, something I subscribe to. I get it every weekly in my inbox. I look forward to it all the time. Joining us here on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. All right, because I'm in agreement with you there. I think at number 6 overall, as much as I like Caleb Downs, I just think you have to go offense in that spot. Mm-hmm. I just between an offensive lineman, wide receiver, you have to go more of a premium spot than what safety is. And so is there another way we can address offensive line, wide receiver, before we even get to the draft, that is intriguing to you?
Yeah, so something I've studied before is offensive guards that are starter level quality are usually available in free agency. So I think that the Browns probably also have an understanding of this as well, and we could see them really just get quality average starters at the guard positions. And then there also could be, a tackle that's available, through some sort of trade, because the Browns have so much draft capital in this draft if they want to spend it that way instead of doing it just through the draft.
The Browns, you mentioned the line there. They're going to have to probably rebuild the whole thing inside and out this offseason. How tall a task is that going to be? We've been spoiled here in Cleveland with a group that had been together for 5-7 years, played at a high level until injuries took their toll the last 2 years. But when you look at that line and having to fill 5 spots plus your depth, how much of an uphill climb is that going to be for Andrew Berry in an offseason to fill all those holes?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is a big project to take on to fill in the entire offensive line here this offseason. But I think there are pieces to take away from how the Browns did it in the 2020-2021 seasons, where they did just a tremendous job of building their offensive line and putting it together where, as you mentioned, it was one of the strongest units in the league for a couple of years before bad injury luck happened. I think that, because of your ability to find guards in free agency, your ability to draft tackles in the first round of the draft, there is a path forward to filling 3 of the positions, usually as viable starters. And then you kind of have to hope you get lucky on the other 2, as we've seen with teams like the Seahawks, where, they were starting day 3 and undrafted players at interior offensive line in the Super Bowl.
Would you trade pick 24 for A.J. Brown?
That would definitely be something to consider. I think I would. If I was a team that was very much ready to compete this season, because of the Browns' timeline, where they're probably looking to compete in 2027, I would hold off on that from their perspective for now.
Where do you think he ends up going? Does he end up going to Buffalo? Does he end up does he just stay in Philadelphia?
I think the most likely option is he ends up staying in Philly, but if he does get traded, I really could see the Patriots being the team that ends up trading for him, just because of how badly they need some sort of X wide receiver 1 on the outside, and what he'd be able to supply there, and the fact that they have the money or the cap space for it to handle his contract as well.
Browns had just over 1,450 yards out of their wide receivers combined this past season. That's just strictly guys who play that position. It was another season in which the Browns' leading receiver, in this case Harold Fannin Jr., doesn't even play the position. How do you evaluate this Browns wide receiver room, and are we not giving them enough credit? Are they better than maybe what we perceive them to be?
Yeah, it is interesting. I think I came on here over the summer, and I said I was somewhat intrigued by the Browns wide receivers between what we saw from Jeudy in the back half of the 2024 season, we saw from Cedric Tillman after the Amari Cooper trade. That didn't go well at all. We ended up seeing it play out pretty poorly. I think Jeudy just kind of hit a cliff in his game versus what he was previously. I'm not super high on him going into next year. I also thought Isaiah Bond was someone who was talented in college, but that really hasn't translated much to the NFL. So I do think that there is a decent amount of work to do in the wide receiver room, but getting Fannin and Judkins and the explosive ability that both of them have should just help the offensive ecosystem in general, because I think that they both could be really special players in this league.
Tage, I feel like so many people are talking about the AFC North as if like now's the time to attack. Now's the time you can get after it. And then like if you take a step back, though, it's Joe Burrow. Yeah, it's been 3 years of problems with Joe Burrow in Cincinnati, but it's still Joe Burrow. And then it's Lamar Jackson. And then it's not like Mike McCarthy in Pittsburgh is some sort of slouch. If it's McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers, it's still going to be a good team. Are people sleeping on how good this AFC North can actually be? Or is there just a big step back with all the replacements and all the moving parts?
That is a really good point to bring up. I am very high on the Ravens going into next year with the talent they still have on the roster, and Jesse Minter, who I think is one of the best defensive play callers in the league coming in. I think the Bengals will always be competitive because of Joe Burrow and the receivers, and we know how important pass offense is in this league. I think I am still pretty low on the Steelers in terms of what they can actually do from like a postseason perspective, but the two just happen to win a lot of football games all the time. So it is a good division. You're right. There is a lot of talk about divisions like the NFC North and the NFC West. The AFC North is probably a little bit slept on in the overall picture because of the quarterback play from Lamar and Burrow and just the stability from the Steelers.
Mike Macdonald won a Super Bowl in his second year leading the Seattle Seahawks. We saw a tremendous amount of turnover this year. 10 new head coaches, of course, 3 in the AFC North, including here in Cleveland. 21 new offensive coordinators league-wide. Not a lot of patience in the National Football League. How dangerous do you think that is around the NFL, that not only do you see instantaneous results from some of these younger coaches, but also at the same time that might breed further impatience around the league?
Yeah, that's another really good point to bring up, because when we analyze football from the data science perspective of what we work on, there is so much variance and small sample size noise that can happen in this sport, where you play a 17-game season, each team only usually gets 12 possessions, and 1 or 2 of those possessions could be like a tipped interception or a fumble that bounces the wrong way. When you are making decisions off of results like that, it is a little bit dangerous sometimes. I really like to look at the process behind decisions when analyzing how they turned out. It's, a reason why I feel like I'm higher on the Browns front office than other people. But when it comes to the head coaches in particular, I did think some of the moves were justified. But there were some firings that surprised me as well, because you sometimes just want to see things through a little bit further than the leash that these coaches are given sometimes.
Tej, always a
5-star reviews on Google, and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I am very high on the Ravens going into next year with the talent they still have on the roster, and Jesse Minter, who I think is one of the best defensive play callers in the league coming in. I think the Bengals will always be competitive because of Joe Burrow and the receivers, and we know how important pass offense is in this league. I think I am still pretty low on the Steelers in terms of what they can actually do from like a postseason perspective, but the two just happen to win a lot of football games all the time. So it is a good division. You're right, there is a lot of talk about divisions like the NFC North and the NFC West. The AFC North is probably a little bit slept on in the overall picture because of the quarterback play from Lamar and Burrow and just the stability from the Steelers.
That was Tage Seth. He joined us last segment. It is Afternoon Drive. Daryl Ryder, Jonathan Peterlin here with you guys. I find the AFC North fascinating. I had some national people earlier today talking about, Lamar and Jesse Minter and Declan Doyle. Oh, what a disaster that's going to end up being. And Daryl, it's still Lamar Jackson. Yeah, Joe Burrow's missed the playoffs a couple years in a row now. It's still Joe Burrow. And then even with the Steelers, I don't think Mike McCarthy's going to take some drastic step backwards. Maybe he does. Maybe it's a 5-6 win season, and the man just doesn't know what he's doing there for a little bit before they get a quarterback. But with Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy, we've seen it work before. I don't think the division is in nearly as bad of a spot as I feel like a lot of people want to tell us that it is.
I have been trying to forecast the demise of the Pittsburgh Steelers for what feels like a decade now.
I mean, I've been rightly calling out everything that happens with them for a long time. And this last year, headed dead on the nose. I said this because they do the same thing every year for how many years, Daryl? They look competitive, then they fall off, and then by the time the postseason comes, they get to one playoff game where they're an underdog and they get the doors beat off.
I mean, they just won't die. They just won't go away. They won't understand the object of the exercise, and that is they need to burn the house down and start over. The Ravens, I mean, they're the cream of the crop in the division, as far as I'm concerned. And until they are knocked off the perch, the pedestal.
Yeah, but so many people are looking at this as a chance to go ahead and find some sort of weakness in them, and I don't see it.
I think the only weakness in the Ravens is going to be Lamar Jackson's durability and the effect that's going to have on his play, because I think we could all agree he was a shadow of himself last season. Well, he was not the same explosive Lamar Jackson that we had become accustomed to watching.
No, for sure. And there's a worry there that 29 years old, going to be 30. There's a worry that once you hit 30, I mean, Cam Newton was never the same past 28. Like some of these running quarterbacks, that is what happens with them. Yeah. But until he really falls off, I have to give him the benefit of the doubt. I do.
Yeah.
Now, everyone's trying to make such a big deal about Declan Doyle being like basically a child and being given that job, and it's like, I'm not concerned about that. He's going to figure it out. Lamar Jackson, Zay Flowers, Derrick Henry, they're going to be good.
Yeah, I still think Baltimore, while they're not, in my view, a Super Bowl contender, they're going to own this division.
Own it.
Yeah, I think this is their division until someone comes and takes it away from them. I don't think Cincinnati is... I
always think this is a good year for Joe Burrow. I think they're going to put a lot of resources towards the defense. They're going to draft all defense. All they need a defense to actually have a pulse is what they need.
I honestly wish we could merge the Browns and the Bengals together. We'll take their offense and put the Browns defense with them, and you'd actually have a competent, competitive organization on your hands.
You should run that by the commissioner. Let's see if Goodell will do it.
Can we just contract the Bengals and then give Cleveland all their good players?
Well, I think it's appropriate in this instance that they're the one that gets contracted to us. Yeah.
Yes.
Because that poverty franchise can't afford to have nice things.
Right.
Wants them to help with the stadium funding.
Well, they're getting their place redone too, so
and keep them out of Kentucky.
But they still don't have a practice facility, I don't think. I think they put up an air bubble.
They do, and what's funny about I've actually driven by. I've driven by their stadium as I'm just like I was going to Nashville. That's what I was doing. I drove to Tennessee.
It's a concrete ashtray.
I drove to Tennessee, and you got to drive by their facility and everything like that in order to go by. And like you could look over as you're driving by, and I looked over and you could like see players practicing. It was the weirdest thing.
It's three.
Like, you're passing this bridge and just watching little tiny football players just out there playing.
It's like 3 practice fields with a dozen porta potties lining the sidelines.
Oh yeah, poverty franchise. No other way to look at it. But they still have Joe Burrow, and that's the reality of it. Like when you have Joe Burrow, and I assume the defense can't get much worse than what it was last year. I don't sleep on a game against Joe Burrow. I don't. And I know the Browns and Myles Garrett specifically have done well against Joe Burrow, although recent years it's gone back in Joe Burrow's favor. The reality is, I think people are looking at this AFC North as if it's all of a sudden some easy thing, and I just don't see it that way.
Well, and the Browns are going to be where they've been for the last 30 years. They're going to be the 3rd or 4th place team. Like that's just where they're going to be. Whether they win 5 games this fall or they win 8 games this fall.
I know, but I feel like people are baking into our strength of schedule being much easier next year, and it is. Your opponents are just much easier as of right now. We'll see if that changes.
On paper,
as of right now, it seems like it's a lot easier relative to what it was last year. But I also think people are baking in this all of a sudden like big break that you don't have to play Harbaugh or Tomlin at all. And I don't think the Ravens are going to take some sort of massive step back.
No,
Tomlin was at least a gift in that you went 1-1 every year against them. Like one thing I'll say about Stefanski, he at least split these season series more times than not.
They were the most competitive in this division.
I mean, Tomlin always won in Pittsburgh. That was not debatable.
Right.
But you sniped him off at Huntington Bank every now and again.
Right. And in fact, the Browns have a little winning streak against the Steelers here in Cleveland that seems to drive Pittsburgh a little crazy. But the most competitive the Browns have been in this division has been the last 6 years. They have been a non-factor. Like the Bengals, the Steelers, and the Ravens swept the Browns with regularity. Like it just so at least they have been more competitive within the division. But yeah, I think the Browns are going to be where they've always been, and that's in 3rd and 4th place.
All right, spring training report brought to you by Northeast Ohio Fence and Deck and Quinn Legal Associates. Daryl, tomorrow we got our first action. We got split squad action tomorrow, actually. You take on the Reds, you take on the Brewers. But more importantly, I want to talk to you about Stephen Kwan. I gave my take on it yesterday with Nick. Kwan, in the next couple weeks, they're going to start to try to put him out there in center field at some point. I think 2 weeks down the line is what they were talking about. Do you like this move for the Guardians potentially?
Yeah, I mean, he's 4-time Gold Glover in left field, and I think he is, you want your best defensive outfielder to play center field. And right now, he's the best defensive outfielder they have, so why not? It also allows you to play the kids.
Yeah, and that's the important part of this.
Yeah,
DeWater gets to play in left, Valera in right, and all of a sudden you get to see some at-bats from a lot of the youngsters.
Yeah, I don't know that they've got a star outfielder in the pipeline. They've got they got prospects.
I mean, DeWater can be. He just needs to stay healthy.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And do you want to have him? You can't turn full-time center field over to him. So I understand the move. It's completely logical. The cynic in me believes that if it works, it just makes Stephen Kwan's trade value even more because they're not going to sign him to a long-term extension.
No, but that helps the Guardians too, though.
That's my point. Like, so
all of this is good. It helps Kwan get more money. It potentially helps us get better trade value.
Right.
Not really much downside to this.
No,
if he sucks in center field, then you just throw him back in left.
Yeah, but I don't have a problem with the move. And like I said, it opens up the corner outfield positions for the younger players to get them acclimated and ready to go. Because honestly, like that's what this whole season's going to be about is these kids. I mean, the moves this offseason are the kids.
No question.
I mean, we were
which
told,
is kind of fun.
Chris Antonetti and Mike Chernoff flat out told us at the Jose Ramirez contract extension press conference that those are their moves this year.
Yeah,
the kids are going to get to play. Jose's obviously going to do a lot of hand-holding, showing them how to do it. Stephen Kwan, too, is going to be counted on showing these guys how to do it. So I don't have a problem moving Kwan to center field. I am very interested to see how that all works. But, hey, he's your best defensive outfielder, so I think it'll translate just fine.
The spring training report brought to you by Northeast Ohio Fence and Deck and Quinn Legal Associates. All right, we'll take a break on that. We come on back. We got the lead, a busy 5 o'clock hour as well. A lot of football in there to get to, especially as it relates to the quarterback conversation and another name thrown into the hopper. It's Daryl Ryder, it's Jonathan Peterlin, and it's Afternoon Drive with you guys right here on The Fan.
goals have been scored by different U.S. players. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
And The Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code DEMO, D-E-M-O, at 923thefan.com before 6 o'clock for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Cleveland Auto Show, February 20th through March 1st at the IX Center. See the hottest new cars, trucks, and SUVs. Parking is always free. Buy tickets at clevelandautoshow.com. All right, back at here on The Fan. It's Jonathan Peterlin and Daryl Ryder with you guys here on Afternoon Drive. Dane Brugler, NFL Draft Insider for The Athletic, joined the morning show today, had this to say about if the Browns can afford to take Caleb Downs at number 6 overall.
I firmly believe in taking best player available when you're drafting the top 10. Needs change week to week, year to year. But with this team specifically, it just feels like defense wasn't the problem. And does Caleb Downs upgrade your defense? No question. And not only what he brings to the field, but what he brings to the locker room. And that's something that would make the team better, make the organization better. I think it comes down to what is the gap between a guy like Caleb Downs and your highest graded offensive player, whether it's a receiver or offensive lineman. What is the gap between those two? If the gap is a decent sized gap, then I think you have to go Caleb Downs. You have to go with the best player on your board and stay true to that. If it's close, then I think you look at your offensive line, you look at wide receiver, because it's not just best player available, it's who's going to make the most impact for your team. And for this Browns team specifically, they're so void of talent on the offensive side of the ball, they would almost have to lean in that direction if the grades are even somewhat close.
He's not wrong. I mean, everything Dane said there was 100% on the nose. And look, if Caleb Downs is the best player on their board and it's not even close at 6, you got to turn the card in with him.
Hey, I disagree completely. I don't think that you just have to go with him just because he's your best player on the board. And as Dane pointed out, we got to find out what that gap is. If it's minuscule, if it's close, and it's, let's say Caleb Downs is your favorite best player on this, but the wide receiver that you like, let's say Tyson, just for sake of argument, is just a smidge behind him, then first off, you have to go offense because you don't have an offense right now. But also, wide receiver is a premium position. Safety just isn't, and I don't look at it that way when it comes to the Browns being able to say Caleb Downs safety, let's do this. The same way I don't look at a running back right now and say top 10 pick, let's go ahead and do that. Positional value has to matter in these equations.
Yeah, and it's a shame the Ravens had Ed Reed all those years. What a waste of a pick.
No, they had the luxury to go ahead and do that. It doesn't mean you can't find good safeties or that good safeties never existed in the NFL or that safeties don't impact your team. But think about why a safety gets paid the money they get paid and why Jamar Chase gets paid the money he got paid. Follow the money, right?
Yeah.
Like what does the NFL tells you matters the most on a football field? Follow the money.
But when you pick for need, it usually blows up in your face.
No, but the difference here, and this is I think the part that gets lost in all this, it's not necessarily, it's not picking for need as if there's some Grand Canyon sized gap between the skill set of Caleb Downs and whatever the top wide receiver or top offensive lineman is. It is very, very close between the skill set of the two of them. And so if it's close, it's not a tie goes to the runner. It's a tie goes to what position in the NFL matters more. And tackles and wide receivers matter way more than safeties. It'd be much different if the whole entire first 10 picks was just littered with defensive ends and quarterbacks, and you weren't able to have the discussion that we're able to have. But it's not. It's littered with a lot of wide receivers and a lot of tackles, two positions that we greatly need, Daryl.
Well, here's the really bad news in this whole thing. The two positions that Andrew Berry has drafted the most at, he's got nothing to show for it.
Well,
that's offensive line and wide receiver.
He's been awful at wide receivers because he's always taken him in the third round and he stinks at it. And then his offensive line philosophy, and this is the scary part about this. The only thing I'm a little scared on when it comes to offensive linemen and Andrew Berry is that he believes that a right tackle can play left tackle and a left tackle can play right tackle, and as if it's supposed to be just the easiest thing that you can do in the world. And I just objectively disagree with that. And the problem with this draft is that the top tackles that we're discussing and talking about are all right tackles.
Yep.
The guys you'd be taking at number 6 overall are all on the right side, and I do get worried about the idea of him saying, well, he can play left tackle, but it's just not as easy as that.
And the footwork is not only different, it's the exact opposite.
It's the exact opposite. I mean, in my opinion, it feels very similar to asking someone to bat right-handed versus batting left-handed. Yes, there are people that can do it. Jose Ramirez exists. Switch hitters are a thing, but it's not something you can ask of everybody. And Andrew Berry believes that anybody can do that, and that's why we've had problems with every single guy that he's drafted, because he just thinks you can just throw him anywhere and make it work. And I just fundamentally disagree with that part of it. But wide receivers, for instance, and offensive linemen impact and matter to the game way more than safeties do. And so if it is a close call, I'm going to the offensive side of the ball, and I'm not even thinking twice on it.
Hard to argue with you on that one. Tage Seth of Summer Sports joined us last hour. He talked about why he likes the Todd Monken hire for the Browns.
I like the hire as well. I think that anytime you can get a top 10 offensive play caller, which I believe Todd Monken to be, it's just very helpful for your offense and your overall team philosophy. We do see that offensive head coaches are sometimes more aggressive on fourth down because they trust their offense a bit more. But we also know that Todd Monken, coming from the Ravens and the organizational stability that they've had there, should be able to help where the Browns are right now in their process as well.
I thought that was kind of wild that he said Todd Monken's a top 10 play caller in the NFL. I love that if that's true. Daryl, I'd have to ask you, do you think that's a true statement that he made, though? Because I've never thought of him as a top 10 play caller. I really respect Tage Seth's football opinion, though. You know that. I never thought of him as a top 10 play caller.
Me either, and I got to be honest with you, it don't matter if you're top 10, bottom 10, if you don't have players, just doesn't matter.
That's true.
You got to have players. You're as good as the talent you have on the field, and they've been talent deficient the last couple of years. It's why they have not been able to score more than 17 points in a game on a consistent basis the last couple of seasons, which is why they've only won 8 games over 2 years. So, look, Todd is very well accomplished. Certainly understand why the Browns hired him. Certainly not rooting against him, but unless you get this guy some players that can play this sport at an elite level, starting with the quarterback, it don't matter. It just really does not matter.
You sound like my buddy Coach Riz. You've been hanging out with Coach Riz a little bit too long now, haven't you? I agree with him, by the way, and I agree with you. He's a players over plays guy.
Well, yeah,
it's a big fundamental of Coach Riz.
But you know what?
And that's a coach saying that.
But here's the thing. So is Todd Monken.
Yeah.
Todd Monken is a players over plays and systems type of guy, which is why I am optimistic that this might work here, because Kevin Stefanski wasn't. Kevin was fit in my system. This is what your role is in this system.
Yeah.
And,
I do love that part about Monken, by the way.
Yeah, and so when you're rebuilding this thing from the ground up, that's what you need, because it's not going to be perfect. Andrew Berry's not filling all these holes in one offseason. He's going to patch some of them, okay? And others he's going to be able to fill and whatnot. So that's why the whole notion of him, though, him being top 10, whatever, is immaterial to me, because you're only as good as the players you have and how well those players are able to execute what you have. Like last year, the criticism of Quinshon Judkins running in the 2-point conversions, right?
Yeah.
Or running in the touchdowns, taking Shedeur off. And I was like, that's racist that you're taking Shedeur Sanders off the field in those short goal-to-go situations. Why are we complaining about plays that work? You complain when the play doesn't work. The Browns at one point were 4 for 4 or 5 for 5 on those plays with Quinshon on the field.
Yeah.
So why are we complaining about success? Now, if it's failing and not working, that's different. But again, Kevin Stefanski, those are bad calls if they don't work, because you don't have the talent to execute them. So I'm not really worried about Todd Monken's ability to call plays.
All right, we go back to Dane Brugler again on with the Morning Boys today, and why he feels it wouldn't be smart for the Browns to force a quarterback in this year's draft.
If I'm the Browns, this roster just needs so much help. I mean, we went how long without a top 50 pick? That's showing up right now with you need a brand new offensive line. You don't have enough talent at the wide receiver position. It's just so void of talent in some key areas that, I want to chase the quarterback because I don't think the long-term answer is currently on this roster. But at the same time, I'm also need to be cognizant of the fact that it doesn't matter who the quarterback is if you don't have talent around him. And so I'm not going to pass on a quarterback if I feel like, hey, this is a top 15 quarterback in the league. But I'm also just not going to throw darts and hope I hit on one if I'm not convinced he is one of those guys.
Yeah, I agree with that because I'm looking at 2027. Originally, 2026 was supposed to be the year to get the quarterback, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That never materialized. That's why everyone's so excited about the trade down with Jacksonville, getting that extra pick, even though it turned out to be 24th overall. Then it's Fernando Mendoza, and then that's it, right? Next year now is supposed to be the year. And this is the cycle of the draft and the NFL where we go through this. I think if you can fill around offensively and give Shedeur Sanders a true, honest chance this offseason, you're going to get a pretty good idea whether or not this kid can do it or not. To me, that's what you need to find out.
I agree.
Can Shedeur do this thing or can he do it? And I don't think by drafting a quarterback, that helps you resolve that issue.
Yeah, there's a scenario that I keep living in my head with, just the idea that they would get rid of Dillon Gabriel, and then you have Shedeur and you have Deshaun, and then you draft a quarterback in like the second or third round. I could see that existing. I tend to agree with you on the idea that I want to see what Shedeur can do this year, and I want to give him as much and as many offensive weapons as I possibly can
Fill in the
to try to figure that out.
cast.
Yeah, I mean that's tend to where I live as well. But I find the conversation fascinating, and I think it's going to be one of those things that as we get closer and closer to the draft, we'll dig deeper and deeper in the idea that this is just not a very good draft. And the Browns in back-to-back years, you had the number 2 overall pick and the number 6 overall pick, your starting point, that is. And it just happened to be 2 really, really big down years.
We really don't need them picking another Dillon Gabriel.
No, I don't think so either. But if Garrett Nussmeier is there and they're mid-second round, maybe they take a swing on that. I could see it from them. I wouldn't discount it. Let's just put it that way.
I'm not discounting the possibility. I'm just saying I disagree that will be a smart thing for them to do.
If I had $1 for everything that I said I would do and then they would do, we're not often on the same page, Daryl. I've noticed in the past couple of years with this Browns team.
Why do I get
we're not really on the same page a lot of the time.
You realize that
they do a lot of moves I don't agree with.
You realize how good the Browns would be if the media just ran the team?
Well, I don't know. We wouldn't be able to come to a conclusion on anything, so I don't think we'd ever get there.
Yeah, but we collaborate just like they do.
Well, that's the problem they have. There's the same problem we'd have. Is they have 50 people all being like, I think this, and then we'd sit there ordering coffee at McDonald's, and we'd never get anything done.
Yeah, but we'd make really good money.
And that would be a nice development for us.
It would.
That part I'll agree. That would be very nice for us.
Clutch Points NBA insider Brett Siegel joined us today at 3, gave us thoughts about why James Harden's such a good fit next to Jared Allen and Evan Mobley.
I think it goes to James Harden when he's able to attack the paint and all eyes are on him. As soon as he gets to like that free throw line area, free throw line extended, all 5 eyes on the defense are on him. So it creates slashing opportunities from those wings. And then for the big men who are hanging around in that dunker spot, especially a guy like Jared Allen, it's an easy lob to the rim. It's an easy dump pass when he draws a double team in it. And those little things can really elevate the play of those guys. Like you mentioned previously, Clint Capella, obviously Joel Embiid is a different type of big man than James Harden has played with in his previous years, where he can extend the floor and play virtually anywhere with the ball. But again, he opens up extra spots on the court. We're seeing success with Donovan Mitchell having a lot easier time getting to his spots. And now, like you mentioned, with Jared Allen, he's had some of his best games this season with the Cavs since James Harden arrived. And now with Evan Mobley coming back into the mix, you're going to see these 1-2 punches with those guys hanging out in the dunker spot. You're going to be able to see them extend on offense in those pick and roll situations. And as soon as James Harden turns that corner, he's going to have free picking with who he wants to pass that ball to.
I'm excited to see how it goes Sunday against Oklahoma City. No SGA in that game, though, is a little bit of a... That's raining on my parade a little bit, Daryl.
Yeah, I love what I've seen early on, both from Jared Allen. And just one, I know it's just one game with Evan Mobley being back from the calf injury, and we need a larger sample size. But his ability to feed them like a quarterback, able to throw to a spot on the floor, expecting they're going to be there, and the ball placement is just immaculate. It excites me about the ceiling for this team. Because,
definitely, yeah.
Because prior to the trade deadline, I felt they were just running themselves back into the same brick wall they've ran themselves into the last couple of years. Whereas now with Harden out there running the floor, and he's gonna get his own, but I love how he sets his teammates up and the threat that he really possesses. Also, too, I like the fact that he's actually available to play.
That's a bonus.
That's a big help.
I hear
too.
that's pretty good. And that is the lead. We coming back. Want to hear from you guys. 216-474 to below 92. Is Anthony Richardson a no-go? Why does his name keep popping up? We'll do it next right here on Afternoon Drive.
92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
From the Kissling, Nestico, and Reddick Traffic Center, call 1-800-HURT-NOW.
This traffic report is brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors of Cleveland. Keep the cold out. Pella Windows and Doors are on sale now with 15% off a Pella project or 0% interest for a year. Call 877-98-PELLA or visit PellaCleveland.com for a free consultation.
An accident 480 west at 77 has the left lanes blocked. A 1-hour delay from Lee. Heavy congestion 77 north from Brecksville Road to 490. This
incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
There's Cavs and there's NBA news that happens while you at work. Baskin and Phelps, weekday mornings starting at 10.
If I'm the Browns, this roster just needs so much help. I mean, we went how long without a top 50 pick? That's showing up right now with you need a brand new offensive line. You know, you don't have enough talent at the wide receiver position. It's just so void of talent in some key areas that, yeah, I want to chase the quarterback because I don't think the long-term answer is currently on this roster. But at the same time, I'm also need to be cognizant of the fact that it doesn't matter who the quarterback is if you don't have talent around him. And so I'm not going to pass on a quarterback if I feel like, hey, this is a top 15 quarterback in the league, but I'm also just not going to throw darts and hope I hit on one if I'm not convinced he is one of those guys.
That was Dane Brugler on today with the Morning Boys. Back at it here on The Fan. It is Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder with you guys. Hope you guys are all enjoying your Friday. A little bit of an F-off Friday. We F'd off for a little bit, Daryl, and then we've now been like hunkered down into football convos.
Yeah, been pretty business-like.
I think so.
Today.
We did like at 3:40, 4 o'clock. We got into some kind of goofy stuff there, but then kind of we've been a lot of Cavs, a lot of football. We've just kind of been getting after it.
We are absolutely not mailing this one in.
No, and you know what? I don't like to do that. We're not a mail it in show.
No.
We are an F-off show, though, so maybe we need to ramp that up a little bit more. We're also a Shots Fired show, which I feel like you could be doing a little bit more of pulling your own weight
listen, if we're going to be doing a segment on Anthony Richardson being the quarterback of the Cleveland Browns, I don't know. I kind of feel like there's some shots to be taken there.
All right, so take him then, because I don't
have
know
no
why.
interest.
Well, I don't really either. I shouldn't say really either. And Mac, this is not at you at all, by the way. Mac is the resident Anthony Richardson honk, okay?
Oh, is he?
He likes Anthony Richardson a lot.
Why am I not surprised by this?
Why? I mean, I know why you're not surprised by it. Pew 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 pew. A preemptive pew 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 pew.
Oh no, that was a pew pew pew.
No, Daryl was. I got that.
No, I know, but I think what was gonna follow up there is the idea that Daryl just does not like your football takes at all.
I'm aware of that.
Of course, he would not be on board with this.
I can read between the lines. I get that.
All right, good. I didn't know if I needed to spell it out for you. Or if
no, that's fine.
You picked up on that on your own.
I got the context clues.
Why is it that Anthony Richardson has become the conversation over the previous 24 hours? And it cannot be because of some random guy on Bleacher Report connecting some dots between the Browns and Anthony Richardson.
I have an answer.
All right, what's the answer?
People are bored. That's what it is, right?
Bingo, bango, bongo.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah,
like this is that time of year. It is a little bit of a silly season between the Super Bowl and the Combine, and we're going to have a little more of it leading up to free agency. It's hey, let's throw some stuff out there, see if something might stick or not. I don't like the idea of Anthony Richardson just from the standpoint of what took place in Indianapolis. I don't want to have to fix a guy if I don't even know if he likes the sport.
Or if he can even be fixed to begin with. Yeah.
Right. Like, we went through that with Jed Wills. Jed, great athletic, player.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Just doesn't like it. Like, you could tell. Like, his heart just wasn't fully invested in being the best you can be.
Yeah.
And I'm not interested in investing any resource, whether it's financial, draft pick, whatever, in players that are not emotionally invested 150%. Because I've always said this when it comes to the Browns, and we had the conversation earlier in the show, Jonathan, about like Monken and being a top 10 play call or whatever.
Yeah,
and I'm just like, it don't matter if you don't have the players, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've always believed for the Browns to ever get this thing together and on the right track. And they came close in 2020 when no one was allowed around the team. That's a hint for the organization. Might want to look into that.
Don't replicate COVID. That's not what Daryl's trying to say.
No. What I'm saying is nobody was allowed around the team, and you had your best year ever, okay? So, I don't know, maybe think about keeping some people away from the team. That's all I'm saying. It might actually help you a little bit. But, like, if it's on the players. They have to be driven to do this, okay? I think Denzel Ward is. I think Myles Garrett is.
Uh-huh.
I think Carson Schlesinger is, right? Like, I do feel like there are guys in that locker room that are driven to get this thing right. But that's what they need. I don't know that Anthony Richards is going to come in here and be driven to get this thing right.
I don't know either. I mean, quitting on your team in the middle of games, having everything going back to what everyone was talking about with him at Florida, where I think he had his mom living with him to make sure that everything was on the up and up and he'd be fine. But it came across more as if he was just a child than anything else. Like, I don't know. He's also not the same age as he was when those reports were coming out either. Like, maybe he's grown up. Maybe he's some people do need to have their back against the wall and understand what they're going to lose before they take things serious. Like, there is that. So the only wrinkle in my brain that has me just thinking, like, I don't think it's a good idea, by the way. I need to lay that out there. But he's so athletically gifted. I mean, from a legit athleticism standpoint, I think it's Lamar Jackson, and then it's him, and then everybody else in the NFL. That's how athletic I think he is. A combine, he set every record you possibly could, broke vertical records, broke everything under the sun, right? He got taken number 4 overall with like 13 games at Florida that weren't even impressive. That's how athletic he is, okay? I know there's something there.
They got blown away by gym class. Good for them.
And I know he can throw the ball a million miles. He's like Uncle Rico, okay? He can just bomb it out there. But like all these other things, I know there's talent there. And I just wonder if he's been so otherworldly talented his entire life that he never had to take anything seriously. And what happens to somebody that has been down that road? 2 things. One, they stay the knucklehead that they've been their entire career, which is what we saw in Indy, and then it flames out, and then before you know it, they're, talking on the SEC network 10 years later, trying to beg people to remember them, okay? Or the light bulb goes off and something clicks. Do I think that this is going to happen with him? If you're the Browns, I don't think you're the team that gets to make the bet of, I'm going to make the light bulb go off for him.
I think you got a better chance with Shedeur Sanders than you do Anthony Richardson.
100% agree. Yeah, 100% agree.
Because Shedeur, you can see the passion he has for the game.
Yeah, I love this point.
You can feel that he cares, okay?
Why am I going to give a chance to Anthony Richardson, who it's a betting game to begin with, when I know Shedeur is going to do all those things to begin with?
Those are things, but my point is, those are things no coach can teach a player. You can't teach that. Mm-hmm. You either do or you don't. Now, I can teach you fundamentals to make your throws more accurate, right? I can teach you watching film and reading defenses and making adjustments, and those things can be taught. But I can't teach you how to care, and I can't teach you how to have a passion for what you do.
Mm-hmm.
And Anthony Richardson strikes me as a young man that, to your point, is immensely gifted. And
he's insanely talented.
And maybe that's what makes it even more frustrating. When you have talent that you're just lazy and are unable to realize. Jed Wills, what frustrated me about him is he had the talent. He had the skill. He had the God-given gifts, but he didn't have the passion to take advantage of that. And that's disappointing because I mean, listen, I'll admit they're not an athletic tendon in my body, okay?
No.
But like, to just not
Mac, don't laugh at that. anything I do,
laughing at your reaction to that more than anything.
You know what? I give Mac credit. He did that to my face when I'm in the room, so I'm going to give him credit for that. Okay.
Oh, pew, 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 pew. You guys and your back and forth.
Again, it wasn't laughing at you. It was laughing at his reaction more than anything.
That's all right. No, it's all good. Listen, I own it. I have nothing to hide. But it's that's what frustrates me though, is when these guys have those gifts, but they don't have the passion to be the very best that they can be, because it becomes a job to them, right? And I understand.
And for some it is, and that's what makes him so fascinating to me, is that I need to just preach the idea of how otherworldly talented and athletic you have to be to have only played 13 games in college and go to a combine and then walk away and be the 4th overall pick in the NFL draft.
Yeah,
that's insane, Daryl.
Well, yeah,
that's insane if you think about it.
Listen, they've turned the combine into entertainment for fans. And the fans get impressed by the bench press.
But the GMs and all these guys, they fall hook, line, and sinker too.
I get it. They get
as evidenced by him going 4th overall.
Right. But like, it's the tape. That's what you have to go back to. All right. The measurables at the combine are great. The most important thing to come out of the combine is the medical evaluation. All right. That's and by the way, that's the whole genesis of the combine, was it became a centralized place where you could do those type of things, okay? But what fans need to understand is that while you might get blown away by the 40 time or the bench presses or the shuttles and the verticals and all that kind of stuff, that is a very small sample size. Any good GM worth their salt, even if they go, to your point, get blown away by the underwear Olympics in Indianapolis, you always go back to the tape and look at it. Okay,
I know, but teams get desperate. That's the other side of this too. They want it to work. They want it to work so bad. Well, it doesn't work out, obviously. And so, but like, and this is a track record throughout the NFL, especially in drafts. And I'm kind of surprised it didn't happen last year in any sort of way, where you only had one quarterback, taken in the top 5. You just had obviously Cam Ward, and then it was a race to Jackson Dart. But like, usually teams, they're just so thirsty and they're just trying to get the quarterback spot right that they'll end up convincing themselves of all things that aren't there. And the reality with Anthony Richardson is that the quarterbacking ability is not there. He's got all the talent in every other way you think of, but they don't think about it that way. And I think there's some quarterbacks that have kind of ruined that image. Josh Allen is the first one that comes to mind. For 2 years, Josh Allen stunk at football in the NFL level. Yeah. And that's fine. The idea with Josh Allen was his arm was so big and the talent was so real that he was going to be able to get there. And by year 3 with Brian Dable, he did get there. And I think,
and for Browns fans that lament that they didn't take him number 1 overall,
well, it wouldn't have worked out here.
That's my point. Like, I don't know that the patience would have been here.
No, but we all fall in love with this idea. Is the bigger idea is that we all fall in love with what the current trend is or what we think it is. So like right now, the current trend in the NFL is, well, get somebody like Sam Darnold and you'll be fine. How do you find that guy that got casted off and discarded? How do we find that guy and then make him into somebody that we then can obviously win big with, right? But the time when Anthony Richardson got drafted, albeit just a couple years ago, people were still living in the offshoot of Josh Allen and what you thought you could do with somebody. Maybe the reality is that there's just only a couple people that are like Josh Allen, and you can't expect everyone to be like that. Same thing with Sam Darnold at the end of the day, too.
You know what? Patrick Mahomes is another example because he didn't start as a rookie.
No, he's had his whole rookie season.
He was the 12th pick in the draft.
Yeah, but he instantly he instantly went to the playoffs and then was awesome. Like that, he rested because Alex Smith and the Chiefs had a really good team and they won double digits, and there was reasons there.
But I don't think anyone with the Chiefs organization that could say with a straight face, we knew that that's what Patrick Mahomes was going to be, if that was the case, Mitch Trubisky wouldn't have been taken 9 spots ahead of him. That's my point. Like, it's such a tough evaluation, especially coming out of the draft, coming from this new world that is college football with the transfer portal and all those things, right? The NIL, and it's an even, at least from my perspective, and GMs deny it, but I think it's harder to evaluate college quarterbacks today coming out than it was maybe 5-10 years ago.
Hold that thought. I want to get into that then. Are quarterbacks being ruined in college at a higher rate, and how much harder is it to evaluate these guys? 216-474 to below 92. It's Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder with you guys right here on The Fan.
come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Missed a moment in your show? Use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. And of course, I am brought to you by Scheibin Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Very good. That's Daryl Ryder. I'm Jonathan Peterlin here with you guys in Afternoon Drive. How's your heartburn doing?
Oh, it's just lovely. I made the mistake.
You made a lot of mistakes here.
Yeah, I make a lot of mistakes. But, like, I cut some things out of my diet, but I went back to
you can't go cold turkey. That's not reality in life.
That was my first beverage of that type.
Yeah.
In about 4 months.
Oh, wow. 4 months. Well, hold on. That's not accurate. You had one last week when you were with me.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I did.
I'm like, wait a second.
Feels like 4 months.
No, I don't want to have
a week.
I don't have accounting on what you eat and drink or anything like that.
Not a good decision by me. I should have.
Wait, how aware are people supposed to be with what coworkers eat when they're around? Like, I know what Nick takes in every day.
For somebody who's not really invested in your coworkers' lives, you seem to notice a lot of stuff.
Well, I'm very aware of my surroundings. And I think that might be all it is. As little as I want to have seep in, I can't help everything.
But like last week wasn't a problem. That's why I went back to it. This one, like, okay, this will be all right. And bad decision, very bad decision.
But the problem here is that you won't take any heartburn medication or anything like that, or the pills.
Well, no.
Or do you typically do that or no?
No, I did in the past, and I tried to not do that.
I'm trying to figure it out. I'm 36. I'm turning 37 in a couple months, right? And there's never like a time where people are like, now you need to start taking some Pepto-Bismol.
Yeah.
Every time you want a piece of pizza, maybe go for that pink bottle. There's no like universal sign here.
I will tell you, as you get older, you definitely don't want to do the late night snacking. That is a very bad idea as you get older.
I mean, it sounds like a bad idea now, but like it sounds like when
I was young, it was a very good idea. But like now, very, very bad.
I hate the idea.
Mac's giving me the thumbs up. He knows what I'm talking about.
Go do it.
This will be the best thing ever for me losing weight, is the idea that if I want something, I have to take a pill to go along with it. I just won't do it. I'll just be like, okay, I guess I don't need that pizza. Could you imagine wanting pizza and then being like, I guess I need to take Pepto-Bismol in order to get this thing down? I just wouldn't eat pizza anymore.
Yeah, I just don't want to be...
Like it doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up to me.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to be dependent on medication.
No. And I mean, even if it's over the counter and it's fine and everything like that, it doesn't seem like... It seems like if I need medication to get through it, I'm already behind the eight ball. I feel like I'm losing the game.
I mean, I think I've made some strides in improving my diet in recent years.
You look better. No doubt about that. And then I feel like you seem like a healthier human.
I have stopped buying cookies at the grocery store. Do you know how traumatic that is for me as far as a lifestyle change?
I mean, I'm sure it's a big deal.
I used to live in the cookie aisle at the grocery store.
What?
Yeah.
Mac's not impressed. Mac is not impressed.
No, it's a big life change for you, man.
Oh, the condensation. Not condensation. The condescending tone that he gave off there.
That's all right.
I'm sure me being genuine, actually. I know you would snack during the show sometimes.
I'm sure he'll have plenty to say next week.
Well, we'll be back on Monday with us. You'll be here. Mac will be here. We'll all be here. I assume, Mac, you're here. You don't go to Indy yet, right?
No, I leave for Indy on Wednesday morning.
Okay, Wednesday morning.
You're gonna miss Andrew Berry and Todd Monken.
I'll be there for Monken.
No, well, Monken is on Wednesday at 1.
I'll be in there by then.
Okay, so you're gonna miss Andrew. Tuesday at 12:30.
That's fine. He'll catch
Andrew
on Twitter.
has a lot to say. How can you skip Andrew Berry? He's going to have a lot to say. This is the first opportunity to hear from him.
And I can't wait to listen, you know? I can't wait to listen to it here in Northeast Ohio.
We'll probably have it here on the 92.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app and everything else. Now, Mac, are you going to do a call-in and do a quick, 10-minute recap with us?
Like a scouting report?
Sure. If you guys want me to call in, I'll do it.
I do. I remember you did that, I think, a couple years ago with us. Maybe it was last year.
Yeah, I believe that's right.
It didn't go very well.
No, it didn't.
Memory serves, it didn't go very well.
No, it did not.
I got a much better feeling about this year for you. Daryl, the interesting thing about Mac, and what I find fascinating about Mac's favorite thing being the combine, is the idea that he doesn't really watch much college football. And so like he learns about all these players at the combine, and to be invested in them, I think, is so fascinating to me.
So I'll watch college football, but I watch it for the prospects and not for the team. Like I never really had the team that I really was super affiliated with. I would watch and root for Ohio State just because I had friends that went there and everything like that, but I never had, the family members that were super diehards over all of it. So, like, I would watch for the prospects, so I would watch along for all of that, and then as the season goes along.
How long are you staying?
I'll be there until Saturday night.
He's there all week.
So you're going to be you got the tickets to go into the stadium and watch the workouts, or what are you going to do?
Yeah, no, I got the credential for it. I'm good.
Okay. Yeah, see, I am not. Yeah. I never was fascinated with the combine.
You're a little insulted by the tickets comment there.
I've done the ticket route before. I got the credential. We're good.
The clarification there? Yeah, I got the credential. I'm not buying tickets. I got the credential.
Mac thinks he's special because he got the credential.
All access pass, Daryl. All access pass for nothing better. Nothing but the best for Mac. I promise you that. All right. 216-474-0092. We were talking, though, about quarterbacks being ruined in college at a higher rate. Because it's you were saying something to the effect of how you think it's harder than ever to figure out whether or not these guys are good or bad.
Yeah, because they bounce around so much. They don't really grow into a singular system under a coach, which, by the way, the coaches bounce around, too.
I actually like that part of this. And
really?
I think, from a scouting perspective and kind of what we do within the draft community, and as if I'm a part of the draft community, but like people that like
Mac is part of the draft community.
People that actually
the community that you called a bunch of Muppets.
They are a bunch of Muppets. It's groupthink, and they're a bunch of Muppets for sure. But I did take a prestigious scouting class like 15 years ago with a lot of the people that ended up being very, very high up in this world.
Mac loves him some NFL underwear Olympics.
But so what I like about it is the idea that you do get these guys in different schemes, and you do get these guys in different places, and it's not just, well, all right, did he work because, let's say, Mahomes at Texas Tech and the air raid and everything that was accompanying that, or does he work because here we saw him at Oklahoma, now we saw him at USC, now we saw him at Alabama, and now we've seen him in different spots, and so you can kind of figure out what's translatable and what isn't. I think it's an advantage for the quarterback coming out of the class these days that we do get to tell whether or not they can work in multiple facets, because the problem we have, I think, in college football right now is that too many teams are just running college-specific, not nearly as many pro-style systems, and so
they're not prepared.
Well, it's really hard to get prepared the way that these college football teams are really doing.
Would you like Exhibit A?
Sure.
Shedeur Sanders.
Well, so Shedeur, I don't know if that qualifies the same way.
It absolutely qualifies because they did not have an NFL sophisticated style offense at Colorado. He was able to
the failure that happened there, and I don't even want to call it a failure or not.
No, I'm not calling it a failure. I'm not criticizing.
But where I felt like he got cheated almost was the idea that he had about 1 million years worth of NFL experience on that roster, not the roster, the coaching staff.
Yes,
there was I think like 10 different guys that had NFL experience. He had multiple former NFL coaches at high levels, including former head coaches on that staff, and they just kind of. They just didn't pay attention to that part of the thing. And I don't know if that gets put on Shedeur, if that gets put on Deion, who that gets put on. But, yeah, it's a little bit different. But that's a lot of college programs these days, though. And I understand it from, like, for instance, if you're a college coach at a different program and you're only concerned – if you're Curt Cignetti, are you really worried about Mendoza's? And I know this is a bad example because they actually do some pro stuff with Mendoza. But are you really worried about Mendoza's pro career? Are you worried about winning double-digit games and getting a $10 million pay raise the way that he did today?
Well, the answer to that is no. Their job is to win games. Their job is not to prepare these guys for the National Football League. However, though, if you prepare these guys for the NFL and they go on to the next level and be successful, that helps your program. That becomes a recruiting tool for you.
You would think so. And, like, for instance, with Ohio State and the wide receivers that 100%. They've had recently, like JSN having this season that he's had.
Wasn't there a kid that was debating between Ohio State and Oregon receiver, and they said, well, you come to Ohio State, you're going to the NFL. Oregon hasn't had a successful wide receiver in the NFL X amount of years, right? That's your recruiting pitch if you're the Ohio State Buckeyes.
I know, but when it comes to quarterbacks, they don't treat it the same way. I mean, this, as evidenced by this is Ryan Day with C.J. Stroud not taking the governor off until that Georgia game to really let him throw the ball deep and try to showcase what he could do. Right. Instead, it's you're going to play within my system and what I want you to do, and that was very limiting for him. It still worked out, obviously, in many ways. He was number 2 overall. You couldn't really do much else, but the reality is, there was a different viewpoint on C.J. Stroud then than when he actually entered the league in Houston and got to do all sorts of different things.
Right, and that's why I brought up the Shedeur example, because he got a crash course last year, the school of hard knocks of, hey, this is what's required at this level. This is what we do at this level. This is what the playbook looks like at this level. And that was a big culture shock to him. And now, at least now going in this year, with he's going to have to learn a whole new playbook with Todd Monken now, but he at least now knows what the expectation is and how things operate at this level. And I think that would have been nice if he got exposed to some of that at Colorado. Or you know what? Maybe he was exposed to it and it wasn't emphasized enough. But now, and this is why I'm so optimistic about him going into year 2, he knows what it is. Yeah. He's not going to be surprised by anything. And now,
it's the number one thing he kept repeating all last year.
Right. And what I am going to be very fascinated by is how he reacts to that.
For sure.
How he performs, right? Because now there are no surprises. The only surprise is going to be is what Todd Monken's offense is going to look like, incorporating him into it, right? Yeah. And how he's able to adjust and adapt to that. That's about it. Now he knows, hey, the playbook's more detailed. You got to really, really pay attention into these team meetings because, man, they cover a lot of material in a short amount of time.
Well, here's what I think is weird, Daryl. I think the idea that it's going to be back-to-back years where we have one quarterback taken number 1 overall, and then we're not going to have another one taken until either 24, or whatever Jackson Dart was last year. I think it was 24. And then whatever Ty Simpson is this year, which is going to be, could even be second round, could be 25, could be 20, but I'd be shocked if it's 7. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And in today's day and age, we should be having more of these guys, not less of these guys. They train at a younger age. They're way more specific, but also quarterbacks are only supposed to get better and better with each passing year, and the crop is only supposed to get better and better with each passing year, and it's how it typically has gone. And now back-to-back years, we kind of got a little bit of a pause on it, and I think that's just an interesting development. And maybe 2027, we just have like 75 quarterbacks, and everyone was just building up towards that. Maybe that's the end result there.
But you know what? I'm not counting on it.
I mean, I don't know.
Maybe that's what will happen. Counting on it because we were told this was the year.
I know, but it's very odd to me now, back-to-back seasons, that this has been the quarterback market, and this is how this is.
And I think part of it has to do with the environment in college football right now.
All right, we come on back. Kenny Atkinson spoke on NBA tanking. Was he right last night? 216-474 to below 92, and words from Darius Garland. It's the Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
free agency and the draft ahead. That's The Fan off-season special Tuesdays from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan and broadcast live on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Catch the latest Browns news all off-season long. Stream us on the Odyssey app and on your smart speaker by telling Alexa to play 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
Final hour of the show. It is Jonathan Peterlin and Daryl Ryder with you guys here on The Fan. We had an update there from the NBA world. DeAndre Hunter's out for the rest of the season with an eye injury. I would imagine he'd be playing if the Kings weren't just trying to tank and just kind of get rid of the season.
Thanks for taking them off the Cavs' hands there, Sacramento.
Yeah, I mean, that's, again, hey, listen, anything that just gives more to Kobe Altman in the way of the trade and everything that went down, I'm perfectly fine with. I did think this was actually interesting, though, because I don't care about DeAndre Hunter at this point in life. But the idea that...
Not our problem anymore.
Really, it's really what it is. Not my monkey, not my circus type mentality. I just don't have to care about him. I don't want to think about him. I was not in the camp of even wanting to trade for him. And then everyone's like, oh, this is going to drastically change the team. And I'm like, I'll believe it when I see it. But anyway, Darius was talking to Anscape. Anscape are the same people that had the interview with Donovan Mitchell over the past couple days. They've gotten a lot of really high-profile guys. But anyway, Garland was talking about how Rich Paul had a conversation with them last summer, and they mentioned the toe definitely had a factor in the trade, and they didn't know if he was going to be healthy for the season and everything that went with that. And then the lack of bitterness that Darius is displaying is admirable, but the acknowledgement here that if they didn't trade him at the deadline, they were then going to trade him this summer, I do think is important. And I think it's something that we need to underscore when talking about this deal and how it went down. If you weren't going to give Darius a bunch of money, and they clearly weren't going to give him a bunch of money with an extension this summer,
why would you?
Then what else did you think they were going to do? And so people look at this like, oh, James Harden, and right now it looks very, very good. And I was one of the first people to be like, I like this. You need to go after this. You need to do this. And then 24 hours later, once the deal actually got done, I felt like a lot of people then came on board. That's fine. I've made peace with that part of it. It's okay. I don't need to be first to the moon on this one.
Because I think the perceived value of Darius Garland was a lot higher than the actual value of Darius Garland.
Well, so I was just living with the idea the entire time you weren't going to go beyond the second round with Darius as is anyway. Even if you got a healthy Darius Garland, that team had a limit, and it was always going to be second round at best based off of the construction of the team. Right. I was actually thinking about this with Jalen Brunson last night. You're watching Jalen Brunson and some of the guys that they were putting him on and what they were trying to do. All they did was like, all right, give me the shortest guy possible and let's try to do that. When you had Donovan and Darius, you just gave teams way too many outs. Too short of a backcourt, too tiny of a backcourt. It is what it is. But Darius speaking this way is something we need to remember if the Cavs do fall short and let's say don't make it to the Eastern Conference Finals because they run up against a good team and the bracket is just what it is. You are never getting there with Darius. He's acknowledging that in this piece. You are never going to accomplish those goals. And on top of it, you were only going to then wait to trade him in the summer. What the Cavs did was give themselves a crack this year while then giving themselves a crack in the future. Yep. That needs to be commended. That needs to be applauded. Instead of sitting back and waiting for the inevitable, they got aggressive. What's the problem?
Jonathan, I've been calling for this for 2 years. I saw this 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Like when you continue to have the same problem in the playoffs, at some point you got to realize you have to shake it up. So I loved what Kobe Altman did at the trade deadline. I'm still shocked that he pulled it off. I am. And that's not a shot at Kobe. That's more a recognition of what the landscape around the NBA was, and also recognizing that Darius Garland, like, he was great for the Cavs for the time that he was here. I understand why he meant what he did to Cavs fans. I really do.
Yeah.
But that's why Cavs fans are Cavs fans. Just because you value that player does not mean the rest of the NBA did. The Cavs originally wanted a first-round pick along with James Harden.
Yeah, and
they ultimately had to send like their last pick that they were allowed to trade. They had to send their final second-round pick just to get the deal done.
Yeah.
Like, the value for Darius Garland was not there. It was non-existent.
Yeah.
Okay?
I just think it's interesting. And there's a good awareness from Darius. If anyone wants to go read the piece, I think it's really fascinating. But he's had this mentality the entire time since being traded.
And go look some of the video. Like I was watching a video online for practice either yesterday or earlier today or whatever. He barely can walk because he's dribbling the ball right now.
Yeah.
Like, listen, bravo, Kobe Altman. Great job getting something for
I just think we need to remember these moments if they do, in fact, fall short in the postseason.
Right.
Like, you had to make the move regardless. Even if it doesn't work out this year, you still had to make the move and make a real run for it and make a real attempt at it.
I understand Darius is beloved amongst fans. I get it. But, like, the reality is this is a player who's constantly getting hurt, and that is going to shorten the lifespan. Yes, when he is healthy, if he is healthy, those are in capital letters, bolded, underlined, whatever, italicized. When and if he's healthy, dynamic player, electric player. The problem is he's not healthy consistently enough. I think the Cavs did a great job hitting the eject button on Darius Garland. And as you put it, you have a chance. Is James Harden a 5-year player for you? No. Is he a 1 to 3 year player for you? Yeah. And guess what? That's your current window. That's your current window with Donovan Mitchell. You showed Donovan Mitchell you're willing to do what it takes to win.
That's the other side
I
of
got
that,
another one for you.
What's that?
They're not done. Don't be shocked if, depending how things go in the playoffs here, don't be shocked if they try and get Giannis for Evan Mobley.
No, I mean, we've been talking about Giannis. We've been talking about LeBron. There's all sorts of different people that you could eventually add. But for this, it's really about in this cycle and trying to figure everything out. And because I'm looking at the East, and the East right now seems tougher than it did a week and a half ago. It just does. Now, the West seems much easier. There's some holes in the West. Denver doesn't play defense. I think the Cavs might score 150 on Denver if they play tomorrow. They don't play defense. It's amazing. They end up winning a title that would be the worst defensive team to win an NBA title in 25 years. And so I'm really fascinated to see how that plays. But then the Spurs are obviously dangerous. There's no doubt about that. But OKC, they've already matched the amount of losses they have at this part of the season than they did all last year. Like they're showing,
a little banged up too.
They're showing some flaws. Of course, they're a little banged up, and we'll see it. SGA not playing on Sunday for a reason, and so there's some openings here, but the East is looking a little bit tougher. It just is. People walked away from that Detroit game last night, and there's a fear in their eyes. I don't have it. With Detroit. I'm just not scared of them. Cade Cunningham might win league MVP. I would ask you to go 2-3-4 against the Cavs 2-3-4, and I think we just blow them out of the water. They don't have a 3-point shot. JB Bickerstaff has a lot of gym class heroes on that team. I'm just not as concerned, but they're not a team you just get to sleepwalk and go by. They're not. The Celtics, if they add Tatum and Brown get back to being what Tatum and Brown are, that's always going to be dynamic, you know. I'm worried about people getting a little ahead of themselves today over the past couple hours, thinking some things, saying some things. I know earlier today you said you have them in the NBA Finals already. I get that. I'm right there with you in the idea that the sky is the limit for this team, and I'm excited. But I also just want to remind people that even if it doesn't work out, this was still the right move, and this is still the right play.
It absolutely was. You are getting no pushback from me. And I'm probably sure you're sitting there right now wishing you did. No, I think that Kobe, to his credit, he picked the right moment to do this. And he might have picked the right player. And I realize that James Harden's history is what it is. Cavs are his sixth team. Usually his exits have been very inglorious at best, and I'm being very polite about that. Mm-hmm. But you know what? The exit from the Clippers was professional. Like, they recognized, hey, we need to go in a different direction here. This isn't going to work. Let's work together and find you a good spot. He, I think, helped pick the Cavs. The Cavs picked him too. Donovan Mitchell. I think that they work well together in the backcourt.
Yeah.
You're not getting any blowback from me. I think that, and on top of it, you got Ellis and Schroeder. Your bench got infinitely better. Your starting lineup got better.
Well, and so
Max
what they're
Strus
doing
is coming back at some point. You're I am really, really excited about what the Cavaliers can be. And early in the season, I wasn't. I was not enthused. I was sitting there saying, hey, Kenny Atkinson might not survive this with the way this is going. And boy, they started to turn it around. They made this trade. They won like 11 of 12, 6 in a row. They're 4-0 with this group together. And look, they're going to lose a couple games here down the stretch. But I like what I'm seeing from an energy standpoint. I like what I'm seeing from a chemistry standpoint. Because I think that was an issue too. Like, okay, how much do you really want to risk upsetting the apple cart? Because as much as Darius is beloved by fans, he's also beloved in the locker room. He really was. Just like, and I hate to beat a dead horse here, but like go back to that night in Los Angeles against the Clippers and how those players all went up to Darius and like the hugs like seemed to take forever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like there is a general love, respect, and appreciation there that you don't see a lot of that in pro sports today because the leagues are so transient and there's just so much player movement year to year and even within seasons, right? But it really was the right thing to do. It was probably a hard thing to do, and I think that Koby Altman acknowledged that during that post-trade deadline Zoom thing that he did, but it was the right thing to do.
All right, I want to get to this because you mentioned Ellis and Schroeder in particular there. We mentioned the idea that the DeAndre Hunter out for the rest of the season, and what that obviously is, that's a tank job is all that is. And so like, we were to take advantage of the idea that the Kings were winning too many games. They needed to stink a little bit more. And so they got rid of some good players and some players they needed off of this roster in order to go ahead and get other players.
What world do we live in?
I mean, that's what it is. That's exactly what there's
You're
no
winning
other
too much.
That's what it was. There's no other way to describe it. There's a reason why Utah in the fourth quarter plays a completely different lineup. You're winning too many games. You're not doing the tank the way that you need to do the tank to pull this off. And so Kenny Atkinson spoke last night talking to you and a group of reporters at his pregame press conference, and this is what he had to say about tanking in the NBA.
It's so complex. You know, I understand all sides. Like, I read a lot about it. I understand all sides. You know, I understand the teams. They want to get another James Harden. They want to get a Donovan Mitchell, so I understand that. But I also understand the side where we want a competitive game every night for the media, for the fans, for the coaches, right? It's competition is the essence of the NBA. And I've seen all the alternative proposals. I wish I could sit up here and say, hey, you know, I want to champion this one. I haven't studied it that deeply, but I understand the sentiment and the frustration with it, but I personally don't have the solution.
I don't think anybody has the solution, and that's the part that I find the most interesting. And the NBA and Adam Silver came out with a bunch of different ideas they might implement for next year. The reality is that how do you stop tanking? You have to get rid of the reason why people are tanking. Why are people tanking? Because it's the only path to getting good players. And so there's not enough opportunity for smaller market teams in order to acquire really big, awesome players. And so I don't know the answer here, because what I do know is that if part of the reason why tanking exists is because there's not enough avenues to acquire really good players, well, how do I create avenues if you're a Milwaukee, if you're a Cleveland, if you're a Portland outside of the draft?
It's worked for the Cavaliers a couple times, right? But
because people don't want to tank, I think, is the other side of this.
Right, but here's the thing.
You don't want to tank.
There's no guarantee you're getting the picks. Even if you lose, you still have to go through a draft lottery process.
Right.
Even if you're the worst team in the NBA. I go back to the Kyrie year, right? Where the Cavs, they made the trade for Baron Davis with the Clippers. They took on the money. They basically bought their unprotected pick, which, by the way, led to the whole we're protecting picks thing. The Cavs pick that year was number 4 overall. They had the worst record by a country mile in the NBA. They were unwatchable that year, and their pick ended up being number 4.
And even with the new rules, look at how many years in a row this has just killed Detroit, for instance. And now on the better end of it, they finally got there, but my goodness.
Like, I think the Clippers had a 2% chance of getting the number 1 pick, right? Their pick had a 2% chance or something like that. And it ended up being the number 1 pick, and that got the Cavaliers Kyrie Irving. The Cavs' actual pick in that draft was Tristan Thompson.
Mm-hmm.
So the tanking for the Cavaliers that year, when they did it the right way, right? They fielded the worst possible team they could come up with, and that got them the number 4 pick. At least the Browns, the Browns tried to win during that 1-31 stretch, but they did it by fielding the worst possible team they could. They put the worst possible players out there. Yeah, those guys tried hard. God bless them. They gave it their all. They just stunk naturally.
Yeah.
And so now teams they're sitting players. Guys are having surgery now. They're trying to manipulate lineups in the fourth quarter to make sure that They don't win the games and things like that. That's, I think, the problem that the NBA has right now is the tanking is just so blatant. It used to be a gentleman's game.
So, but how do we give people another way, though, is what I'm trying to get to now. Because we've known tanking has existed
right.
forever. I don't believe teams actually want to tank. Nobody says for 5 months, I want to tell my fan base, you're not going to be watchable. But you have to give them another avenue into a way to acquire great players. And I think why tanking exists, you can get rid of all these different rules in regards to tanking, but if you're only going to give up Portland one way to get better, they're just going to do whatever it takes in that one way.
Well, we've seen it in Major League Baseball, too. The Houston Astros, completely tanked for 2 years.
It was more than 2 years. They bought him out that was an extended stretch. I was in Houston for the last part of that. They would have pregame shows that rated higher than the actual games themselves.
Right.
There was a pregame show that got a 0.2 rating. The game itself got 0.1.
I mean,
I kid you not.
They went through it, right? I mean, the Baltimore Orioles did the same thing.
Yeah, baseball is tougher, though, to go through what we're describing. And baseball gives you enough avenues and other ways to acquire guys. And I think that's one of the differences within the sport there. But I'm trying to figure out for the NBA what you do to create a better opportunity for some of these teams we talked about that is not tanking.
The only way the Cavaliers have become a destination for players, like James Harden's legitimately excited to be here in Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
I love it here. I do.
Yeah, but we are definitely the exception, not the rule. We're not normal.
Cleveland is not a free agent destination unless you have...
We're just not normal. We got Donovan and everything that was built here after LeBron
Milwaukee,
is not normal.
Same thing. I don't know what the solution is. I don't know how they fix it, but the reality is this is what it is. The system is the system. And at some point, guess what? The Cavs are going to have to tank too. Probably in 2029, 2030, 2031, when they don't have first-round picks or whatever. They're going to have to get creative to find ways to fill in all this draft capital that they're spending, right? Or they did spend to put this existing team together. But I don't know how you fix it in the NBA because to me,
I think that's what they have to solve.
The only path to relevance
you can
is
make
to
all
lose.
You can make all these rules about not giving you top 4 picks in back-to-back years, all these other things. We just need more avenues. We need different avenues because the actual cause of why people tank and why they go down that road, if you're not fixing that, then we're never going to see an issue. We're never going to see a result.
I don't think hamstringing these organizations with all these rules is going to do anything to prevent tanking either. If anything, I think it's going to turn it into overdrive.
It might. And that's the fear. 216-474 below 92. We'll go back to the NFL. How important is an offensive coordinator with all the changes across the league? A Super Bowl champ spoke on that. We'll get to that next right here on The Fan.
no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk anytime you want. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
All right, back in here on The Fan. I caught myself. I was almost going to repeat what you said right there to be like, talk about that for a second, but I caught myself.
What did I do?
No, you didn't want me to say that on the air. That wasn't going to be appropriate. I'm self-censoring you from me already. I'm preemptively self-censoring my whole mission in this life, Daryl, is don't get Daryl in trouble. That's my whole mission in life.
And I appreciate that.
I got one objective out here.
I do enough to get myself in trouble. I don't need any help.
That's very fair. Very fair. Congratulations to our guy John Fanta landing with another gambling company, by the way. No, not another. For him, it's his first. I can't. Man, I'd love to see the amount that they're paying him, though. I'd love to see. Are you gonna have like Fanta bets on the top scroll of whatever company this is, like the Fanta bet of the night?
I'd love to just have like a sounder where if you hit on that bet, then you just get a John Fanta like excited call.
Oh, that's a fun idea. Now, does Fanta have a signature call at this point? Like you mentioned Brain in between the break. He's got the bang. Is there a Fanta call?
I don't think he has a call yet, but he's just got general excitement that I think is infectious that you would want another bet.
I can't wait for Tuesday night to watch him do some NBA. I don't know why I'm so stoked, I'm like really excited. I am assuming he's still going to come on with us on Tuesdays. I have not talked to Jake or anybody else in regards to that. I'm assuming the NBA doesn't get in the way of him hitting us at 420, does it?
I don't think it does. Availability doesn't seem to work with that.
This will just be nice because when he comes on, then Nick won't be like, stop talking college basketball. You can actually talk about the thing that he's going to actually do, which is nice.
No, I think the only way that John will have to blow you off is if he actually has a game that he's working. So
no, he is on Tuesday night. This is it.
No. I'm talking about. Yeah, but the game's not it. What times you usually come on? 4:20.
Yeah, 4:20 every Tuesday.
You know what? Oh yeah, you might be in trouble because coach availability is. No, you're good because coach availability isn't until for 5:15 for a 7:00 tip. 5:45 for a 7:30. So
yeah, we never know.
6:15 for an 8.
I know, but what if he gets in some like production meeting or something like that? You know what I mean?
The other thing too is we got to think time zones too with where he's at. Is it in Minnesota or is it in Portland?
No idea.
I'll double check on that. But either way,
that's the game. It is on Tuesday night.
I believe so.
It's Minnesota versus Portland.
Yep.
He gets one of the greatest American basketball players of currently going in Ant Edwards, and then he gets Portland. That's the debut NBA game for himself. What a crock that is. I was excited for this game.
Yeah, it's in Portland. So I have a feeling that we will not have to worry about him getting bumped at that point.
All right, that's good to hear. That's the only reason why he's on it because it's in Portland probably.
It's at 11 o'clock.
I don't want to make any Portland jokes, but it's late, and who wants to travel to Portland?
Get a nap in so you can watch the game.
That's a hell of a debut, though, man. The NBA. We knew when he was going to the NBC, this was the big time. You go to the NBA on NBC, that is fine living, John Fanta.
Yep.
That is very fine living. Congratulations to yourself. All right, Mike McDaniel obviously won a Super Bowl with the Seahawks, head coach there. And so you had this stat about offensive coordinators. Can you tell the people the stat, and then I want to play what Mike McDaniel said?
This year, there are now 21 new offensive coordinators in the National Football League. They trade.
It's an insane number, but we also have 10 new coaches this year, too.
Right.
Which also feels like an insane number as well. Almost a third of the league is just a new head coach.
In case you're wondering, Travis Switzer, that's the new Browns OC. Even though Todd Monken is still, I guess, going to call plays.
All right. So what did Mike McDaniel have to say about it? I think this is fascinating because he lost not only his offensive coordinator in Kubiak, and then obviously his defensive coordinator. Well, he's mainly the snake of that head, but his defensive coordinator got a lot of run in a lot of different places as well, including here with the Browns. And so this is what Mike McDaniel had to say.
Going into it, I do think it's a bit overrated. At some point, all play callers have to be first-time play callers at some point. You could tell how Brian thinks about the game. Look, you're going to have to grow in any new role, but we have a lot of great people around here and a lot of great opportunities for him to get ready to go, and I'm really confident he's going to be off and running sooner than later. So I'm excited about it. It's going to be a fun process to build this thing.
And maybe this falls a little bit into when we had Tay Seth on earlier today, and he was saying that Monken's a top 10 play caller, and you had the response that is Coach Riz's basically diatribe at this point of players over plays. Do we overrate the offensive coordinator's role in all of this? I tend to think it matters a lot, Daryl, but then at every turn, I also then get caught up in the idea of, well, defensive coordinator job, for instance, for here with the Browns, Jim Schwartz did a great job, but also when you have Myles Garrett, Denzel Ward, it doesn't mean you're going to all of a sudden have success. See Joe Woods, right? But it also does give you a leg up if you have the good players.
Well, the coordinator matters in the sense of it's somebody that puts the players in a good in the right positions, right?
Yeah.
In a spot to succeed. And we've seen that here in Cleveland where that wasn't the case. Jim Schwartz comes in, recognizes, hey, this is what makes Myles Garrett a great player already. I'm going to make him even better. And I think that's where the hype for Jim Schwartz comes from, is that Myles Garrett was already on track to be a Hall of Famer.
Right.
Okay? He had already won a Defensive Player of the Year. That was already in the trophy case.
Mm-hmm.
But he made him an even better player. And he made Denzel Ward a better player. And Denzel already was there, right? Carson Schlesinger, the way he stepped in as a rookie. And
he just made so many different guys. Devin Bush's career was left for dead, and all of a sudden he's great. Yeah, all sorts of guys.
Exactly. So, yes, the coordinators matter in the sense of making sure that what you do, whether it's offensively or defensively or even on special teams, that you are taking advantage of the talent that you're given to work with and you're maximizing it and you're putting it in the best possible position to succeed. So, yeah, it does matter. You know, we all get caught up in the play calling and that. Look, you can call the greatest game of your life, but if your players don't go out and execute the plays you call, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I just find it interesting because, you know, he almost had this laissez-faire approach to losing Kubiak.
Right. And
almost like it doesn't really matter in the big picture. We'll be fine. We got enough good guys between Darnold and JSN. And if Kenneth Walker is able to come back, we'll have enough pieces. Cooper Kupp's there as well. I just don't know. I don't know that I agree with it 100%. And I want to use the Eagles as, I think, an interesting example here. So when they went to the Super Bowl the first time, they lost Shane Steichen that year. They also lost Jonathan Gannon that year. Their offensive and defensive coordinator, both gone after the season, right? And then they kept going, and then it took them, through 4 or 5 years to be able to find a way back to it. And in the process, they did end up losing a lot of different coordinators. They lost them to having successful seasons some of the times. Other times, it's because Sirianni just turned into a crazy person. But I think it's such an understated part of the game and what this could mean.
I used to chuckle when I would see Browns fans complain about not enough pre-snap motion and all those things, right?
Yeah.
The eye candy. And it's like, well, every time they do it, they get a 5-yard penalty because they either didn't line up right, they didn't get set, formation was wrong. They were incapable for whatever reason last year of being able to execute that stuff.
Yeah.
Okay? So, it's fine to say, well, you're not throwing enough eye candy at them and confusing the defenses and whatnot. But if you don't have the players that have the ability to do it or aren't coached well enough to do it, it doesn't matter.
I mean, clearly the NFL feels that way too, because if you have 21 different offensive coordinators from last year to this year, they're looking at this as an interchangeable thing. Now, obviously, a lot of that happens if you have 10 new head coaches. You're going to have some move from one spot to the other, but 21 different new offensive coordinators in different spots is an insane number.
Well, I mean, the Rams are kind of doing co-coordinators with Dave Ragone and Nate Shieldhouse. Tommy Rees, who was OC here last year, is with Kevin in Atlanta, same capacity. Brian Daboll, former head coach, former coordinator, he's with the Titans.
Yeah.
Mike McDaniel, who dabbled his dipped his toes maybe into the head coaching circles there for a moment. He's with the Chargers as an OC. Eric Bieniemy is back in Kansas City. The players wanted him back. Andy Reid wanted him back because
they're going back to 2019 there.
Yeah, it wasn't working without him the way, so they did that. Bobby Slowick.
Who I once thought was going to be a great head coach.
Right.
His first year in Houston, the only year he was in Houston, I thought he was going to be primed for a big-time job.
Yeah, I mean, he's I think in Miami. The Eagles swapped out their offensive coordinator, but like there's just this. The NFL we are an instant gratification society, and NFL owners want that instant, I guess, oatmeal.
I just find it interesting that these coaches are so quick to move off of some of these guys, and it's so quick to change. And I don't know if it's them just searching for something, or if it is just kind of what the NFL has tried to tell you, is that there's only so many plays you can come up with out there, and they all know what's existing in the current moment.
And there's
not too much special and new that's happening on the offensive side of the ball at this point.
So, 10 of them was you blew out the coaching staff, so you got to replace them, right?
Right.
But then there's 11 others where I think a lot of it's either wasn't working or
and
we're covering our backside because we're on the hot seat.
Well, it does infuse excitement in a weird way for the fans, too. You know, it sounds stupid, but if you're not going to change out your head coach, you change out the offensive coordinator, fans do buy into that. It just gives them something different to look at.
Well, by doing it, you give your fans.
Kevin did that twice in the middle of the season.
Right.
With play calls.
Right.
Like it does give you some sort of juice and some sort of boost up.
Yeah, I mean he has switched offensive coordinators, even if it was against his will.
Yeah.
I mean he switched defensive
I don't think he
coordinators.
would have moved off of Van Pelt if it was his decision. But
No,
yeah.
and I don't think he would have moved off Mike Prefer if it was his decision.
But then he never would have been able to land Tommy Rees.
Yeah.
His guy now, the guy that he's just married to, the guy, boy wonder over there in Tommy Rees. My goodness. All right, 216-474 to below 92. Final segment left to go in case we missed it. Happens next. It's Daryl Ryder, Jonathan Peterlin here with you guys in the Fan.
need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Ease into your Sunday with the scores you may have missed Saturday night. Daryl Ryder and Nick Padone. Sunday morning starting at 8 on 92.3 The Fan.
So you're just finding things about everything, everyone, and everything.
No wonder Mac's in such a good mood today.
I feel like you might have said something before about that, but I didn't know it, that you take Nick's spot when he's gone. Is that approved by Nick?
He did a couple of times, and then I
he's not going to know.
Right. I kind of take some
listening, he is now.
Because Nick's got a highfalutin, nice, better parking spot. And so, it's a good glow up for you here, Mac.
Keep the spot warm.
Well, you don't want some jerk to be parking in it.
Exactly. He's had a few times where somebody has taken the parking spot and left their car parked there. So I'm just making sure that doesn't happen again.
All right. We're just learning everything about everyone here. That's all that is. All right. Let's get to, in case we missed it.
All right, no one likes it when the cops crash a party, right?
You're correct. I don't know anybody that would like that.
That's what happened to Jaylen Brown during All-Star Weekend out in Los Angeles. The Beverly Hills Police Department shut it down.
Unless it's like a bachelorette party and it's one of those stripper cops. They might like that.
That is not what happened, and this is according to ESPN. Who now is reporting, they've since apologized for this, the police department there, but the apology is just not going to cut it for Jaylen Brown. According to ESPN, the Celtics forward is considering legal action against the city of Beverly Hills for what took place during All-Star Weekend, in which the cops shut down his private event.
So he had an event. So was it a house or was it at like a restaurant or where was this?
I think it was. I just know they shut down the party. I'm looking real quick here.
Okay.
Get the details of this party.
I asked for too many details, I guess.
Yeah, you did.
Mac, do you know the answer to this?
Honestly, I was talking with Mark Koch about some of the stuff from behind the scenes. So
never mind then. Okay, never mind. All right, so we're...
And it was shut down around 7 o'clock.
I'm going to assume it wasn't at a house. If he was throwing like an all-star game party, it wasn't at a house. He probably what happened. This happens at like Super Bowls, for instance. They'll have different venues will have parties, and then they'll be like, "This is Tyreek Hill's Super Bowl bash,"
right?
And then everybody comes, and then you make a big deal about it, and then the players are all there and all that other stuff. But also, you can let the public in for the low price of $400 or something insane, which is obviously not a low price, very very high.
Yeah, and I guess the cops are trying to say this thing required a permit, and
so that does make it seem like that might have been a house situation. Then.
But he feels that he was targeted by the police, and
does he have to worry about his basketball team? These are the things I don't worry about. So wait,
right.
what does he think it cost him?
Reputational harm.
Well, that's dumb. Who cares? You're Jaylen Brown. Who cares? You're a Finals MVP. You've won an NBA Finals, and you were Finals MVP in that NBA Finals. Who cares if you had a party that was shut down by the cops that you believe shouldn't have even been shut down?
So here's the quote that he gave.
It sounds like a grift.
Here's the quote that he gave to ESPN's Anscape. Quote, "I'm not a legality type of pursuing guy, but you embarrassed my brand and my team, and I think that is unfair. And for you to continue to tell untruths in your apology statement, I feel offended by it. I will circle back with my team this weekend and we'll make a decision," end quote.
Untruths feels unnecessary in that.
Well, yeah, what do they
just
fabricate?
Say lies.
Just say lies.
You're just being extra at that point. I don't know why you're just putting the cherry on top.
I like untruths in that moment, though. It kind of makes it feel like, I don't know, like it was more substantial than just a lie. If I'm like, hey, they lied, it makes you sound like a 7-year-old. But if I'm like, well, there's a lot of untruths here, it makes it sound more serious. I take it way more serious if you're like, you told some untruths. I make some untruths.
And this was at a home. You were correct.
It was.
A sunglasses or a glasses brand owner of this particular home.
I just don't know why he cares. Like, if I was Jaylen Brown, I'd keep life moving. I would not deal with anything that wasn't basketball if I was Jaylen Brown. And I'm not saying that as like somebody that was like, like he needs to focus on basketball. No. I wouldn't do it.
The apology was not sufficient. That's what he's made, because they did apologize. The Beverly Hills Police Department apologized, and that is still not good enough.
Yeah, I'm trying to find more details. There's a whole Celtics blog saying that they were there in attendance and everything, but it's just one big long recap. I don't know how many things you like to do in your day-to-day, Daryl. You seem like you like to keep busy a little bit, though. If it was me, like I have the ice dams I told you about. So I have my big like hole in my living room.
Yeah.
And like today I had to call up State Farm and we're trying to like get everything arranged so they can actually come out to the roof then.
It should have thawed by now.
Well, it did. So it did. And by the way, that was another reason why we didn't pay like $1,800 to have someone take a blowtorch to the ice dams like everyone suggested, because a week later, no ice dams.
By
Just
the way,
going to throw that out there.
I did not suggest you take a blowtorch to it.
Way too many people were like, just pay the guy for the blowtorch. And I'm like, no, it's $1,800. This thing's going to melt in a week.
Right.
What are we? I can wait a week. And they're like, no, you don't know how long it's going to take. And what really got me was the idea that we could have had the blowtorch out there, and then a day later, everything comes right back. But if I was Jaylen Brown, I wouldn't do any of that stuff. I would do none of it. Even like I told you how my family members just keep buying these elaborate toys that just come with massive assembly, because it just pisses me off that I have to assemble things.
And I love this for you.
And I hate it. I cannot. It's like my least favorite thing in life right now is assembling all these different toys.
I do miss my nephews. You know what?
I hate it. I like playing toys with her. She's fine that way. Yeah. That's a fun time.
You just don't want to put them together.
Is it the same sibling that's getting you these toys over and over again?
They're coming from all areas.
You know what? I should open up a toy assembly business. That's what I should do.
It's exhausting, and I hate it, and I don't love it. And the instructions are always like, instead of, when you like buy Lego, for instance,
yeah,
and then Lego's feature is that the instructions are awesome, and it's just like, put this here and put this here and put this here,
right?
And a child could do it. That's what Legos are for. These aren't that. These are like elaborate, and they don't even give you actual instructions. They're just photos, and they're all miscolored and make no sense. I think they're buying toys that they find reviews online that say elaborate instruction that is just going to make your brother mad at you, is all this is. But anyway, I wouldn't do any of that. None of this stuff in life I would do if I was Jaylen Brown. I would be the I go play basketball and make hundreds of millions of dollars guy.
Yeah.
And that would be it. My only expectation in life is to go play basketball at the time I'm supposed to play basketball, and that's all anybody could expect out of me. But I'm not Jaylen Brown, and I don't make hundreds of millions. So my tomorrow is going to be spent building a Gabby's Playhouse.
If anything, he's just going to keep this whole conversation going by this nonsense. Because you know what? I totally forgot that Jaylen Brown's All-Star Game party got shut down by the Beverly Hills Police Department until I saw that story today on ESPN's Anscape.
I just don't know what was humiliating about it. I've seen this whole thing. I was like, it's humiliating. Have you ever had a party? You ever throw a party that was crashed by the cops?
No comment.
I'll tell you my first.
There's a statute of limitations here that I might be concerned about.
I'll tell you my first. My mom went away. I was 16 years old. My mom went away for the weekend to New York, and so she hired one of her friends to be our babysitter, essentially, right? And it was me and my older sister. And my older sister, she's a year older than me, right? We shared a lot of the same friends in high school. It was what it was. And so we're like, well, we got to throw a party. The babysitter, get this, the babysitter that's supposed to be watching us bought us a keg and all the alcohol we wanted. We're like, we got to have booze. And she's like, you're right, you do have to have booze. And I'm like, well, a keg makes so much sense. So she went out and bought us a keg. Anyway, long story short, about like 10 o'clock or so, cops came busting in. They broke the whole place up. And we had, it was not a massive house, and there was hundreds and hundreds of kids there. I've never seen so many people go in so many directions all at once. People were hopping fences like you wouldn't believe. We had kids coming back the next day to be like, when the cops came, I dropped my phone. I dropped this. I dropped that. It was insanity. Absolute insanity. And
so you had to basically run a lost and found ring afterwards.
Well, and so there was like, and so everyone scurried all at once, and ultimately, me and like 16 different kids ended up in my bedroom, and we turned the lights off. We didn't know where to go. I can't leave the house. It's my house. And so I went into the bedroom, and like 16 kids followed me in the bedroom. Everybody else scattered to different spots, and these cops went room by room by room, and they opened the door, and it's pitch dark, and there's just like 16 kids there. We're like, oh, we're not supposed to be here? They're like, the dumbest thing ever. Absolute dumbest thing ever. All right. I'll tell more of that story later. Thank you for hanging out with me.
I do like your babysitter.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She just did not care, did she? She
Did she get in trouble?
She bought us everything. What's my mom going to do? What is she going to do to the babysitter? I got grounded for like 3 months. But like, what's she going to do to the babysitter? You didn't buy the booze, though.
She did.
Wow. And the funny thing about it, she bought us all this booze, and then she still wanted to play the role of like, I'm watching you guys. So it's like this massive party.
She wanted to make sure you drank responsibly.
With hundreds of kids. I'm not joking. There was hundreds of kids there. And she was just kind of like hanging out in the front room as all these kids were drinking. Like, just a mess of a human. All right, thank you to Mac Robinson on the board.
Yes.
Thank you to Michael Markoch. Thank you to Katie Pollock. Thank you to Daryl Rotter. Appreciate you hanging out with me.
Do it again Monday, right?
We will. We'll do it again Monday. Enjoy your weekend as Jake Volnick comes your way next, right here on The Fan.
Was I too rough on you today?
I had a good time.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.